Good morning, PRI. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning to everybody who is joining us on whatever platform you may be joining us on. My name is DJ Clark, joined here by Ryan Marine in the PRI SIM Racing Arena. We are back. We are ready for another day of sim racing, and this time we're letting the GR86 loose on a couple of tracks across North America.
Yeah, fantastic day yesterday racing at ACC. That was all GT3 focused. Today, it is all about the Toyota GR Cup. We're switching over to iRacing and two fantastic North American venues. If you like elevation change, we've got two of the best with Road Atlanta and Sonoma today. Just like yesterday, it's a two-race format. Points scored across both events, and at the end of the day, the driver who accumulates the most points is crowned the champion of today's event. So lots of excitement, that's for sure, and I can't wait to get started.
No, it's going to be pretty fantastic to be able to see what is able to take place. And yeah, we talked about this, Sonoma and Road Atlanta, two kind of, yes, similar in the fact that they have a lot of elevation change, but I'd argue a little diametrically opposed circuits. Sure. Sonoma fast, flowing, really a driver's circuit, not a lot of overtaking opportunities, whereas you talk about Road Atlanta, you got that big braking zone going down into turn 10A and 10B, as well as some sneaky opportunities elsewhere on the circuit.
Well, I think that we're going to see two different styles of racing. At Road Atlanta, you do have some longer full throttle sections where the draft will come into play, as we see in GR Cup racing, whether it's virtual or in the real world all throughout the year. Sonoma's a bit of an exception to that, though, because you don't get a lot of full throttle sections, and you can sometimes see cars break away from the pack, which is not common in GR Cup racing. So you're right, I agree. I think we're going to see slightly different races across the two, and maybe that we'll see different drivers come to the fore across the two events.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, we've got some big names that are coming back in. We've got some big names that were here from yesterday. Of course, we've got to talk about Mr. Menning, the man of yesterday. We're going to see if he's able to pull away and get a little bit of a similar breakaway on the front of the field. But we've also got some real-life GR Cup drivers in the form of Will Robusto going to be here, going to apply his trade on the sim side of things. Always interesting to see that comparison between the two types of driving.
It is, and we've seen drivers make that crossover successfully, going both directions, but also they will tell you it's a slightly different discipline driving in the virtual world versus the real car, and I'm grateful we get to see both sides of the sport represented in this event. I think that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I always hear drivers talk about the sensory difference that you have going from the sim to the real world. When you're in the real world, you're feeling things by your feet and by the seat of your pants. You're really feeling it through the car. Well, you obviously can't have all of that when it comes to a sim rig, and so you're really feeling things out by your fingertips is really where it is, in your ears. You're listening to that tire squeal. You're listening to that kind of thing. So, all right, folks, we are going to take a quick step away from you here and join you back from yesterday, as a matter of fact. We're going to do a little replay of some of the races yesterday, so make sure to stick with us. We're going to be playing those out here, as we've got a little bit of a guest coming up here. There it is. He's having a pretty good year, I would have to say. If you're a Purdue fan, look who we've got up on this stage. Love to see it. How you doing? How you doing? That's the way it is. I've got a sledgehammer by my face, so I'm a little bit scared right now, but we're going to be pretty happy. But we're going to be joined across the board. We're happy to be here, joined by our friends at Purdue University. Obviously, big names when it comes to the world of engineering and mechanics and racing. With that help, we're going to throw it over to yesterday, and we hope you stick with us. Race fans, welcome back to PRI. We thank you for joining us here at the PRI eSports Arena, the Sim Racing Arena, or if you are joining us from all over the world on GT World YouTube. My name is still DJ Clark. This is still Ryan Marine next to me. After a little bit of technical difficulties, we're back. We're ready to get going. In about 7 minutes' time, we're going to have live pictures for you for qualifying here live from the PRI SIM Racing Arena as we get ready to take to Circuit of the Americas on Assetto Corsa Competizione and see what 20 of the best sim racers in the world have to do.
Well, thanks for sticking with us through the delay, first and foremost. Our apologies for that, but the good news is you really haven't missed a whole lot of anything because we've got the practice session now done and dusted, or just about, and we're about to go for qualifying, like DJ said, in under 7 minutes at this point. It's a 15-minute qualifying session, And we get the sense it's going to be a very important 15 minutes because it's just a short, sharp 30-minute race, the first of two here today that we'll have. And as you mentioned, this one will be at Circuit of the Americas, and then we'll be shifting our focus to Spa-Francorchamps. But very important qualifying, because if you do not start toward the front, there is not much time to recover in a 30-minute race.
No, and crucially, Circuit of the Americas, I think in contrast to Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, this is a track where overtaking's a little bit more limited. You've only got, let's call it, two real major passing zones. That's going to be on the back straightaway down into that switchback section, and that can open up a lot there. You can get some dives down into that, but then there's also the turn one area, maybe for a little bit more of the brave-hearted, but this isn't necessarily a circuit like Spa where you can dive it in and send it at almost nearly every corner.
You have to be creative to pass
Yes.
in some of the other places around the track. We've seen it in the real world, certainly, when GT World Challenge America comes to Circuit of the Americas, but yes, it's true that you're going to have to be a little bit more creative. It's an awesome layout, though, as we talked about earlier. 20 turns, 3.4 miles around, 133 feet of elevation change as well over a lap at Circuit of the Americas. There's just a lot to love about this venue and the challenge that it presents.
Well, and everybody always thinks of that big rise up to the first hill, Big Red, as it has now been called in recent memory, taking away my beloved name, which was Phil Hill. I wanted that to be called for the longest time. But, going up Big Red, but really and truly, there's elevation all over the track. I mean, there is definitely some positive elevation as you come up through the S's section. It obviously dips down a little bit on the back straightaway, undulation on the back straight, and then, of course, the corner that you talked about earlier, that 16-17 complex, 15, 16, and 17 that lead around to the final two corners. There's a big drop in elevation there, and you really don't realize it until you're on track.
Yeah, I've run the track before. It was in the rain. Would not recommend. I've had more fun on a run than that, but it definitely gets your attention, especially if you're from the Midwest like I am. There are not hills like that in Indiana, I will tell you. So it was a real challenge, and then it gave you great appreciation for what that elevation would do behind the wheel of a race car as well. You think about the dynamics of the corner, you think about the fact that you have some blind corners and things of that nature. There's a whole lot that these drivers have to deal with, and yes, 11 degrees gradient going up to turn one, that gets a lot of the attention, but it's not like the rest of the track is flat. To your point, it is up and down, left and right, the whole way around the 20 turns.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful way that the track has been cut into the landscape. It's particularly challenging, it's particularly interesting to drive, and it really creates, I think, selfishly from our perspective, really interesting viewing angles as it comes. But one of those things those viewing angles do is they kind of don't tell the full story of the track. I mean, just how wide it gets on corner exit coming out of turn one and then narrows back up again going into that S's section. There's a lot of little intricacies like that on the course of the circuit that you don't really recognize on the TV screens.
You want some COTA fun facts?
Oh, let's do it.
All right, so 3.4 miles, as I mentioned, is the length of a lap. That 3.4, 34, that is not coincidental. The track was in part designed, or at least with some input, from Kevin Schwann's MotoGP, or it wasn't called MotoGP at the time, but it's what it is now, world champion from Texas. His number, his entire career was 34, and he told me once it is not a coincidence that it's 3.4 miles around. He made sure when he was working with the design folks that was factored in. How about that?
That's pretty cool. There are so many little things like that that really come into play in terms of circuit design and track design that I love to be able to hear. And, of course, just makes for more of a rich atmosphere around the circuit.
Yeah, Kevin, by the way, 1993 motorcycle world champion, and he was part of that design team along with Herman Tilke that came up with that. He also told me that they sketched the initial outline out on a napkin in a bar, and it really didn't change a whole lot from that initial design, which I thought was really interesting.
Really?
Yeah. You think about all the high-tech gadgets that go into designing a modern racetrack, and you can still scratch something out on the back of a napkin, and that apparently still works to some degree.
Makes me feel better about some of my sketches on r/racetrack designs
That's
that
right.
I've put in over the years. So maybe there's still hope for the rural motor circuit that I've been pining to build all these years.
Maybe so. Some other facts about the track. We mentioned all the elevation change. one of the landmarks of the circuit is that observation tower, 251 feet tall, 410 steps if you're going to walk to the top, which I would, again, not recommend, but I know people who've done it. And that observation deck up on top, 230 feet above ground level, gives you just an amazing view of the facility. If you ever get the chance to go, especially if the elevator is working, you can't beat the view from up on top of that observation deck at Circuit of the Americas. The first laps turned at the track, ceremonial laps. Mario Andretti in his Lotus 79, the 1978 F1 World Championship winning car. He got the honor of turning the first ceremonial laps at Circuit of the Americas right when it opened back up. And when this track was built, 375-acre project, it cost roughly $400 million in private investment and created 1,700 construction jobs in the Austin area while it was being built.
I have a good buddy of mine who works for Construction News, and he followed that very closely. And I will tell you, the constant tinkering they do on that track, the resurfacing and making sure everything is up to snuff, it is really, really impressive. It always comes to me about once or twice a year with a story about specifically what they're doing at Circuit of the Americas. It just goes to show you that these racetracks never really done in the way that they are built. But you love to see it, and you love to see cars out on track right now. About 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in this qualifying session. Looks like Manning's up at the top right now. Polizek behind him. Lee, your top three. Looks like it's a little bit of a Ford party with the two Ford Mustang GT3s leading the way.
How about that? Very interesting that the two Mustangs are the quickest. That is the prancing horse of Ferrari sitting in the third spot. Another Ford Mustang in fourth before you get to the first of the German GT3 cars, the BMW. In fact, we're watching the fifth-placed car right now in the final moments of our free practice session. So just under 2 minutes to go in practice, and then we'll get things turned around quite quickly and get into a 15-minute qualifying session.
Well, and like you said, this qualifying can be very, very crucial. I think you're looking maybe at about top 7 or so is where you're going to want to be able to present those moves. And really the thing is, though, with balanced performance that has come across in Assetto Corsa Competizione, we have to remember, balanced performance still exists here in the sim world, making sure that these cars are as identical as possible, that they make similar lap times over the course of one individual lap, meaning one's going to be maybe a little faster down the straightaways but struggle through the corners, and the inverse of that will be true. Another car will be faster through the twisty bits and a little bit slower down the straightaways. That balance of performance is going to make things a little bit more difficult to try to get those passes done, so you really want to make sure you are on top of your game and get that qualifying in the top 5, top 7 if we're generous, to make sure that they're able to maximize when that green flag waves.
Let's talk a little bit about the cars in this race. In many ways, the cars are the stars in sports car racing, GT3 racing in particular. And the Ford Mustang GT3, the one that you see represented in this ACC and the simulation, is the original version. There is an Evo coming that is set to debut down in Daytona next month, but it's a 5.4-liter V8 Coyote engine in that Ford Mustang. Debuted in 2024, built by Multimatic with some input as well from IMSport, which has long been one of Ford's performance partners, especially on the rallying side of the sport. Made its debut in terms of being unveiled to the public at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, June of 2023. Testing got underway shortly thereafter, and it is an IMSport-built 5.4-liter Coyote engine, by the way, powering this Mustang, whether it's in the real world, and we can see an example of that just in front of our stage here at PRI, or the virtual version of the Mustang you see in ACC.
And I will tell you right now that that Coyote engine, you're going to hear it coming. It is a gorgeous sound of American muscle car. Not shatters, but rumbles the glass on the commentary booths that we are able to go to around the country. It is absolutely remarkable. One of my favorite sounds that you hear. And it does look like at this point qualifying is underway right now. Still waiting for the first time to be put on the board, but we watched number 24 of Daniel Gutierrez working his way around in the AMG Mercedes. So that is going to be one of the first cars as we get ready for the first laps to be put down.
Going from one of the newest GT3 cars to the oldest one, I think, in this field, certainly, the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, evolution of this car was unveiled back in 2020. Can you believe it? So already going into next year, the 6th year of competition with the Evo package alone. Now we know Mercedes does have a new GT3 offering in the pipeline. They've been a little bit quiet on the details there, but that's something that's going on in the background that could be debuting in the next handful of years globally in GT3 racing. But in the short term, the old horse is still pretty stout. It's amazing how competitive this car has remained, even though it's up against a lot of new opposition from some of the big names globally.
Well, just look at GT World Challenge America powered by AWS this year. I mean, you had one of the newer entries, and I'll call it new to old entries, in the BMW M4 GT3, driven by Random Vandals Racing, and that car going head-to-head with Mackay Stevens and who was the co-driver? It wasn't Costantino. That was down in TC, but your JMF.
Mikel Grenier.
Thank you. Blanking on it. Mikel Grenier and Mackay Stevens really putting that JMF Motorsports Mercedes AMG through the paces and right up there with them, taking it down to the wire at the Indianapolis 8-hour.
Yeah, really remarkable, again, that even that older car can compete against the newest and best that BMW brings to the table, that Ford brought to the table, that Ferrari has. They've also got an Evo coming for the 296 in 2026, so we got that to look forward to. That won't apply to us and what we are seeing on the track here in this event, but nevertheless, a lot of exciting developments in the world of GT3 racing. In fact, just recently, Toyota and Lexus unveiled their newest offering that will be coming at some point in the not-so-distant future. We don't know exactly when. We expect it will make a race debut at some point in 2026, but probably a full rollout in 2027.
Gorgeous looking car. I mean, what you'd expect from Toyota, just really getting things together.
Not unlike the AMG, actually, in terms of the silhouette.
Longer nose, a little bit more angular, I think, than the Mercedes AMG, but certainly a gorgeous looking car, and that is one that it was great to see the official cover coming off that. We've seen, testing liveries, and Toyota and Lexus have been in active development on that car for many, many years. So good to see that finally making its way out, and we anticipate that highly coming to the SRO Motorsports Group America paddock.
Yeah, Toyota is such a great partner as well, and you think about what they bring to the table with the GR Cup, and then as well seeing all the Supras that are in action in Pirelli GT4 America. Makes sense that the next run on the GT racing ladder would be represented in the field too. And I should also mention Toyota involved at the TC level this year for the first time with their Corolla, which really came on strong toward the end of the year. Again,
with JMF Motorsport, able to really bring that car along. Jonathan Newdorf, Antonio Costantino doing a fantastic job to be able to get that car not only up on the podiums, but take wins away from the juggernaut that has been Hyundai and Ricoh Autosport. And so it's going to be interesting to see next year. One of the things that I talked to a lot with the JMF Motorsport team is they said this is a learning year with this Toyota GR Corolla, figuring out exactly what it's going to do, how it's going to perform, how we get the best out of the car, and I think that is going to be a fierce competition come 2026.
Really excited to see the next step of that in the real world. Here in the virtual world, though, we're starting to see the first lap times pop up on the screen. It is a long lap around Circuit of the Americas, up over 2 minutes. And consequently, in a 15-minute session, that means you don't get too many bites at the apple, especially when you factor in tire wear as well, making sure that you've got those tires in the window that you want to go for the fast lap. So that's going to be the challenge, to get the timing right, avoid the traffic, and avoid the costly miscue that might mean you miss out on turning a lap when the car is at its peak.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that is modeled here accurately in Assetto Corsa Competizione, that tire performance, that tire life that you really want to get together. Austin Carpenter that we're watching right now, one of, I believe, 2 Aston Martins in the field, yet to set a time. This is a car that has gotten that Evo in the past year or so, kind of resculpted the nose a little bit, changed the air intakes, changed a little bit of what we like to call in the technical term fiddly bits around the car to adjust the aerodynamics, and another car that makes a great noise when it's out on the circuit.
Yeah, it's great. Not quite the scream that the old V12 had, but still really good looking, good sounding race car, as you would expect from a brand like Aston. We've seen them racing in GT World Challenge America over the last few years. Didn't have representation just last year, but certainly hope to see that change. This is interesting, seeing this Lamborghini replete with K-Pax livery. That's a nice throwback to years gone by in GT World Challenge America. Love to see that.
Yeah, good to see the American flag obviously on the hood or the roof of that car coming down through bobby pin, as I have been told it is called. That's that turn 10 area, as now they fly down the back straightaway. Very unique sound in this car, very pretty sound. We love to hear what that Lamborghini is able to do. John Ackerman right now, not quite on setting a time yet. 2:06.120 set by German, the top time to beat. Ferrari and Ford up at the top of the charts right now. They're the ones leading the way. Polasek, Lee, Carpenter, and Onofre, your top 5, and really breaking it up there. Carpenter is able to get that other Aston Martin up into P4, it looks like, but it is a Ford and Ferrari party up at the top of the charts.
We've heard that before.
I wonder where.
Sports car racing lore, certainly a big part of it, and great to see those two brands continuing to battle it out in the GT ranks. We know Ford is going to the prototype party here before too much longer as well, so they'll be able to fight it out for top class as well as GT class honors at big races like Le Mans. But of course in SRO competition, it's all about the GTs and GT3s, the top of the pyramid. Here's Ackerman across the line, and he takes his K-Pax liveried Lamborghini to P11. Still quite a ways off of the outright pace, though, set by German, 2:06.120.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of out of that window that we talked about. You want to be at about 7th or above. That's really and truly where that time is that you're going to want to try to push for. But I've got to give credit here to Carpenter. Again, this is really one of the few cars, him and Lynn, in the Aston Martins look like they're taking the fight to that Ford and Ferrari brand. A little bit surprised to see the highest race BMW driven by Sudik in 8th place right now. Krejcil behind them in 10th. Normally you tend to see those BMWs a little bit farther up the order, known to have a little bit of good top-end speed, but clearly what they're able to make up on the back straightaway not really coming out to play.
Well, that's what you talked about earlier, the balance of performance that basically gives you the opportunity to set roughly the same lap time no matter which car that you choose, and there's so many great ones to pick from in GT3 racing, but you go about making that lap time in very different ways. And you're right, the BMW by reputation is known for being very fast in a straight line. This is a good part of the racetrack for it typically, and maybe gives up some of that performance in the tighter sections of racetracks. And other cars will be strong in the tight stuff and maybe lose that on top end. And finding a way to balance that, that's really the big challenge in modern sports car racing, and it's amazing how technically sophisticated that process has become.
I mean, you look at when these cars come into a pit stop in the real world, and the first thing that goes in, it's a USB drive.
Right.
Or it's a USB plug on a computer, and you're pulling up the data from that, and you're not only outboarding that data to change the setups to do little electronic tweaks to the ABS or the TCS to adjust this or that, you're also inboarding a lot of data and information that is easily accessible right from the downbeat. It's really a technological masterpiece. All right, here comes Ackerman back across the line right now. Let's see if there's an improvement. Still going to be about 3 seconds off of the pace, so that Lamborghini needs to stretch its legs a little bit more. Although we are seeing pretty much all cars putting a time down. The only one we're waiting for now is Davis down in 17th in that number 16 Mercedes AMG.
Did have a change at the top though, didn't we? With the Ford now jumping to the top of time. They get scoring first sub 206 lap we've seen, and it crushes it, 205.405.
That's a 0.7 of a second of an advantage. And that is, yes, we are talking around a 3.4-mile track, so it is a little bit of a longer circuit. You do have to take that into consideration. It's not like it's 0.7 around a place like Lime Rock, where those laps are coming at you fast and furious, but very, very impressive nonetheless. Here's Jacob Little, the number 74, into one of those Ford Mustang GT3s that we talked about. Purple livery, always something fun to see out on the track.
And you were saying this is a car new to ACC?
New this year as it rolled out, I believe, yes.
Very exciting, and great to, again, have that representation, and it sounds so good. I was really lucky this year to get to go work on the broadcast for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and there were just a handful of Ford Mustangs racing in that race with close to 70 GT3 cars. in the field. And that was one with your eyes closed. You could pick it out when it went by amidst the cacophony. It was really, really cool. And I have to say, got my American heart beating just that little bit faster as well.
It's pretty great when you see that American muscle out on track. And I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but we were in for a real treat this year in the AM class category between AF Corsa and Dolomite Racing, Ford versus Ferrari. Great to see that battle rekindling in the sports car world. Little comes across the line, by the way, going to do no better than 14th at this point. But really loved to be able to see that battle heating up again, those old rivalries starting to play a little bit more. It just kind of warms your heart.
It does. And right now, showing the way, I believe it's Moaning that is the quickest. It just went faster still. Very nearly broke into the 204s, DJ. Remarkable, 205.060, the new benchmark time. That's provisional pole by a second. And German, who's P2 as it stands, is in the pits, and I do not think will take further part in this qualifying session.
No, I mean, there's only about a minute and 55 seconds left on the clock, so if you are Moaning or Krejcik right now, who is in the pits, if you are Krejcik down in pit lane right now, I think you're out of luck. It does look like German is back out, so maybe we'll be able to sneak in one more lap, but even then, I think this is going to be cutting it pretty close. When it comes down to the line, this may be just a little bit of a setup run for German.
I would agree with that. I don't think there's enough time. There isn't enough time to get back around and start a flying lap, so I think you could be spot on. Ooh, big bullet there. It's Gutierrez going wide, top of the hill, kicking up some virtual dust, able to gather it back together, but that was outside of track limits, and this lap certainly not going to count, and Gutierrez 5 seconds adrift of our pace-sitting time, needs to pick up the pace.
And back to the point you were making earlier, it does look like German is pulled back into pit lane, so probably taking an auto tow there to bring that car back down into the pits, opting to be able to do that. We're going to focus back on John Ackerman, still down in 12th with a lone Lamborghini in the field as they work their way through that stadium section that we talked about. Now, this isn't always an area that surprises me, Ryan. I always kind of imagine this being a little Mickey Mouse, a little bit back and forth. But I'll tell you what, whether it's in real life or on the simulator, we see some great passes down into this area.
What I love about that section, which is modeled after a Hockenheim Stadium section, is the way that the corners flow into one another. It sets you up for these great duels where you can cross over the car that you're racing with, and then they can cross you over back again, and you'll see positions change hands 2-3 times sometimes in the middle of these great duels, and it's a really well-conceived piece of racetrack, I have to say.
It certainly is, and I had my doubts about it when it was first sort of announced, but my, oh my, has it turned into a beautiful, beautiful thing as they go. Here they get everything on through. Qualifying is in the air, or checkered flag is in the air, rather, and we will see this session come to an end.
So Moaning the quickest, 205.060. German the closest to that time in the Ferrari. Just about a second off the pace. Not too much further back, though, to the third-placed Ford of Polasek. And Lee and Carpenter, the top 5, as the checkered flag comes out. A few drivers still on flying laps will be able to continue and complete those laps in the hopes of trying to move up the order. Interesting, don't have a lap time from Davis. I'm not sure if that car made it out or just had its laps nullified by track limits, but at any event, it looks like 16 cars have set times here. And it's pretty close to the midfield, but up at the front, that Ford Mustang has a significant advantage.
Yeah, certainly does. We're going to have to keep our eye out for Moaning there. I think this could be a situation where they're able to scamper up the way at the top of the field. Brewer right now in 9th place, one of the few cars that is still able to turn a final lap time. Brewer comes through the final corner in that number 4 Mustang. Let's see if there's an improvement as they come to the line. Doesn't quite look like it. Here's Jacob Little. Vandelay Racing Industries Ford Mustang coming through that multi-apex right-hander that sweeps downhill.
Now this is the section that's modeled after turn 8 at Istanbul Park. Really difficult blind corner when you turn in multiple apexes, like you say. High speed, high commitment. Really nice and smooth through there from Jacob Little. A little bit off the apex there in the final turn, onto the front straight and to the timing line, which is different than the start line, by the way, at Circuit of the Americas. That's something to keep in mind. Don't see any change on the timing and scoring. So I think with that, qualifying comes to an end, and now we just have 30 minutes of racing still to come this morning.
Exactly, 30 minutes of racing. And for those asking here on the chat or live in person, yes, we do actually have live stewarding here being taken place by Cameron Martineau and the rest of the team behind the scenes. Hayden Harder also assisting in that. So we do have some live stewarding if there are some incidents and accidents that do take place. So we will be keeping an eye on that. And of course, as always, a massive thank you to Mike Yao, who is working feverishly behind the scenes and making sure that everything is together.
Behind the scenes that make all of this possible. And you named a lot of the folks that are at the core of what happens on these SRO eSports event weekends like this. And it's amazing how much goes into organizing it. You talked about the balance of performance earlier, having live stewards. I mean, there was a drivers' meeting that took place about 45 minutes ago with all the drivers gathered together. They were talked through the rules and regulations, how things were going to run out. And in many respects, this is handled in the same way that a real-world SRO race weekend would take place. And that tie-in between sim racing and real-world racing, it's been a big part of the SRO's ethos for quite a while now.
Yeah, it really has. It's you know, as you mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast, talking about how it used to be a major player when it came to the SRO Motorsports Group Europe Championship. I was actually part of the overall points championship to be able to get all of that together. That is a huge part. And then, of course, what we've been able to do over the years, really dating back to GT Rivals back during COVID, and that coming along and to be able to come alive at this point, in seeing how it's expanded. We have races taking place all across the world. We had SRO Asia, we had SRO Esports America, we had SRO Esports Europe, all of these amazing different things where you got to see this just great amalgam of drivers and teams coming together to compete, and names that we're very used to seeing at this point. It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing how many of the names are holdovers from previous events. You get used to seeing some of the same names and faces at this year in and year out, but some fresh blood mixed in as well. Looks like the cars are gridded, which means we are closing in. It's Lucas Oil Stadium.
And to your point, one of the things that I love to see when we're able to take a look a little bit more intimately at what these sim racers are doing is seeing what creature comforts they have. We see some drivers that have the gloves on, that have the karting or the racing gloves. We have some drivers that are just in socks. We have some that are in normal shoes. We have some that are in racing slippers or racing shoes. It's really depending on what you want, because it's not like racing in the real world where you have to adhere to a certain safety standard. You're kind of able to pick and choose what you want here.
You a sock or shoe guy for sim racing?
I have my own racing shoes.
Do you?
I have racing shoes and gloves.
I actually like the socks.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a big sock guy.
I like to have a little bit more of a grip on the wheel, and I like having a little bit of a heavier foot to be able to lay on.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
How's that working for you? There's a reason neither of us are in this race.
There.
Let's put it that way.
Exactly. I actually had a long conversation with a couple of drivers this year about sim racing and what they wear when they get into it, about the consistency of sim racing shoes and how they've changed over the years. It was a very long conversation.
That is intriguing.
It was.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I can't imagine having the shoe. I wouldn't like that at all. But part of it's because I've been playing, the old Papyrus games since I was 5 years old or something, and certainly wasn't wearing shoes back then. I think there was a time when I would have advocated for barefoot, actually.
Yeah, living in California,
right.
And our buildings are designed to bleed heat, so they get a little bit cooler inside, and that barefoot on bare metal.
Yeah, not a good combination, I suppose. All right. Well, those in the chat, I'm sure, can weigh in with their preferences as well. So look at this great grid. Again, fantastic combination. So many different brands. It's the great thing about GT racing these days. If you've got a brand affinity, chances are it's competing on a GT3 field somewhere, whether it's American Muscle, the Corvette, or the Mustang, to the Ferrari, to the Lamborghini, etc. And it looks like the countdown is over, so we should be rolling here on this partial formation lap. Just any moment now, and indeed, here comes the field.
Focusing on Joseph German in that lead Ferrari, the white there, ahead of him, Moning in that sort of ST Racing liveried machine, an old favorite here in the SRO Motorsports Group America stable. Line their way through the final couple of corners here. They'll get ready to form up on this front straightaway. Familiar rows of two getting ready. As we indeed get ready to drop the green flag. Little bit strange there. I see single file for the top runners. Not sure what's going on with Joseph German and the like, but nevertheless, they'll cross over this stripe. And the green flag will fly as they climb their way up Big Red. German already taking a look to the inside of Moning, trying to see if there's anything to be had. A little bit of a move up to the inside there. 3-4 wide farther back in the field, but it looks like everybody's been able to avoid the pitfall. No, they have not. I think that may have been one of the Ferraris. That may have been Austin Carpenter. Excuse me, it's the Aston Martin that has spun around on the exit of one.
That car qualified really well. Best non-four-door Ferrari in the qualifying order. Qualified P5, but has dropped down to the bottom. Didn't look like it picked up too much damage, so hopefully able to rejoin, but short race like we talked about. Not much time to recover from a miscue like that.
No, not a whole lot of time to recover. This may be a little bit of a sort of salvation drive and try to recover what you can and make sure you don't get any more incidents here if you are Carpenter. Roman Lee right now in the second Ferrari, the blue and yellow on your screen, being chased right now by Onofre and looking ahead to Polasek in the Ford. And look at Mark Moning scampering off into the distance, already 0.6 of a second the gap.
That's the kind of pace we saw out of that car in qualifying, taking pole by over a second. I'm going back to that start, though. Really curious to see the first couple of rows in single file, even coming to the green flag. I wonder if that's something they had worked out amongst themselves, trying to limit the risk of a collision at the top of the hill in turn one, but certainly not something I've seen before.
No, not something I've seen either, and even in terms of a strategic value for it, it looked like German kind of fainted to the inside and then ended up going to the outside, so I'm not entirely sure what that was, but the battle right now is on for P2 as we take a live look at everybody in the PRI SIM Racing Arena. You can see the looks of absolute determination on these drivers as they try to navigate their way through the corners. Force feedback in full effect for these drivers. They are definitely having to saw at the wheel.
Concentration required at a premium as well, with so much activity, hustle and bustle happening around. First lap in the books, it's Moning leading by a second and change. Then here comes German and Polasek across the line. Good battle there for the second spot. Ford trying to make a move around the outside.
Polasek looked for it, not able to get it. Almost opens up the door there to Lee from behind him. A little bit of a twitch off of the line. That could open up the door here for Lee, but it's not going to. Polasek's going to hold on into the first of the S's. I think what's interesting here, though, is that Polasek looked like he was taking a more defensive line through the corners, and as a result, that may open up some opportunities here for Lee as the lines go on through.
That's one section of the track drivers will tell you, if you're offline even by a fraction at the beginning, it only compounds. It gets worse as you go through that sequence. Really, really technical part of this racetrack, but able to recover nicely. Playing defense, though, now that's for sure. Polasek, after looking like the aggressor a few moments ago, trying to put a move on for second place, but you're right, that's cost him that position, left him maybe offline slightly, and now it's a bottleneck behind that battle for the third and fourth positions.
Yeah, as German's able to scamper off into the distance here a little bit, but we've got to talk about our leader, Michael Moning, just absolutely dominant at the front of this field, running away to a distance of nearly 3 whole seconds as time continues to tick away. This is really, really impressive.
Yeah, quite a start. That car has been the class of the field thus far, going back to practice and qualifying earlier today, and survived what was probably the most dangerous part of the race for him, starting on pole position to get through turn one cleanly, and then has let the chaos happen behind. It has been a pretty clean start to this race. Carpenter had that issue, didn't he, going down into turn two, and has been able to continue on and actually has caught the back of the pack, and I'm really curious to see what kind of recovery Carpenter can go on. We know that car's quick, having qualified in the top 5.
Yeah, and it looks like he's been able to catch back up about 0.3 of a second off the back. I wanted to keep an eye here on this battle. The Krejci Racing driver of Bradley Krejci trying to be able to see if he can get his way forward. It looked like there was a little bit of a bottleneck up in front of it. Brewer and Lynn up in front of that Ford and Aston Martin kind of coming together a little bit down off of turn 11. They may have bottled things together, and it looks like right now Lynn trying to make the move on Sujic as there comes more passing, and this is Roman Lee. We talked about this for ST Racing. This could be a good run here for the Ferrari driver, but it looks like Polasek onto the back of German. This is a three-way fight for P2.
Yeah, second, third, and fourth, all running nose to tail here at this section of the track. It really tightens up here, very, very close. Lee looking threatening in the fourth-placed Ferrari. This is for the final step of the podium, and again, crucial for scoring some big points, trying to come away with the big title here at PRI.
Yeah, trying to be able to get as many points as possible. As you said earlier, Ryan, this is going to be a two-staged race, or a racing event, I should say. And look at this, Austin Carpenter. You mentioned it earlier, trying to see some good speed, trying to make a move right now on Hickman around turn 10. That's not normally an overtaking opportunity, but that Aston Martin looks hooked up, and he's got it done.
We talked earlier about how you have to be clever to pass around portions of this racetrack. I think that was exactly case in point. Able to get the nose to the outside, forced the BMW driver to leave just enough room and was able to capitalize. So a good recovery, up a couple of spots now to 14th. Oh, and a spin from the front of the field.
That's Roman Lee. They're in that. No, excuse me, that was Joseph German. That's P2. Got confused on my Ferraris there, and that's going to put him all the way down into 6th place. That is not, that is not good running there for Joseph German. He's now behind Onofre.
Oh man, that is really costly there, dropping well down the order, outside of the top 5, in fact. Also should relay a 5-second time penalty has been handed down. That is to Sujic, who's shown in 9th, but that 5-second penalty would drop him well outside the top 10. That would be extremely punitive at this stage.
All right, we'll have to get a conversation there from race control, figure out exactly what that penalty is for. Everybody's sorting themselves out. No concern to Michael Moaning up the front of the field. Here's a good little battle farther behind. This is Daniel Gutierrez and Lynn. Lynn has fallen down through the order a little bit since we last checked in on that Aston Martin. Trying to close back on the back of this Mercedes AMG.
And closing in nicely. Good look back here at that Aston, which actually is dropping back a little bit here in the straight line. Now closing in as the speed comes down under braking. Good look at the elevation change. That was the climb, 11-degree gradient up to the top of the hill in turn 1, then back down and into this very technical portion of the racetrack. Great flow, great rhythm. And if you lose that rhythm at all, it can be so costly in terms of lap time.
Yeah, it's really one of those sections that if you get even an inch or two offline, it can throw you off, not only going. Case in point right there, Gutierrez getting a little bit offline as Lynn now looks to be able to attack coming out of turn 10.
Oh, that was awesome. Got the momentum, timed that perfectly, comes to the inside, and there is absolutely nothing that the Mercedes driver Gutierrez can do. That's a change of position just outside of the top 10, scrapping there for 11th and 12th.
Joseph German on your screen right now trying to close in. Oncoming's up ahead of him. Remember, this is the driver that had a little bit of the spin that saw him fall back through the order. Closes up well under braking down into that left-hander at the end of the straightaway, but runs it wide. Picking up a little bit of a track limits penalty there and certainly causing a little bit of agita as they went over the big sausage curbs on exit.
Spot on. Those sausage curbs just bounced that Ferrari out wide, and that forced him well outside of track limits. And if you start to accumulate too many of those, some time penalties can start to accrue. So that will be one thing to keep in mind as we watch this recovery drive here for German. We know the car is quick, and at least it has been out in front, but now trying to work its way through traffic and also trying to make sure not to pick up any time penalties for track limit violations.
Coming back to check on 12th place right now. This is Jacob Martin, the lone Lexus in the field. We mentioned a little bit earlier that we have seen the unofficial or the official debut of the new Lexus GT3. And we're going to check back in on Austin Carpenter. Remember, this Alpha Sim Sport driver in the 883 had that spin at the beginning of the race, fighting his way back up through the field right now. He's closed into the back of Little in the purple Mustang, and he's going to have to try to see if he can send some moves here. And this is Daniel Gutierrez not too far ahead of him as well. There's the move to the inside for Carpenter. easy as pie.
Wow, that was very aggressive. Late on the brakes, diving to the inside, and puts a lot of faith in your competition that they know you're coming and give you plenty of room. That was certainly the case there. So up another spot on the recovery drive from Carpenter and Gutierrez, who looks to be struggling at this stage. That car may be a bit recalcitrant, not doing quite what he's asking it to do. He'll be trying to make that pass here before too much longer and not lose any more ground.
Jake Cummings there looked like he was able to get a good exit off of turn 10, even though he did get a little bit squirrely. It looked like there was a little trouble getting the power down. I thought German was going to be able to close that gap a little bit more in the Ferrari 296, but it just doesn't quite look like he's got it. Maybe be able to get a little bit of an advantage here down the back straightaway. That Mustang GT3 is quick in a straight line, but just how low that Ferrari sits may actually help it in the draft a little bit, as it's able to tuck up behind that bigger punch through the air that the Mustang is creating.
Right, it's a much bigger greenhouse for the Mustang than for the Ferrari, so that should give the Ferrari a bit of an aerodynamic tow when they're sitting in the slipstream like that. However, it looks to me like, well, for whatever reason, maybe that Ferrari's quite good out by itself, was able to set the second fastest lap in qualifying, but haven't seen that kind of pace since it dropped back into traffic, and maybe it's dealing with the dirty air, dealing with the traffic conditions that is hampering its progress somewhat.
Well, and that's one of the things that could be playing into that setup that we talked about. You trim the car out a little bit more when you're planning to run in clear air. You have a little bit of less downforce on the car, and so you're going to have less downforce when you're running behind in dirty air. There's less downforce when there is dirty air, and that can all just kind of compound into a problem. John Ackerman doing pretty well here, able to catch back up Austin Carpenter with a little bit of a slip and slide. That's going to allow for Daniel Gutierrez to get passed by him. That's the battle for 12th place. And now it's going to be Carpenter on the attack once more, the Alpha Sim Sport driver. Taking a look to the outside, now diving down to the inside of Big Red. Gutierrez trying to keep it going.
I thought we might see that move. It worked the previous lap for Carpenter to get by Little, and it's got him alongside the Mercedes, super close, door to door, coming down the hill, but the move is made, heading into the S's, and now Carpenter can just set his sights on the next target, which is Lynn, up the road in 11th place.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little bit of a gap. It's about 3.8 seconds, so Carpenter's got his work to do. I'd say that may be untouchable in 18 minutes left to go in this race, but we obviously saw what Austin Carpenter was able to do from the back of the field, suffering that spin. So this Alpha Sim Sports Aston Martin, I think, is definitely one that looks pretty good. All right, we're going to focus back up with Bradley Krejci right now, as he's going to try to close in on the back of, I believe, Jacob Cummings in that Mustang GT3, the number 97, and here comes the BMW like a train with a full head of steam, pokes to the outside, not going to be able to get it done down into 12.
This is the best placed non-Ferrari or Ford in this field. It's amazing. Ford and Ferrari occupying the top 7 positions. Then you get to that first BMW of Krejci just a moment ago, fighting for that position. A look back in at Carpenter, who has cleared Gutierrez and has scampered off into the distance and is making some headway. You mentioned it being a few seconds, the deficit to Lynn. It's still up over 4 seconds at the moment. Oh, and a problem there. Mustang off to the right-hand side of the track. That's a position gained right there. We're also showing, I think that must have been Brewer, because that Mustang's being shown now in the pit lane. Yeah, that looked like a tow there for Brewer. He's going to fall down through the order. I'm also seeing a drive-through penalty here for Lee, the number 26 Ferrari. That is huge. A drive-through being issued to the number 26. That's the car running third at the moment, so that would drop him well out of podium contention and make for a really difficult proposition trying to come back and get a decent result in race 2 later on this afternoon. Moaning, by the way, all by his lonesome out in front in that front-running Mustang to the tune of over 11 seconds, DJ. We've only run 6 laps, and that gap has already ballooned to that great of a margin. I mean, he's got the bullseye on his back at this point. He is the driver to beat as things go along, and we're just going to have to keep an eye on what it is. Drive-through, by the way, is for track limits. That is what has been given here for Lee. So that can come, and important to note that is not given by race control. That is automatic drive-through given by the simulator itself. And that's something that, you know, the drivers will have enough laps at this track in this ACC sim to know where those track limits lie. And this is one of those tracks where it's always a talking point in the virtual world or the real world. It doesn't really matter. You come to Circuit of the Americas, and at a certain point, you're going to have to do some ruling on track limits just because of the way that a modern track is constructed these days. In the meantime, battle is on here as Lynn and Ackerman are scrapping it out. Aston to the inside of Lamborghini down this long backstretch into a great passing zone, and it looks like the Aston's got the move made.
Yeah, nice move there by Yongji Lin, just able to get that to play. As you said, traditional passing zone, not really that opportunity there for Ackerman to get the crossover and start what you mentioned a little bit earlier, which is that sort of give and take back and forth that we see down through this stadium section sometimes. And I think that was Yongji Lin just kind of recognizing, being able to put it together, and making sure that there was not that opportunity.
Did you look who was lurking in the background? It's Carpenter starting to enter into the picture as these two were duking it out. That compromised their lap times, and consequently that white Aston closing in incrementally. It was over 4 seconds. It's down under 3.5 now, just like that. So now that they're done scrapping for position, Lynn and Ackerman need to work together a little bit here, because before too much longer, Carpenter could be on the scene, and he still has 14 minutes to try and pick up a few more spots.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that he's going to be able to. I mean, the pace that we've seen from Carpenter has been nothing short of blistering. I cannot wait to see what this Aston Martin's going to be able to do come this afternoon at Spa-Francorchamps when we are able to turn this loose. But right now, Yongji Lin really putting that Aston through its paces, getting a little bit of a gap over Ackerman. I think Ackerman had a really good run into the first part of the first sector, but in the latter part of these S's, Yongji Lin's starting to pull away in that number 30.
4-liter twin-turbo V8 powering this Aston, and it's been a really successful proposition globally. The Evo version of the Aston Martin Vantage really targeted on trying to make the car a bit more drivable. The previous version was really quick, especially in the hands of pro drivers, but some of the less experienced drivers struggled to get that car in a comfort zone. They've really worked on that with this Evo package, which came out in 2024, and it has been a big step forward for the brand.
Yeah. Really has. Here's Roman Lee. Remember, has to serve this drive-through, so that's going to really shuffle the order around. And when Roman does serve this drive-through for ST Racing, look at what the top 4 is going to be. It is Ford running at the top of this order.
Wow, how about that? It's a domination from the Ford camp here this afternoon at Circuit of the Americas, with the Ford clearly the quickest car in qualifying in the hands of Monin, but now Polasek has moved up to the front, and you're right, Onofre as well there on the fringes of the top 3, and will be there once that drive-through penalty is served, and I think that should be actually...
That's a disqualification.
How about that?
He did not serve it. I was wondering if that was going to happen, and I did not want to jinx him, but for Roman Lee, if you do not serve that penalty within 3 laps, you will be issued a disqualification from the ACC server, and that's exactly what just happened.
Wow, so that car just pops right out of there, and that then promotes it to an all-Ford top 4, as you rightly pointed out. German still sits in the 5th spot, and what might have been for that driver who was running up in 2nd, having qualified there, then had a little minor miscue that dropped him down the order. Pretty good recovery to keep the car on track and avoid hitting anything solid, but it's been a difficult recovery in terms of trying to pick up some of that lost track position.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of the have and have-nots here when you compare the likes of German down to really what we saw from Carpenter, where Carpenter's been able to make up these positions, and if anything, I think German's actually lost an additional position as a result of all of this, just not really having the feel for that car to get it back to where it needs to be. And truthfully, at this point, he's running far enough behind Cummings in front of him. I would expect him to get a little benefit of clean air. Clearly not coming into play.
Nope, doesn't look that way, so he'll have to double down and try and get to the bottom of that. Troubles for Ackerman now. Drive-through penalty just issued to the Lamborghini driver, presumably also for track limits. We're going to operate under that assumption unless somebody tells us otherwise. And again, that's always one of the perils when you come to this racetrack. You can see just how wide it is. There's a lot of runoff in various areas. There are some sausage curves there that do a pretty good job of preventing too much corner cutting, but there are certain sections of the track you can still definitely gain an advantage by exceeding track limits, and so that is something that has to be monitored closely.
Yeah, and that, again, is all done by the computer itself. It's not race control that keeps an eye on that. It is 3 off-track limits warnings, and then you will get that again. You will get that. Hopefully Ackerman will get that heads up, serve that drive-through penalty, and will not get a disqualification as we saw earlier for the likes of Roman Lee. Joseph German right now in 5th place. Just trying to close in. He's got about 4 seconds behind him to Cressy, and I think that's going to be good news for him. He's just able to kind of run his own race here, a little bit of damage control, and maybe hope that Ferrari is going to come a little bit more alive when we head to Spa-Francorchamps this afternoon.
That has to be the hope, and just try and salvage something here. Hope that Moning and Polasek and Onofre have bad luck in the second race, and that maybe opens the door for someone to make a big comeback in the second race of the day. But as it stands, it is all Moning at the front of this field. Car number 38, and a lead of 15 seconds. It just looks super comfortable. Doesn't even look like he's pushing that car beyond its comfort zone.
No, I think he is just absolutely clicking off the laps here. But somebody who is pushing, that is Austin Carpenter, Alpha Sim Sport driver in the 883. He's coming from the back of Ackerman right now. Cracked into the top 10 already, but Carpenter's not done. And this is a driver that I have circled big time in big red ink come Spa this afternoon.
It's an interesting point. I'm curious as well if that Aston is maybe a bit better suited there. And clearly Carpenter is no slouch when it comes to making his way through the traffic, coming from dead last at one point in this race, and now has recovered to 10th. And now this is maybe a bit of a frustrating set of circumstances here, because the car that he is behind, he's quicker than, it owes a drive-through penalty, but hasn't been able to make the pass here, and I think this is maybe costing a bit of time, and with that, then opportunity to maybe make up a few further positions before it's all said and done.
Looks like Ackerman has been, it has now been upgraded to a stop-and-go 30. Now, I would assume that that additional penalty is something that was given out, potentially that was an additional penalty given by the sim. I'm not sure how that works. I would imagine, though, that is another off-track limit.
He's staying out, and that is not doing Carpenter any favors whatsoever. Keep an eye, though, on the white Aston here, because we've seen it make some moves at the top of the hill in turn 1 a few times already. That dive to the inside. Now, that came up against cars that didn't have quite the same pace that he has, but again, he takes that look. Look at that lunge, closing in, under braking, but not close enough to get alongside.
No, not close enough to get alongside, but certainly putting Ackerman under warning there that, hey, if you give me the opportunity, I'm going to take it there. Look at this Lamborghini. This is where I think this Lambo really, really shines a little bit. The quick, rapid-fire change in direction, that classic mid-engine design. It's known as a little bit of a twitchy car as it goes, and oh, too twitchy indeed as he gets spun around and makes contact with the outside retaining wall.
Oh, that is good news for Carpenter. It opened the door for him to come through. It looks like the Ackerman car was able to continue on, but did pick up some damage, and again, still has that penalty to serve. But now that turns the Aston loose, and we'll see, is there enough time to run down Lynn? We know that they are, if they can get close enough, and I think they are, they'll get another spot with that 5-second post-race penalty coming for the car that runs in 7th at the moment. So at least one more position should come Carpenter's way, but a chance here in the final 7 minutes to maybe grab a couple more.
Focusing back on Jake Cummings up at the front of the field. This is the battle for P3. He and Onofre, that gap has closed down a little bit. It runs at about 1.2 seconds at the last time of asking. I think it may be under a full second now as they start to work their way out of turn 18, down into 19 and into 20. Cummings definitely wants to try to get on the podium here, but again, this is a situation. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Keep everything together, and you may be able to wind up with podium regardless. You may be able to wind up with 4th place regardless, and bank points coming at the spot this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a huge aspect of this. Not wanting to take too many risks here. Make sure you have some points, and that will position you nicely to challenge in the second race of the day. Much different track as we talked about, and with that in mind, even if the car maybe isn't perfect here in this first race of the day, could take a big step forward in race number 2. Maybe Spa's a bit more of a specialty, or the car is better suited for it. So in any event, this is the balance that has to be struck between aggression, wanting to get the best result here, but also thinking big picture and trying to bank those points.
Well, and I think the other thing is we have to remember that when you head to Spa, that's going to be a different setup on these cars. So maybe you just missed the window here at Circuit of the Americas, and that could have happened. And as opposed to heading to Spa, where they may have a different setup and it'll come down to work a little bit better.
Checking in here on the 13th place car, I believe that's Hickman in the BMW. Bit of a quiet day. That's not altogether a bad thing when others have had misfortune, just to be able to plug along and get the laps logged. Good looking livery on that car with the black and the teal and the white.
That's almost a Turner Motorsport pedigree. I think. At least it looks very similar from what I saw. Jacob Little, Vandalay Racing Industries Racing, another one of the drivers that we've seen quite a few times. Daniel Gutierrez in the Mercedes-AMG, trying to close down on that purple Ford Mustang GT3. Not quite close enough to make anything of hay, but we've got a battle here, as that's Jake Cummings able to get by Edwin Onofre.
How about that? That came out of nowhere. Had been simmering in the background, and then all of a sudden it came to a boil, and that position has swapped around. Really impressive stuff, but it's not done yet. They're going to try and fight back here. Onofre in the slipstream here should have a chance for a rebuttal at the top of the hill.
Should have a chance for it, but it does look like Cummings is stretching his legs ever so slightly. Are we going to see a poke to the inside from Onofre? No. He chooses to stay in line and just keep everything going the way he wants to. Maybe looking for another opportunity. I think those opportunities may be passing him by. Jake Cummings looks like he's got the speed to pull away.
Yeah, he does. Now just needs to manage that gap for the final 4 minutes. Probably too much to ask for to get up and challenge the top 2, but a podium result in race 1 of this doubleheader day to settle the PRI eSports Invitational. That's a pretty good position to be in. Bank those points and go race at Spa this afternoon with a chance to take home the big prize.
Yeah, again, it's not losing sight of the big prize. This is a points-paying pair of races, so you don't want to absolutely toss everything away. And Onofre thinking about a little bit of a move there into turn 11, but I don't think that's going to play. Now he's going to tuck behind the slipstream. We'll see if maybe he's got a little bit less downforce on the car, can catch up in the slipstream, or maybe the reverse is true. Cummings will be able to pull away.
And while we're watching this, let's not sleep on the fact that Carpenter has run down Lynn, who himself has caught up to Sudik, and actually both of those cars would jump Sudik anyway with the 5-second penalty coming to that machine. So yeah, this is a pretty good fight shaping up there, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then also this one we've got right here in the middle of the screen as well, between the 2 Mustang drivers that are fighting for the final step of the podium.
Onofre getting real squirrely there, coming down into the right-hander. Very, very lucky to be able to hold out of that Tech Sport Academy number 99. Here's Jacob Martin, a little bit farther down in the field. Kind of an island unto himself, the lone Lexus, doing a solid job, though, in 10th.
This is the oldest car in the field. It debuted in 2017, and remarkably, has never had an official Evo in its lifespan. There were some tweaks given to it in the first couple of years of its existence to bring it into a more competitive window. They did have some struggles with that early on, but there's never been an official Evo package for that Lexus RCF GT3, and it's not done racing. It's got at least one more year racing in championships like the World Endurance Championship coming up in 2026.
Yeah, so that car's still going to have some legs in it. Unfortunately, one car that looks like they may have lost a little bit of those legs is Edwin Onofre. I don't think he's going to be able to catch back to the back of Jacob Cummings here, as it just looks like the Tech Sport Academy driver may have lost out in that battle. I think he's going to have to settle for no better than 4th.
Well, that said, keep on plugging along. There's still a couple of minutes left. Somebody up front could have an issue, or could potentially have some lap traffic to contend with for the front runners. In fact, I think that's exactly what we're looking at right here, as Moaning, with his lead of nearly 20 seconds, is starting to run down. I think it's Gutierrez, possibly, the 11th placed car. Certainly one of the handful of Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evos we have in this field. And so there is that level of peril that still is out there. They have to work through this lap traffic here before it's all said and done, but Moning will know he's in no particular hurry here with the massive lead that he's working with.
Yeah, and especially having that other car as a buffer in between. Now, I do believe that Moning will be coming to the white flag lap here. This should see 1 lap to go given by race control. So that means that Moning's really only got to put this together for 1 more set of 3.4 miles. And, well, he's just got to keep doing what he's been doing, and he'll be golden.
Lynn and Carpenter are clear of Sudik now, so that's positions 7, 8, and 9 changing hands. And then we have, I think, a potential there for a few more battles just outside of the top 5 before it's all said and done. And they've got close to 2 laps still to go as Moning starts on his final tour of Circuit of the Americas of the event.
20 seconds left on the clock. We will complete the lap that these drivers are on. And, yeah, Lynn and Carpenter wouldn't really have mattered that much because if you remember, Sudik does have that 5-second tie penalty that we will have to serve. But nonetheless, love seeing this side-by-side, focused in here on Michael Moning, really locked in. A little bit of a bobble there coming through the S's, but just keeping things under control on the outside.
Great to see the picture-in-picture, watching him at work, just checking those mirrors, checking to make sure everything looks like it's on the up and up. No traffic to contend with here in the immediate future, and at this stage, just half a lap to go at Circuit of the Americas in what would be a picture-perfect start to the event for the race leader.
Yeah, you really can't do any better than what we've seen Michael Moning be able to do, lapping the field all the way to about 14th position, really being able to get that good run through the field. And he hasn't been challenged since the drop of the green flag. And I think further solidifying that is the fact that we've got Mustangs 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a very, very competitive outing for the American brand.
That tells a story in itself, doesn't it? When the race started, it was Ford and Ferrari back-to-back, first and second, third and fourth. But the Ferraris have dropped down the order, and we did wonder if maybe one of the two would be better over the full duration of a 30-minute race, and I think we've had that question answered.
I think we have as well, but here comes Moning down into turn 19 for the final time. Picture perfect line. He's going to come down into turn 20. Coming to that different finish line than it is the start line. He will come across the stripe right now, and there is the face of concentration. A little bit of a slip and slide at the end, but a big thumbs up and a fist in the air for Moning. Going to have some fun there. We've got a little bit of a battle to focus in on. Austin Carpenter and Lynn. This is going to be the one to decide P7.
Yeah, I thought this one was shaping up to be pretty good. A couple of Astons here fighting amongst themselves. Carpenter's been the man on the move. He's made passes where, frankly, we weren't sure you could get it done earlier in this race, and right now he's just heaping the pressure on, but time is not on his side. Just a few more corners to negotiate. Lynn trying to hang on to 7th place.
And there's a little bit of a tighter line for Austin Carpenter. He thought he was going to be able to poke his nose down to the inside of 17 and 18, but it didn't play out. Carpenter's still looking for that angle of attack coming down through turn 19. I think Lynn has done just enough to be able to keep him at bay, though, and indeed, there is the number 30 Aston Martin coming to the stripe. He will cross over the line to take the checkered flag. Carpenter will have to do no better than 8th.
Still a really good recovery from Carpenter, considering that car was pointed the wrong direction dead last at the end of, well, not even at the end of the first lap. It was at the end of the first corner of the first lap. So nice job to fight back without any kind of intervention to bunch the field up or anything like that. That was just on raw pace, and I think that's a car you're quite right to identify as one to keep an eye on when we get to the second race of the doubleheader this afternoon.
Yeah, and I certainly think that in terms of that car, we're going to have to really, really focus on qualifying. He gets good qualifying. This could be somebody to challenge Michael Moning. But at the end of the day, Ryan, a great display of sim racing here from all of these drivers. We love to be able to see it. And we'll be taking a quick little break away from everything for a while. We'll be back with you, though, at about 2 o'clock. That's when we'll have free practice opening up for the runs at Spa-Francorchamps. It'll be at 3:20. It will be qualifying for race 2, and then race 2 itself will get going at 3:50. And then, of course, world-famous podiums to follow thereafter. So on behalf of DJ Clark and Ryan Marine, we want to thank you for joining us both on the GT World YouTube as well as here at the PRI SIM Racing Arena. We will see you back on stream and live at about 2 o'clock.
about it, all action. Wholehearted, no fraction. Beat about it like a caption. Last stand. Top of the line, walking around it, ain't talking about it, they talking about it, we winning again. Creating the crime, breaking the line, pushing right through. The crown is mine. It's grind time. It's grind time.
Certainly BMW versus Corvette. The advantage is with the BMW on a long ball up the front straight here.
Following qualifying, it'll be a long day, but 90 minutes to try and claw back up to the front of the field.
Doesn't force it here a little bit. He swing out wide here on his final exit of this corner.
All award winners in the various classes behind Stevens, Philip Ellis, and Austin Free.
Well, it's so cool to be back here at Circuit of the Americas. This has been home to a US Grand Prix since 2012. It's an amazing facility here. You've got the enormity of the state itself.
There's the green flag. They fan out early. Oh, this is a big move on the inside. Big move around the outside. That's McDonald, DST Racing. Meanwhile, a spin further back in the pack. Oh, I think that's it. It's pretty wide in front of them. Wow, that was second, third, and fourth on the road. Somehow they sort it all out in the order.
Beautiful.
But can Halen keep it within track limits? Yes, he can.
Be impressive to watch him. He's got amazing overtaking skills, a great racecraft.
This is where the Mercedes has been so strong. That set him up to put the power down and get alongside
inside the BMW. He's going to take advantage of it. It has to be soon. Those tires are almost up to temp now.
Just sensational racecraft there.
He comes across and snares the win by 1.5 tenths of a second.
Wow, that was awfully tight.
They have announced their presence as championship contenders. Last year's
Open your eyes, look in the skies, we bout to make it divide. I came with a tribe, I'm ready to, they want me dead or alive, yeah. Somebody warn them, this is the future. I pulled up in a DeLorean. Yeah, I know you know just how the whole story is. Legendary, I need a historian. This how you start up a riot. If you don't believe it, then try us. We throwing shots at Goliath. We never break, we just break up the silence. Yeah, here ain't no way to avoid. We on a mission, go seek and destroy. Suited and booted, I came with the boys. Oh yeah, you know that it's on. Now it's time. It's pandemonium. Tell them that we bout to ride. It's pandemonium. We gonna set it on fire. It's pandemonium. We bout to make it a riot. It's pandemonium. Is it a bird or a plane? Yeah, that mean we out of range. Painting the stars with our name. Yeah, we gon' take this to the grave. We got the fuel for the flames. Let them know it's not a game. About to blow this thing way out of proportion. Yeah, we going out with a bang. Tell them evacuate, we bout to detonate. They need a moment to calibrate. No, you ain't out of that caliber. We need a challenger. Laying that hammer like Gallagher. You talking on the way. Storming the streets and they packing it up. Applying the pressure, we ready to bust. We running it, oh yeah, we running it up. Now it's time. It's pandemonium. Tell them that we bout to ride. It's pandemonium. We gonna set it on fire. It's pandemonium. We bout to make it a riot. It's pandemonium.
One of the great tracks in North American road racing, Calvin. This place has so much history, and it's a real challenge for all involved.
It's old school to a sense. It's very much on the edge around this racetrack. Big high speeds, lots of elevation changes.
Lightning strikes over the course of this week so far. Some wild thunderstorms have rolled through here from time to time, but it hasn't dissuaded the fans. They come out to celebrate. PIR, Virginia International Raceway. It's Philip Ellis. Fired up. Battle was on, raging down into turn number one. It looked like it might be 3 wide for a while, but Chauncey had his nose chopped off. Ellis able to hang on to the
Forces his way through. No, he doesn't. He gives it up. Almost margy-bargy there.
Boy, that was tight in a really treacherous part of this racetrack, but they come through on the other side. Here comes Chauncey again. Porsche forced out wide, now vulnerable to the Mercedes, charging up the inside.
Welcome back to PRI, folks, here in the Convention Center, and welcome back to everybody watching on GT World YouTube as well as Twitch. My name is DJ Clark, joined here by Ryan Marine. We've gotten through practice for the morning. Hope you've enjoyed the replay of the action yesterday, and we are about ready to go qualifying for GR Cup North America at Road Atlanta, a new circuit for us this year. Excited to be back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and it's going to be a fun time to see what these GR Cup cars are able to do.
Yeah, really a great track, one of the classics in North America, and has been for many years, and it just keeps getting better with some of the upgrades that they've made to the circuit over the last decade or so. But as far as the action on the track, it's hard to get better than what you get at Road Atlanta. I echo your sentiments. I'm very excited that it's on the real-world SRO America calendar next year for the first time in a very long time, and I think this has been a popular decision from just about everybody I've talked to in the paddock.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic, and we're really, really looking forward to it, and that, of course, is going to be coming in early June, so keep your eye on that. We've been showing the schedule, of course, over the course of the year, and for everything else that we are going to be racing, pretty much status quo. We're going back to Sonoma, Circuit of the Americas, as always, Sebring International Raceway. We do have the change out there going to Road Atlanta, Road America, as always, Barber Motorsports Park, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to end the year, and, of course, GR Cup North America is going to make a little trip over to the first annual Grand Prix of Arlington. Very excited to be a part of that multi-bill.
Yeah, that is a really exciting news for the championship to get to be on the IndyCar bill that weekend and get to add a street course to the calendar once again for the first time since Nashville was on the calendar a couple of years ago. So that is big news, and also we'll see the McLaren Trophy Series make a trip down to the Miami International Autodrome on the support bill with Formula One next year. So it's a busy, busy year in 2026 for SRO Motorsports America in the real world. Certainly true in the virtual world as well, where sim racing has been a big part of the ethos of SRO America now for going on a half a decade at this point.
Yeah, it's really been since the pandemic that everything has really kicked off, and we've been able to lock into that, and we are so excited to partner with Toyota once again this year to bring you the Toyota GR Cup North America GR Cup eSports League. That'll be happening over the course of the year, and for the most part, it will be the weekends before the races in person, so keep your eye open for that. Be able to keep that streaming along and coming along. Right now, we've got about 13 minutes up on the clock to be able to see what these drivers are able to do. Some names you may have recognized from yesterday, and some names that are new, including two I want to particularly highlight. That being Henry Drury and Will Robusto, two drivers who are very accustomed to these machines in real life, making their sim debut here today.
And we'll see just how much the real-world experience in these Toyota GR Cup cars carries over to the sim. Looking at timing and scoring from the practice session a little earlier, as you might expect, those that typically ply their trade in the virtual world maybe had a slight edge, but great to welcome a couple of real-world Toyota GR Cup drivers to this event to go head-to-head with some of the best sim racers on the continent as well.
Yeah, as we're waiting for those first times to really cross over the board here, we take a look at that beautiful facility of Road Atlanta that you talked about, coming down through the S's. Right now, taking a look at the braking zone into turn 10, 10A and 10B, we should say. Always a hotbed of activity. This is really where I think, particularly in these cars, we always see a lot of overtaking going down into 10A and 10B, but I think in these cars that are a little bit more drafty, for lack of a better term, you're going to see a lot of action going down into those corners.
I agree. I mean, the field in the practice session was quite condensed in terms of the best lap times. Half a second covered the top 7 or 8 in the field in that practice session, and if you can stay roughly in that half a second delta of the cars you're racing with, that draft can bring you back into the mix. I expect we're going to have some battle packs form and stay pretty close together over the course of the 30-minute race that's upcoming. And to a degree, that could play a factor here in qualifying too. If you
get the gap just right where you're not hindered in the corners by the traffic ahead, but you can get that aerodynamic toe down some of the straightaways at Road Atlanta. That could very much be to the benefit of the driver trying to set a fast lap here in qualifying.
Yeah, and these cars, we should be clear about what they are. These are ostensibly GR86 cars that are quite literally taken off the Toyota production line and then taken over to the facility in Charlotte, North Carolina. They are then, you put in a couple of safety bits, a roll cage, a little bit more racing bits as well, SATF sequential gearbox, as well as some Bosch tuning bits and here and there, and then you send them out on the track, as well as the fixed rear wing that we see as well. But these are pretty much as close to factory room cars as you're going to get. It's a great one-to-one comparison and a great display of Toyota achievement. These cars race incredibly. They look fantastic, and they are always one of the highlights of any weekend.
Exactly. 2.4-liter four-cylinder power plant in these cars, and I think you mentioned that, that they start life on the assembly line in Japan, get shipped to North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, then they're trucked to Joe Gibbs Racing in North Carolina. That's where the safety equipment gets installed into these cars. Then they're returned to Toyota Racing Development to put the final bells and whistles on the car and turn them loose. Back when this series was launched, at least, back in 2023, the car sold for roughly $125,000. Now, things have changed in the subsequent years, but still, that's a relatively cheap price point to go pro racing, and it's proven to be a really good jumping-off point for a lot of young drivers trying to make this a career, because in addition to it being a relatively cheap entry level to the championship, Toyota really supports the GR Cup with major purses. They support drivers that have success and promote them up through the ranks. And for that reason, this has become an increasingly popular starting point for those drivers that are maybe looking to get into 10 tops coming out of open-wheel racing or even out of karting.
Well, and if you look at the first two champions we had in this GR Cup North America Series, and that, of course, being the likes of Gresham Wagner and Tyler Gonzalez, we saw that promotion in action this year in Pirelli GT4 as those two drivers were able to come alive and team up for Rafa Racing in a Toyota GR Supra GT4, and they got a couple of race wins, and they took that championship right to the line with CrowdStrike, with Random Vandals Racing CrowdStrike machine. So really good to be able to see them carrying that along, and we can't wait to see what the newest champion of the series, Weston Workman, is able to do, as he has recently been crowned our newest champion with a incredible run this year, really kicking off at Sebring International Raceway. Hadn't won a race up to that point, got the doubleheader that weekend, won both races, and then just went on a tear.
Yeah, we always had the sense he'd been a runner-up many, many times in GR Cup racing over the previous couple of seasons. We always had the sense if he could get a breakthrough, then that would lead to big things to come, and that's exactly what happened. Really promising young talent. Excited to see what's next for him as he continues within the Toyota racing family. Meanwhile, eyes on the virtual racetrack here in a lurid slide for Brewer, who went on quite a wild ride and has to get towed back to the pit lane. That's going to be a bit of a setback there as time is of the essence. This is a short, sharp qualifying session, just 15 minutes to try and set your best lap, and ultimately qualifying super important with a short race to come, just 30 minutes in length.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see kind of what we normally see from a lot of these GR Cup races in real life. That break point, probably about the 7th place position, is where you're going to want to be. You're going to want to make sure that you are ahead of that and make sure you are above that cutoff line to be in contention for the race. If you find yourself below that, it's not out of the realm of possibility. You can kind of leapfrog your way forward, but it's definitely going to be a lot harder to be able to do. Watch right now, drivers work their way down the backstretch, and as Ryan said earlier, this is going to be a pretty heavy drafting area. Coming down here, these cars don't have a lot of aerodynamic fiddly bits on them. They're relatively mechanical grip intensive in the way that they run, so I would not be surprised if we do see a little closer running than we saw in some of the GT3 machines, where you did see that have to back off a little bit, particularly looking at tracks like Spa-Francorchamps coming around Pujol or corners like that where they are having problems. But right now, looking good for these drivers, and I think we're going to be in for a close race.
Well, that was again the case in practice. Rather, the field was very closely grouped together, and look, the nature of a lower horsepower series like this, where everyone's got the same car, you're going to have the field bunched up nicely, and that's great for us. We'll have plenty of action to chronicle over 30 minutes of racing that's coming up here shortly. Seeing some lap times, I think something in the low to mid 33s is likely to be good enough to go for pole position based at least on what we saw in the practice session. Right now, it is Polasek quickest of the group. Had a good day yesterday, racing at a much different platform and a very different car, but some of that's carrying over here to today, perhaps, at least in terms of some momentum. And Polasek really quick here with the opening lap at 33.434, and just scanning the timing screen here, I don't see anything else that can contend with that. Just a few tenths clear of the next closest competitor.
No, and you know, I think to your point about Polasek, this is really a learning car. This is what we like to call a momentum-based car. Not a lot of horsepower underneath the hood, about 200 there or thereabouts, as you said earlier. And so that means that if you make a mistake coming through a corner, you're not able to slam the pedal down and just regain some of that speed. You have to carry momentum through the corner to maximize the lap time. And if you don't do that, you're going to find yourself losing a lot of lap time. And so for these drivers, they really need to execute well. And what you learn here in GR Cup can transfer on quite easily.
This is a look at Soto coming into the pit lane. Best time so far for car 7, a 134.260. That should be somewhere right around the middle of the pack, maybe in the upper half of the field as it stands at the moment. Still 4.5 minutes to go, and several cars are out on track, still looking to improve upon their lap times and try and lock in a good starting position for today's 30-minute contest.
Yeah, and if you do see a couple of those drivers that don't have times, we do have to remember we are running on the iRacing simulator here, and if you do pick up an off-track on your qualifying lap, that will automatically discount your lap. It's what we call a 1X or 1 incident point. You will not be counted for that lap. And so that could be what we're seeing from the likes of Singh and Hickman here. But the rest of the field, as we look down this order, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of low 34s. This is going to be very, very tight running.
Yeah, that 1X situation I know only too well from my ill-fated attempts at competing in esports occasionally. Yeah, you're right. It is super bunched together. That is a bit of an outlier lap for Polasek to be a few tenths clear of the rest of the field. But again, the beauty of these cars, even if you are a couple of tenths clear on pure pace, as long as the cars behind aren't too busy battling amongst themselves and they can stay in the slipstream, it's going to be very difficult for the leader to pull away.
Well, and let's not forget that we also may see a little bit of cooperation among some of these drivers, a little bit of pushing and bumping, as it were. That's not out of the realm of possibilities. Now, the rule in real life is that you are not allowed to lock bumpers. That is the rule. So you're not going to necessarily see the sort of traditional cup-style super speedway racing, restrictor plate racing. You're not going to see that in the real world, but on the sim, those rules are off. So we may see a little bit of that locking bumpers and getting a full bump draft coming down this back straightaway.
Yeah, that's a great way to work together, and especially if you do see somebody scampering off into the distance, the next cars in line probably will start to cooperate for a little bit of time at least to try and run down that breakaway driver at the front of the field and make sure that it's a competitive race to the checkered flag. Still 2 minutes, 14 seconds on the clock here, and Polasek, to my eye at least, with the pace-setting time. Looking to see how many we have in the 33 bracket. I think it's maybe the top 5 that have dropped down into the 33s, and those range from that 33.4 up to a high 33 and a 33.9. And you get to the next group that are all clustered there together in the low 34s. And yeah, this is shaping up to be really competitive stuff.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see that breakaway, the car breakaway that we normally do see. You'll see a big group kind of start to separate themselves a little bit, maybe play nice in the early stages of the race, and then come together a little bit more later on. We do take a look there. It's Polasek, Janney, Menning, Menzies, and Campbell, your top 5 at the moment. A little change of the timing and scoring screen there, but about 1 minute and 22 seconds left to go on the clock. I'm not seeing a whole lot of time times being set down by these drivers. I think everybody's pretty happy with how things are, and they're just taking these last couple of minutes to sort of regather, recoup themselves, and get themselves calm again before they go racing.
And taking a look over the shoulder at the racers that have assembled here, and you're right, don't see anybody really working hard at this point. I think it's all about getting situated, getting set for the race that's to come. And again, like yesterday, 2 races here today, but unlike yesterday, DJ, I was told we don't have a points format to determine a winner of this event. Yesterday, you scored points across the 2 events to determine the winner of the race yesterday. 2 separate podiums, which means you're going to be a busy guy here before too much longer.
It's more for the folks here at PRI. You get to hear 2 DJ Clark podiums for the price of 1. It's a good day for everybody if that is the case. Yeah, to your point, I actually see a couple of drivers up out of their rigs kind of chatting and talking with each other, which I always love to see that a little bit more. And they are getting everything together.
Did get one message that one of the competitors is switching to a different rig as well, trying to work through a couple technical gremlins. And look, to put an event of this scale on, it is a monumental task, to say the least. You think about all the wiring that's required, all the work that's done to put these rigs together and make sure everybody's racing on an equal footing. And we do have a spare rig or 2 that if something's acting not quite in the way that it should, there's the opportunity then to switch from one to another to make sure that the playing field is as level as possible.
Exactly, and you really want to make sure that that is the case in the same way that we have balance or performance when it comes to racing in GT-style machinery. You want to make sure that we've got a clean, even board for all these drivers. This is really and truly a driver series. These are spec cars. Yes, you can make setup changes. You can do that and do this in the real world and here on the sim. But when both of them come together, it really comes down to what's behind the wheel and how those drivers are going to be able to wheel the car around.
It's another reason that the Real World Series has been so popular, because it is a level playing field. The cars are the same. Yes, there are some setup adjustments that can be made, but it's a relatively small window that you're working within. And so, to your point, it is viewed as a great way to identify driving talent. And that's, again, why Toyota has invested so heavily in this and promoted their champions from within, putting them up to the GT4 level with an eye on bringing them up to the GT3 level. In fact, a few folks that have come through this series in the past got GT3 tests in the Lexus RCF GT3 over the summer last year. And so I think Toyota views this in the same way that they view short circle track racing as a pipeline to get talent all the way up to the higher echelons of NASCAR racing.
Yep.
This is basically the equivalent of that for road racing for Toyota, where they can start to bring some of the young talent into the system, identify who's a promising prospect, and then promote from within.
Yeah, when you want to talk about driver pipeline, there really is nobody better in the business than Toyota and Toyota Racing Development and the GR brand. They have just done a fantastic job really in the last about 20 years or so, bringing everything up, coalescing everything together, and there is no clearer point A to point B style growth pipeline than coming from Toyota, and they are obviously a partner of us here at SRO Motorsports Group America. We are so thankful for them coming on board. We are so thankful for the support that they give in the series, and we are very, very happy to be able to get things together. It sounds like here in a little bit we're going to be joined by a guest, just fixing a few things on the technical side is what it sounds like.
Yeah, working through a couple of things behind the scenes to make sure that we're ready to go for the first of 2 races here today. And so that might give us a chance to speak to some of our real-world SRO America stars that are here on site. Excited, though, speaking of our real-world stars, to have the likes of Henry Drury, who raced full-time in this series 2 years ago and made a cameo appearance in Indianapolis, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Toyota GR Cup. And then Will Robusto had such a great season last year, finished 4th in points in Toyota GR Cup North America. So great to have that representation here on the virtual grid, too.
Yeah, I mean, and it goes to show, and we saw many times over the course of the year drivers coming on into the eSports events for Toyota GR Cup North America and making those events part of their preparation, that they would come in, they would race with us that weekend before, again, to get everything together. I think particularly of Jackson and Ethan Tovo coming in more than a few times. And it not only raises the legitimacy of the esports event itself, as you can imagine, but it also is a great chance for those drivers to just kind of get an idea of what the car feels like on the track. It's never going to be a perfect one-to-one, as we talked about. Different sensory feels, different way that the car is going to handle potentially. Setup changes will be a little bit different, this, that, and the other. But it's a really good way to know, and the biggest thing that I've heard talking to a lot of professional race car drivers, it is the best way to be able to learn how to turn the car, where you need to turn the car, where the course goes, and that kind of thing.
Well, you think about what it was like not so long ago, 15, 20 years ago, before sim racing was quite so prevalent, and the first session you spend on track, if you've never been to that track before, you are quite literally learning which way the track's going to go. Using esports, using sim racing as a tool, you can turn up first day at the racetrack, a track you've never been to in person before, but already know what direction you need to go when you come out of the pits, have some idea of how fast you could approach some of these corners, have some idea where the big brake zones are, maybe where some of the potential trouble spots are. With the way that rain is modeled these days in iRacing, you kind of know where the puddles are going to form before you ever drive the track in the rain yourself. So it is such a huge leg up that drivers today have that drivers of 15, 20 years and more ago didn't have at their disposal.
Yeah, and you have to balance it a little bit. You can't rely too much on, okay, this is where my braking zone is, or this is where my turn-in point is, because things will shift, and obviously you're dealing with some circuits, and I will give credit here to the likes of iRacing, which does a great job of keeping up to date on as many circuits as possible, but you definitely do have, I think, for example, Sonoma is one of them. I don't believe they've rolled out the rescan of Sonoma, and that new pavement that has gone down, that changes the texture, that changes the way the track plays a lot. And so you have to be able to adapt, but to our point, you know how the track's going to go. You have a relative idea of, okay, this is going to be around the 100-meter board, this is going to be about the 150-meter board, X, Y, Z, all of those kind of things. And it's really, really crucial to be able to have that knowledge coming in, and it just gives you that advantage going forward.
Well, huge step up to have virtual laps on the track before you get there. Gives you a leg up on the competition, that's for sure. Right now, everyone waiting patiently as we get ready for the first of two races here what is today, Friday, right?
Yeah, it's Friday.
It's odd. I
had to do the same thing.
I'm used to being at work on a weekend, and being at work on a weekday is a bit of a strange thing for me. So anyway, yes, on this Friday here at PRI, two races to come for the Toyota GR Cup competitors once again. A lot of the same names that raced yesterday, but a couple new faces, as you've hinted at as well, joining into the fray. And I'm curious to see how the crossover plays out, if those that excelled on ACC yesterday with the GT3 platform yesterday, now with a completely different car and a completely different sim, do some of the same names come to the fore, or do we have a fresh set of faces that are racing at the front?
Well, we did already see Menning up near the top already, and that's not really a surprise with that kind of outright speed. Normally, if you're going to have speed on one simulator, you're going to have, I don't want to say a one-to-one comparison, but you're going to have at least comparative speed. So if you know the tricks to go fast on ACC, you're going to be able to carry that, at least in good ways, over to something like in iRacing. So it is going to be applicable. Maybe not perfectly translatable, but applicable nonetheless. So that'll be really good to be able to see, and I'm excited to see what these drivers are able to do. Again, just kind of waiting here for the moment. Just doing some internet things behind the scenes to make sure everything is working well, and we'll make sure that we are ready to get you that action as soon as we get fired up. Qualifying already completed here for Toyota GR Cup North America, and we just get ready for a little bit more fun as we go racing at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, what a great racetrack, as we talked about a couple of times. Great history there.
continues to see upgrades around the venue. If you ever get the chance to get down to Road Atlanta, just a fantastic place to go watch racing. One of the best venues, I would say, in North America, maybe a bit underrated globally. I don't know what you think about that. I know a lot of folks they talk to that come to the States from overseas, they put places like Road America and Watkins Glen and Laguna Seca at the top of their list for venues in the U.S. I'm not sure Road Atlanta gets enough love. It is a really special place and a challenge as well, no matter what type of car, and anything from a high-speed, high downforce prototype down to something like a Toyota GR86. There's a challenge for you no matter what kind of car you turn up in.
Yeah, it's always something fun to be able to drive there. I think it's one of the circuits, frankly, that I use when iRacing comes out with a new car. It's one of the ones that I go to, because I know it's got a good blend of a little bit of everything that I can go and be able to trial on. I'll tell you, I have been there to see historic cars. I have been there to see Trans Am cars. I have been there to see a multitude of cars. And to your point, no matter what you put on the raceway at Road Atlanta, it is going to be a good show no matter what. It's a beautiful, beautiful facility, wonderfully maintained. The new media center is spectacular to be able to see, and it's always a place that is just kind of fun. It also helps that it is in Atlanta, which is a huge metropolitan airport, so it's easy to fly to.
Right, easy to get to for sure. Not a bad drive from the airport out to the racetrack either. Pretty easy to get there. So that's one of the greats for sure. And then our second venue here today, Sonoma Raceway, another classic, opened in 1968 and has hosted top-level motorsport really ever since. First race ever held there was at SCCA Club Racing Enduro, December 1st of 1968. And then the history just continues to grow from there. You think about some of the best that have raced and won there, especially the NASCAR history there. Yeah. Maybe unique to road courses in the U.S. It's probably best known for its stock car racing rather than open wheel or sports cars.
Yeah, I mean, there was a history of Indy running there for a number of years. That was the season finale. That has changed out a little bit in recent memory, but it is... it is primarily known as a stock car facility when you come to racing on a road course, and it puts on a great show. I mean, and talk about what a wonderful sequence of events coming up turn 1 and 2, just absolutely having to throw that car into the corner. Wonderful to be able to see at speed. We've seen so many drivers that have really held on to everything and tried to keep things together. It's a real test of character, that first sector on that track.
Yeah, definitely. Talk about elevation change. I mean, that climb up the hill in turn 1, I mean, you're basically driving straight into a hill, almost not quite a mountain, but certainly a major hill, and a lot of blind corners there, very technical, very, very challenging. And, that first sequence there is really daunting. I think even in the sim gets that quite well, just how blind it is. You have to get that rhythm just right in order to position the car correctly. And if you get to the top of the hill and you haven't positioned yourself correctly, you're in a whole lot of trouble without much time to react.
Well, one of my favorite things about it is that you really have to go up that hill, apply the brakes just right, and trust that the car is going to turn for you when you go into turn 2. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination, and it's hard to get right.
I think trying to see if we have a guest coming to join us here. Might be just a few moments away from that.
We will wait and see. I am seeing a little bit more movement out of the simulator, so we may be back to racing conditions here shortly. Not sure what our status is on some of our technical gremlins that we are attempting to sort out, but we thank you for sticking with us. We thank you for getting on through everything, and we continue right now to get ready. We do have a guest coming up to join us. It is the man, the myth, the legend, the champion of Pirelli GT4, Kevin Bohm. Welcome up to the stage, my friend. It's good to have you here.
I think it's on.
Yep, we're getting it on.
Oh, now it's on. I heard you.
Yeah.
All right, here we are. I don't have to normally hold a microphone, so
Well, you're doing well so far. How's PRI treating you?
Oh, it's been great. You know, I think I did about 16,000 steps yesterday, so my legs are a little tired already, but hey, we'll just keep going. But it's been great. Been catching up with a lot of familiar faces, a lot that we don't get to see or don't have time during a race weekend to spend a lot of time with. So what a great place to come and just be able to network and just get in touch with everybody.
Got your championship-winning race car right in front of us.
That's right. Yeah, I was. I thought it might come, but I never actually got confirmation that it would be here until I saw it posted online. So it's pretty bittersweet to see the car that we won the championship with not too long ago here in Indy. So
Still got a donut on the door.
I was going to say.
Where did that come from? Do you remember that?
Yeah, you'll have to talk with Kenton about that. I think I don't know about that one at all.
That wasn't you?
No, it really wasn't me.
Okay.
Believe it or not, I think I did a pretty good job of keeping the car clean this year. I think last year I knocked a lot of the dive planes off pretty regularly, but I think I only owed the team about 4 of them this year. So I did a good job, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious what it has been like. You're obviously somebody that is no stranger to championship celebration, but what has this one been like for you?
Well, I mean, they're all unique in their own way. I think this one was probably the hardest one to get. So it kind of, it's hard to say. I mean, it's so we work so hard for every championship, and it took us 3 years to get the championship in GT4, and we were racing against just tough competition that kind of changed year to year. And I think we were the kind of consistent title runners every year, and I think to be consistent and to finally pull it off, it was just almost a relief to know that we could have done it a couple years before, and to finally do it, it was more relief than anything. And this year, kind of going into Indy, we had such a big points lead. We knew that we were pretty much guaranteed to win the championship, but it wasn't done yet. So it was also a little bit strange because the celebration happened simply by starting the race. We got the points we needed to clinch the championship, so it wasn't like we needed to cross the finish line in some dramatic fashion to do it. So it was more just, I would describe it as relief this year that we finally did it.
Well, compare and contrast that to the year before where it did come down to the wire and things didn't break your way. I'm sure it was quite nice to not have that stress going into the final couple of races of the weekend.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, when you think back to the previous year, I mean, we were in a position to get the championship, and it just slipped out of our fingers in the last 20 minutes of the race. And that was a whole different feeling that I had to deal with in the entire off season. And it was really just when that kind of thing happens, you just want to get to the next race and just start making up for it. And fortunately, this year we don't have any of that feeling. I think it's nice to be able to just know that, yeah, we're the champion right now, that we were unbeaten. So yeah, it's a complete different feeling here in the off season. There's no regret. There's no I wonder what it could have been, or if we would have done this different. It's so much more rewarding for all the hard work we did in the beginning of the season to give us such a huge point lead to come into the final race of the season and just clinch it.
Let's go back to the beginning. I think your story is a fascinating one because you came through amateur club racing. You're a national champion at that level, stepped into pro racing at the lowest rung of SRO America, the TCA class as it was known then in TC America, and have won championships in touring cars, and now all the way up to the GT4 level where you won the championship this year. That to me is proof positive that a grassroots driver can live the dream and go from the club level of motorsports all the way up to the highest level of pro racing, and through a combination of luck and talent and being in the right place at the right time, rise through the ranks and start to win these titles. That has to be an inspiration for so many racers out there.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it really is, and I was definitely dreaming about winning championships when I was a kid, watching some of the big races on TV, and it seemed like such a distant thing that was had very little probability, but I never gave up on a dream, and I just one at whatever level that I could achieve at that time, and then tried to see what kind of doors that opened up at each level. And I would say that no two of my championships were anything alike. Not any of them from the amateur level. Every year there was a different arch rival. There was a different challenge that had to be overcome. And I think the main thing that I had to learn over the years was I had to keep progressing. I had to keep learning the extra lessons to be able to get us to the next level, to stay competitive, to keep making the business side work. It's never can I just sit and relax. I've got to keep learning. I've got to keep expanding the experience level, and I think that's really what got us to winning the championship this year was really just taking a different approach to the entire season in GT4, and just trying to set the performance level apart and really just battle for every single point, every single lap, every single race of the whole season. Didn't want to leave it up to having a really important finish at the end of the year. And I think just all of those lessons over the years and years and years of racing have got us to the point where we've been able to win these championships.
With that in mind, what's next?
That's a good question.
It's the only kind I ask, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good options on the table this year, which is fantastic to think about. And I think some of the conversations are happening here, which is great. But yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit. It could be there could be some great things coming in the future, but a little bit early for me to be able to even put a pulse on what next year could be yet.
No, hopefully it's something exciting. I'm looking forward to learning when it becomes official. We're here, of course, at the PRI SIM Racing Arena, and I know you've dabbled in eSports over the years, going back to GT Rivals back during 2020 when all of us were stuck racing at home and not at the racetrack. Where does sim racing fit in your preparation, in what you do? Is it a tool in the toolbox?
Absolutely. I mean, I think before every one of these events, the sim is very critical to refamiliarize kind of some of the lessons that I've learned at every single track. Every track has little characteristics, little things you have to, the curbs, the bumps, the reference marks, the details that you have to consider to really expand the limit of the car. You can practice all that in the sim too, just to get your mindset in the right place. And I think I personally try to stay away from really focusing on trying to match lap times between the sim and the real world. It's more about trying to practice the approach that I'm going to take when I get to the track in the real world. So if I practice the way that I'm going to practice in real life, or I practice the way that I'm going to race in real life in the sim, that seems to translate really well for me to be able to show up at the event. We don't have a ton of track time sometimes, or the track time goes away, so you have to be able to show up and take advantage of whatever time you get. And then especially in GT4 America, we're changing drivers, so it's not like a 45-minute session. You get all of it. You might get 10 minutes or 15 minutes if there's a yellow or a red flag or something. So I use the sim to try to just get up to speed as fast as I can.
Kind of like we were talking about earlier, that's exactly what it was. So I am curious, when you get into the sim, how much do you have to change your mentality about driving? We were talking a little bit earlier about, the seat of the pants feel and that kind of thing. It's obviously a different tactile feedback. Do you have to consciously turn those switches, or is that something you're sort of able to naturally do?
No, it comes pretty natural for me because, I was sim racing before I got to drive in a real car, so I think for me, I've always picked up on being able to feel slides in a sim using the eyes, being able to see a slide or be able to feel it and I could see. I kind of picked up that skill because I didn't start with force feedback. That was way before that existed when I started sim racing. So you had to feel slides a lot different. Now you have really good force feedback that helps a lot, but often it's really hard to make that feel like it does in the car, so I still often rely on that kind of seeing the slide, which is nice because that works in real life as well. It's just another kind of data point. So it's you miss something here, but you gain something or focus. So it comes pretty natural. It's what I did from the very beginning, and I don't even think about it, to be honest.
What was the first sim you drove?
Oh man, there's probably one of the like NASCAR
Yeah.
2001, or I think there was IndyCar, there was Sports Car GT,
Yeah.
and I think GT or what was it called? Legend Car, I think.
Oh.
So that was the one
Grand
of the
Prix Legends?
Grand Prix Legends.
Yeah,
That's it. Yeah,
that's a classic.
Yeah,
That is a
I love that.
And that is going back, I mean, that's the same stuff I grew up on, too, way before any of this direct drive force feedback, right? And
On a joystick. That's how I did it.
You know what? That was my first one, too, was on the joystick my dad had for his flight simulator, and then we tried to use it for IndyCar Racing 2 and stuff like that, and eventually he got tired of it and shelled out for the wheel, which I think I used more than he did. But, yeah, and it's amazing how it's grown since those early days, and it comes pretty darn close to replicating what you feel in the real car, but you're sitting at home, you could be in your pajamas, not in a fire suit.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot cooler in the sim than it is in the race car. I know our car, there was times this season that it was 130 degrees inside the car, and we're wearing the 4 layers of clothes. So, I mean, it gets hot in there, and I've not had to experience that in the sim yet.
Do you put on all your stuff at home, to try and simulate what it's going to be like?
No.
You've never done that?
I've never considered that at all.
I'm the only one who's done that at this table then, huh? Nope, all right. Yeah, just for the immersion, right?
Exactly.
No.
The real race car driver's looking down on us right now.
Yeah. All right. Maybe it was a sillier notion than we realized. Well, it looks like we are getting close to starting this race, so Kevin, we'll let you go. I know you're a busy guy with a million things to do here at PRI, but congratulations on a fantastic year. Thanks for spending some time with us, and can't wait to see what's next.
Thanks, guys. Really, really a pleasure to be up here. I know we get to spend a lot of time in different locations at the race weekend, so nice to sit here and chat with you guys. Really appreciate it.
Anytime at all. You're
fantastic.
2025 Pirelli GT4 America's Silver Class Champion for Random Vandals Racing. Kevin Boehm, his race car is right down there. You can check it out, and I think he'll be hanging out a little bit. Maybe you could ask him some questions if you're here at PRI and are so inclined to learn a little bit more about his car. So, Kevin, we'll let you get back to what you got to do, because, DJ, we've got a race to call.
That we do. It is Polasek and Chaney up on the pole right now. Menning and Menendez right behind them. Going to try to close on in, and just like that, we're ready to get going. It's on the formation lap. They come around and they get into the acceleration zone. Green flag flies. We are racing at Road Atlanta, and look at that. It's a big jump up front from Onofre. No, excuse me, Drury trying to get it. We're going to have to wait on the timing and scoring. I think it's shuffling around a little bit right now. Polasek is in the lead, then Menning, Chaney, and Menendez trying to be able to hold in as much as possible. They're coming up over the crest of this turn 2 sequence. This is always a brutal one.
Oh, totally. Blind on turn in, and then great rhythm down through this part. Big plunge down the hill, leading to this next technical complex where it's easy to get out wide and get into some trouble. Single file here, where you really need to be single file. Good job by this field to get a nice clean start to the race, and now off and running down to the first big passing zone.
Yeah, this is down into turn 7. You kind of go down the hill there, a little bit compression in the car, trying to keep it together as much as possible. Polasek still out into the lead. Menning trying to close in behind, but this is the battle right now. Menezes and Campbell, I think, third on back. Keep an eye on this. Don't count out Lynn or Cummings as well as they fly down this back straightaway. Here's where that big draft is going to come into play, Ryan.
A lot of familiar names from our racing yesterday running up towards the front. Polasek, who had a good run in race 1 yesterday on ACC, didn't have the best race number 2, leads this field. Battle is on, though, down the hill, headed towards the chicane.
Chaney trying to be able to get a move on Menning, but a good block there from Menning. Moving proactively, that is always the rule, not in reaction to another driver, but a proactive defensive move is going to be perfectly allowed, and that's exactly what we saw there from Menning. Polasek will lead lap 1. Chaney trying to close in behind, and don't lose sight there of Campbell in 5th place as well. He could be a little threatening as well.
Certainly so. We saw that car, that driver, really quick through it, coming up through the field yesterday, starting
in the mid-pack and is up into the 5th spot right now, giving Menezes a good run. Polasek leads with Menning not too far behind, the winner yesterday in the ACC competition, but everybody all jumbled up here a little bit. Close fight here at the front of this field.
Their way out of the S's right now. Turn 5, this is always such a tricky turn for me. Turn 5 and 6, and you never seem to quite get it right. A couple cars off into the background, and that's what can happen if you get on that loud pedal a little too early. Coming out of the S's, you just drift a little bit wide into 6, and now onto the back straightaway.
Polasek, though, neat and tidy, not making any errors, not making any miscues, trying to pull a bit of a gap out over Menning, which is easier said than done. Janney there sitting in the slipstream now, pulls out a line. This is a challenge for the 2nd spot. Polasek watches this with glee out of the rearview mirror, watching the 2 fight for 2nd and 3rd just behind him.
And this is where that draft is actually going to come into play yet again. Menning able to get the draft off of Polasek, and that's going to kind of stop Janney from getting forward. As soon as I say that, Janney tries to fight back around the outside, going through 10B. They'll now be side by side, and welcome to the battle here for the number 95.
Yeah, that's Menezes creeping into the conversation, makes that outside line, taking a peek around the outside, but has to settle back in. Still 2 wide in front. Campbell coming up into the conversation as well. That's the yellow-nosed machine. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th all together. Polasek pulls away.
Almost 3 wide coming out of turn 1. They hopefully are going to get this back into line. Shuffle around. Big drop back there for Campbell. He and Lynn are scrapping around for about P5 right now. Menezes is going to hold on to 3rd place after that all settles down. Then Menning is shuffled back down to 4th. Campbell is going to be in 5th. Humming 6th. Lynn has dropped down to 7th.
Yeah, not something we said at all yesterday. Menning took the pole in both races and pulled away. Won by a massive margin in both events. And at the moment, though, finds himself with some work to do. Down in 4th. Quite frankly, that group from 2nd down to 5th maybe needs to work together a little bit because Polasek was looking to pull away, but now in the slipstream, he's watching that group close in. Janney in particular now has the gap down to 0.6 of a second.
And I thought for a second when that battle was going to fire off with Menezes and Menning, we were going to actually see a little bit of that cooperation in between the two, some bump drafting that we talked about before the race started down the back straightaway. But unfortunately, it looked like Janney had a different strategy, and it's playing out for him. He's closing in on the back of Polasek, gap down to 0.8 of a second.
That's what it was, actually, I think, at the line. It's come down even more than that when we were looking at the live gaps a second ago. I think it's under a 0.5 second now, and basically it's down to 3 car lengths, 1st down to 2nd. That's how quickly things can change with the slipstream in these Toyota GR86s.
Yeah, you called it right, down to 3.5 of a second. As now they try to sort themselves out coming through that turn 1 area. We see Polasek just continuing to power on here. Here is that number 3 machine of Campbell, shuffled down in the order. He's still got some speed. He may try to charge forward.
Definitely. That's our hard charger from race 1 yesterday. Had a good qualifying effort, but had a spin on the opening lap at Circuit of the Americas in the Assetto Corsa Competizione. Then charged up through the field to get a decent result, and now with the better track position that he ever had in that race, but still some similar work to do, trying to make a couple of positions up here in the early going.
Trying to make up those positions, and of course he will be able to, as you said. So good yesterday. And this is a 30-minute race. This is a little bit more akin to what we do see in Toyota GR Cup North America. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do maybe see a little bit of tire saving going on, trying to hold onto the Continental rubber a little bit more. As these tires are modeled correctly, they do ebb and flow a little bit more than you would expect in real life.
A couple of battle packs starting to form, distinct of one another. Top 9 running in a pack, and then 10th on back running in a cluster as well. And in that second group, that's where you find our real-world drivers that have found each other on the racetrack. They run nose to tail with Drury giving chase, trying to track down Will Robusto. That group currently 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, all running in a group together. But at the front of the field, this is tightened up more than it has since the very start.
Janney's got that gap to under 1/10 of a second. Call it a couple of hairs in between himself and Michael Polasek. Menezes trying to be able to close in as well. And that's going to be a 3-car battle with Menning right there in behind.
Yeah, really good fight here. This top 4 running nose to tail. Will they stay in line and try and pull a gap and settle this amongst themselves, or will they start to squabble and allow Campbell, Cummings, Lynn, Soto, and others to claw up into the mix? Good look from overhead in the virtual copter cam looking down on the Serpentine racetrack at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. It's Polasek leading the way.
Polasek, and he's going to try to hold on as much as possible, but I've got to think here Jani and Menezes are going to be on the attack. Ooh, little bit of a poke to the inside there from that third car in line. That's Menezes trying to see if that 95 can get anything to go, but I think that cost him a little bit of momentum, and now coming down the back straightaway, he may be under pressure from Menning.
Now, the advantage is he does have the slipstream to stay in, and that can help that situation. But now pulls out of line, gets to what will become the inside down the hill. Battle for the lead. Jani nosing ahead. Menezes and Menning also mixing it up for third and fourth.
Noah's Ark down into turn 10. It's going to be Jani that's able to get ahead there in the number 23, able to pull that out. Polasek, Menezes, and Menning. Menning not able to get that pass. He'll stay back in fourth place as they come to the line.
Awesome stuff from Jani, sizing up that move for a couple of laps, got the run, got to the inside, and positioned that car in a place where the corner was his at apex. Able to pull away. The gap 0.6 of a second. The pole sitter and early race leader Polasek now on the back foot for the first time.
Yeah, let's see how he responds in this situation. Now, this isn't something like we talked about yesterday necessarily, where there's going to be a sort of back and forth with running in dirty air. Not a lot of aerodynamic components on these cars. He's going to be able to run relatively okay in a pack. It's largely mechanical grip coming from these Continental tires. But look who's got a great run. That's Tyler Campbell. He's in fifth, trying to take a look onto the back of Menning, going down into the braking zone.
Pokes his nose to the outside. Menning forced to go on the defensive. Tried to make Campbell go the long way around, crossing him over, looking to the inside. That's great stuff. Campbell gets to the inside, and Menning is out wide and off the track.
Menning out wide. That's going to open up the door here for the likes of Soto and Lynn. I think that was, that's Cummings that was able to get on by him. Now Soto's going to try to eye him up. Here they come down the back straightaway, and this is exactly what I talked about with that kind of run. You lose momentum through one of these corners, you lose momentum through the next couple.
Well, that definitely was costly for Menning, dropping back outside of the top five, having run toward the front in this race since the beginning. Now settles into that train, but look at this. The top three now have separated themselves from the rest of the field, and if they can stay single file, maybe pull a bit of a gap, they can settle those podium positions amongst themselves.
And how many times have we seen this in real life? Toyota GR Cup North America Racing, whether it was Western Workman, Jackson Bell, and Will Robusto, throw Lucas Weisenberg into that mix as well, and any combination there or thereabouts. This is exactly the kind of racing that you see on the circuit, and I think here, if you are Polasek and Menezes, what you've got to do is keep calm and don't be too aggressive. You want to keep this together. You want to keep this a breakaway at the front of the field.
And Menezes is at risk, perhaps, of losing that top two. As I say that, Jani really wide there at the top of the hill. Very nearly dropped his right sides into the grass, but was able to pull it back together. Meantime, this is from fourth on back, fighting side by side here as well. Campbell, who had just muscled his way up to fourth, is now under assault. That looks like, is that Cummings perhaps that's putting the pressure on?
Yes, it is. We ride on board with Campbell right now in the number 3, trying to hold on to anything up in front of him from Menezes. Let's see if he's able to do so, but I think he's got to be looking at the rearview mirror more than he's looking forward right now. That said, he's got a nice little gap here. Cummings and Soto look like they may be in a battle, and I think Cummings may have to look at his rear view. Battles throughout the rest of the field, though, continue to be spicy.
And this is all happening well behind the race leader. Top three have truly separated themselves from the rest of the field at this stage. This is the second group, led by Campbell, with Cummings, Soto, Menning, and Lynn all giving chase.
Everybody holding in right now. We take another look back up at the front of the field as the clock ticks down under 20 minutes to go. Jani now under pressure again from Polasek. So this is an ebb and flow up at the front of the field. It's not like we saw yesterday where Menning is just able to scamper off into the distance. This is really very much like a Toyota GR Cup North America race where you've got to keep it together, because the way these cars are constructed and the way the draft works in these cars, you got to keep it tight.
Yep, we've seen that. It's very difficult to pull the gap. Maybe a little bit of a different story when we get to a track like Sonoma later on this afternoon. But for right now, it is about these different groups working together, working in tandem in the draft. Jani, who qualified up toward the front, but just a few laps ago moved to the lead of this race, is maybe pulling away slightly. Polasek trying to keep touch with him, and Menezes has been able to reel that front two back in after drifting off a few moments ago.
All right, we check back on that battle for fourth place. Campbell, Cummings, Soto, Lynn holding on a little bit farther back in the line, but a three-car breakaway between Campbell, Cummings, and Soto. Let's see if anybody decides to poke their nose out of line a little bit early. Here comes Cummings looking to the outside, what will become the inside, and that's also going to bring Soto on through. Campbell is sitting tuck in the middle, trying to pick a lane and not make it wrong. Big move to the inside there for Cummings. He's going to get a nose ahead. Campbell fights back, and it looks like Campbell's going to have the preferred line for now, but look at this. Here comes Youngsie Lin out of nowhere.
Wow, that first group of three kind of all had to check up there to get through the corner together. That opens the door for Lin, who makes it work on the outside, hangs that wide line around and is able to keep his momentum up. Now still too wide, heading down the hill into turn number one.
My goodness, it's still the same order at this point. It's Campbell. Now Soto is shown ahead of Cummings, but I don't think that's anywhere near sorted at this moment. Poking ahead there, and they go a little bit off into the grass goes Cummings. Soto trying to be able to fight back. He's going to look down to the inside of the S's, but this is a one-way street and barely behind Menning slotting in the line.
Yeah, that's what you like to see if you're on the interstate, right? And the lanes are merging from 2 to 1. You want to do that zipper to try and not slow up the traffic. They somehow were able to zipper back together, get into the right formation, and they'll need to do so. This is not helping them at all in terms of trying to keep pace with the lead group. This is now happening over 5 seconds behind the overall lead of the race. Campbell has some separation, but we'll see for how long, because that group of cars, if they stop scrapping, they should be quicker together than he is by himself, and I think we'll see that lead dissipate quite quickly.
I would have to imagine so, but I think this is really all going to come down to Soto in that number 7 machine. Let's see what he does. He's going to go to the inside here. He's going to look on Cummings and try to keep this battle going. Lynn's going to keep an eye on the outside. Side by side, Cummings and Soto. Cummings has the advantage here. Soto's not going to try to press the issue, but Youngsie Lin is coming up to the inside of Soto, and they'll be side by side coming down the hill.
How about that? 2 laps in a row. Lin super opportunistic when traffic breaks his way, gets a run, and picks up a position or two. Had a steam built up, but that was covered off. That was hopefully proactive. The stewards will be taking a look at that move. Lin got his nose chomped off slightly down the front straightaway, but was able to gather it back up and still was embroiled in a battle for position.
And to your previous point there, Ryan, look at what this has allowed for Campbell. He is off and into the distance. Youngsie Lin, though, holding on to what is 7th place. Onofre and Menning trying to scrap right now for 8th place. Looks like Menning's going to hold the advantage through the S's, but an absolute just elbows out battle that we have seen. In contrast, we look up at the front of the field. Jani, Polasek, and Menezes just in single file.
Just got an update. Apologies to, it should be Meniz,
excuse me.
No apologies there, mea culpa, but running a strong 3rd at the moment. Jani, Polasek still controlling this race. Meniz, we really haven't seen challenge the top 2 at this point. I wonder if maybe just keeping the powder dry a little bit, waiting for an opportunity as we get to the final 10 minutes.
Yeah, Meniz, I think is maybe doing what we talked about a little earlier, saving the tires, saving the stuff a little bit. We got to check back in on this battle right now because Soto and Lin going side by side down into turn 10A. A little bit of a defensive move there from Lin. Coming around the outside, though, is Menning. Let's see if he's got it. He's going to try to challenge on Soto. Looks like he's going to have to give up the ghost coming over the crest of the hill.
Good job by everyone to give enough room. This has been tight racing, but it's been fair racing up to this point, just past the halfway mark in the first of 2 races today at the PRI SIM Racing Arena, live from just outside of the field of Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. Great to be here. 2nd day of the event. It's Jani leading the way, but the battle is fierce further back.
Very fierce further back. The battle right now between Menning and Onofre. Looks like Onofre's fallen off the pace a little bit. That's going to give an opportunity for Menning to look onto the back of Soto. I actually think the better battle there may be Soto and Lin. Just a spot up the road. That's 7th and 6th. Oh, those cars are so aggressive coming over those curves.
Yeah, big bump there for sure. That's a wild ride, even in the virtual world, but everyone able to handle that jump up and over the curb. Keep in mind, the physics of these cars has changed dramatically in the last 7 days.
Yes, it has.
iRacing rolling out a major update, and by all accounts, it's been very, very well received, specific to the Toyota GR86. But these drivers probably have quite a bit of seat time in these cars going back over the last handful of months or years, but all of that kind of goes out the window when a major update gets rolled out like we saw recently.
I mean, it's sort of akin to an Evo kit in the way that it gets rolled out. You've got to readjust the way you think about it. Manning coming down to the inside of Soto there into turn 10A. That's not going to hold itself out. A little bit of a battle farther back in the field. That's Matt Brewer making a move on Henry Drury. Again, the full-time driver 2 years ago and super sub from last year. Very, very close battle there.
Graduate of the PT Autosport program, which has done so much to help accelerate careers of promising young drivers, and Drury, one of the first scholarship recipients there, has a bright future ahead of him. Excited to see what the future holds. But right now, embroiled in a really good battle, just on the fringes of the top 10.
Checking back into the meat of that top 10, Yanji Lin leads Soto, Menning, and Onofre as they come over the crest of the hill. I will say here, got to give some credit to Cummings up in front of them, able to close down on Campbell. We thought that was a foregone conclusion that Campbell was going to hold on to fourth place position. Michael Cummings says, nope, I want to get involved in that fight.
Yeah, he's done well to close that gap in. It's under half a second at last check. Lin and Soto and Menning still super close together, and Onofre there too. But we're almost starting to see three distinct groups starting to form. The top three, then fourth and fifth, and then that battle just behind.
All right, as they power down the back straightaway right now, waiting for that moment. Here comes Soto, going to take a look to what will be the inside of turn 10A. A little bit of a poke in front there from Cummings, but he's not going to do anything with it. Soto holds the inside and takes that position away from Yanji Lin. Good, solid move there, and that's going to move the number 7 up into 6th place.
Yeah, great work on the brakes to get that outbraking maneuver completed, and did it in plenty of time. Lin on the back foot now, having been opportunistic to pick up a couple of spots, about 3 or 4 laps ago. Now looks like he's playing some defense. In the front, though, battle for position heating up.
Oh, that was a big move there from Cummings down to the inside of Campbell, and he's going to try to steal that position away by the time they get into the braking zone for turn 2. It's going to be line preferred there to Cummings. He's got it away with a sneaky maneuver into turn 1. That is not a move you see every day.
Sporting that Tech Sport livery, looks really sharp on the Toyota GR86, and now leads this battle pack. That puts Campbell on the defensive, closing in behind his Soto, tucked up right behind that rear wing. Challenging, looking inside, now to the outside.
Looking this way, Yanji Lin also under pressure a little bit here from Menning. That won't play out. Here they come down into turn 7, onto the back straightaway. Cars running wide. Soto, Menning absolutely drifting it off into the distance and doing their best WRC impression.
Well, it's funny when the first one goes off. They're running so close together. The driver behind is almost following the car ahead and trusting they're going to take the right line through. And when one car goes wide, frequently you do see the second wanted line follow them off the track, and that's exactly what transpired a few moments ago.
Some call it instant fixation, some just call it, well, that's what's going to happen. As there it is, but Campbell right now trying to close back onto the back of Cummings. Again, this gap not really going anywhere, even though the pass has been made. Under 9.5 minutes left to go in the race number 1 from Road Atlanta here for Toyota GR Cup eSports League.
Top 3 have separated themselves, now 9 seconds clear of 4th and 5th. But then you get to this group here, and this is where the fight has been really since the drop of the green flag. We're watching a pack here led by Cummings and Campbell, Soto, Lin, Menning, all in the mix.
Everybody together. Take a look on board. I believe this is on board Menning right now. Behind Yanji Lin. Excuse me, that was on board with Soto. Soto holds in behind Campbell. Not seeing any pokes down to the inside of turn 6. I think that's a good heads up. You don't really use that too often as an overtaking opportunity.
It has the potential then to kill your momentum out of that complex, which leads to the longest full throttle section. So if it goes wrong, that can be really costly, especially if you're in a big pack like this one. So I think you're right, probably prudent given the circumstances. Instead, trying to get the big run here down the long back straightaway, which leads to the biggest braking zone on the track, and it's a side-by-side battle at the front of this pack.
Campbell's got the advantage, but he's going to have to go the long way around 10A at any rate. He's not going to be able to do it. Slots back into line. Yanji Lin thought about making a little something happen. That's not going to happen as well. And they'll just stay relatively orderly here, which is something we haven't been able to say all that often. Menning, though, takes a move to the inside of Lin.
How about that? Lin left the door open, and that was a bold move up the inside from Menning, who's been on the back foot here over the last half of this race or so. Now, though, starting to pick up the pace, pick up a couple of positions. It's side-by-side in front throw. This is fantastic stuff. Campbell, Cummings, and Soto all locked together.
Oh, that's going to get a little bit tight coming down into turn 2, and I got to give credit there to Cummings and Campbell. They sorted it out. Menning on a charge, though, making a move on Soto.
Yeah, you saw those guys get in a battle and thought, this is my chance. Able to get to the flank. It picks up a spot around the outside through the S's. That is a bold maneuver. Great job by Menning to pick up yet another spot, and now immediately on the attack once again. Campbell the next in the crosshairs.
Well, we said it's a little hard to pass into turn 6, and Menning agrees. He backs off, but he may try to get it into turn 7, as that was a bad run there for Campbell. My goodness gracious, he is keeping it on. Contact there side to side, and they're going to go down the back straightaway just perfectly in line.
Who is Soto going to follow through? And the answer, no one. Makes it 3 wide down the back straightaway. This could get very interesting heading into the braking zone for the chicane. Just a couple feet more until we approach that brake zone, and it's a 3-wide battle and maybe a 4-wide battle before it's all said and done.
Lin has his choice of lanes. He's going to start on the outside, move his way to the inside, but right now Campbell's going to hold the inside. Contact between him and Menning. Now Menning and keep leaning on each other. Does that open up the door a little bit for Soto? No, Menning's able to keep it ahead.
But look at Lin. This is right through the playbook for Lin to be opportunistic when traffic bunches everybody up, pokes the nose to the inside, and it's a 2-for-1 maneuver. Chef's kiss, says DJ.
Beautiful stuff from Yanji Lin. That is exactly how you do it, and he's not done trying to take a wider line through turn 1. That may come back to bite him a little bit here, as that opens up the door to Soto and Campbell behind him. Here comes Menning, though. Let's see if he can close down on Cummings in front.
What a lap from Menning. I think he started that in 8th or 9th, up to the top 5 now in basically one fell swoop, and now starts to pull away from the pack he was stuck in just a few moments ago, and is drawing a bead on his next target. That's 4th place Cummings.
Seeing if he can get closer. This is going to be a little bit of a tall challenge. It's 5 minutes and 35 seconds left to go on the clock. You will be able to complete the lap you are on, but nevertheless, that may be a little bit hard to ask.
Oh, to get to the top 3, I think, unless they start to battle amongst themselves and maybe make some contact, that's probably out of the question. But still could see a fight for 4th and 5th before it's all said and done. If they can get away from the rest of the train, which suddenly has sorted itself out. It's back to single file, and now let's watch and see if they can hoover up the distance.
All right, they're all in that characteristic draft train. You see them snaking down the back straightaway. There is Menning. Lin closing in on the back there of Campbell, but he's not going to make any passes. And no free on the back of Soto. Not seeing any passes there. They're keeping it nice and together for the moment.
Smooth running from that group. Back to the battle for the lead, and I think before too much longer, this is going to start to hot up. Janney, who went to the lead about 10 minutes into this race. Polasek, the pole sitter, has run no worse than 2nd all race long, and then it's Meniz there sitting in the 3rd spot, who, as of yet, we've yet to see look particularly aggressive. Is that because the other 2 cars have the measure in this battle, or is it just a matter of waiting for the right time to pounce?
We've got about 4 minutes and 15 seconds to find out. Battle farther back down in the field. This is Henry Drury and Will Robusto, 2 real-life drivers going at it. Up and over turns 1 and 2, trying to sort themselves out. Drury's little bit of an attack maybe turned to defense here as Sudik and Brewer may have something to say about about it.
This has been really fun, just off screen, really, the entire race. I've been kind of keeping an eye on this, on timing and scoring, and these positions have changed hands multiple times, seemingly every lap. Really, really good stuff there, albeit for the back half of the field.
Battle for the lead. Here comes Polasek down to the inside of Janney. It's a battle of the late breakers. Janney's going to try to hold it, and here comes maybe a little room from Menes. Here it is, and there he goes.
That was what he was waiting for. The top two came to grief and opened the door up to the inside, and Menes wasted no time jumping through, taking the lead of the race for the first time with just over 3 minutes to go.
And he's going to scamper off into the distance as Polasek and Janney have yet to sort out their differences into turn one. Polasek around the outside, Janney on the tighter line to the inside, and it looks like it's going to favor Janney. Polasek has to settle for third.
That has not gone the way that either of those two drivers envisioned it when they came to make contact there at the bottom of the hill in the chicane. Opened the door up for Menes, who has come through, taken the lead, and now pulled away to the tune of nearly a second. But how long will that lead last with these two now sorted out, at least for the moment, single file and desperately wanting to track down the leader?
Yeah, Polasek gets a nice little run here onto the back of Janney. Let's see if he's able to get a pass into turn 6. Doesn't look that way. Now into turn 7, they continue to go. This is going to be all about the draft. It does look like Janney was able to close up a little bit on the back of Menes. I don't think this is going to be close enough to really get the run here. The question's going to be is what does Polasek do? Does he play for P1 and give Janney a little bit of a draft, or does he play for keeps and try to take P2 for himself?
These are the tough decisions you have to make in single-make racing like Toyota GR Cup, and man, not an easy position to be in with just a couple of laps to go and so much at stake here in Indianapolis. Menes leads Janney, then Polasek, and the rest of the battles maybe starting to sort themselves out a little bit, but still something to fight over a little further back in the pack here.
Yeah, this is Onofre, and it's Edwin Onofre under pressure there from Soto. Soto is going to hold it out, and Onofre's got the pass.
I don't know what happened to Menning, but he was at the back of that. In the meantime, Janney has just powered his way back to the lead of the race. Menes from the lead gets pushed out wide and now has to fight just to try and hang on to the runner-up spot.
Yeah, and he's going to be under pressure here from Polasek. Polasek not able to get it done through 2 and 3. Now down through the S's. As we've said, this is single file running. Don't want to get too wide through here. A little bit of a wide run in front of Janney. I wonder if he had to check up his momentum. And we've got about 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock. I think we're going to be white flag next time by.
It's going to be very close, but I think you're right. It should be this lap and one more, unless these guys get to scrapping and it really slows them down. At the moment, Janney, who has been the dominant force in this race so far, has been able to power back to the lead of the race, but now it's Menes behind, not Polasek. Polasek maybe showed a couple of the moves that he had up his sleeve earlier. Oh, and problems here further back.
Oh, that's the 99, I think. That's Onofre with heavy, heavy front damage. Looks like he's able to get it back moving the right way, but I think that was coming together at turn 5.
I suspect you're right, and it's a shame because it's been pretty clean to this point. There's been some trading of paint, but nothing overly egregious at this stage, and that's something you're just going to have when you have racing as tight as you do with Toyota GR86 racing. Meanwhile, Menes forced out wide, tries to cover off the inside and somehow does not make contact with a hard-charging Polasek.
I thought for sure that was going to end in a pit maneuver. White flag in the air as waved by Barney the flagman. 1 lap to go from Road Atlanta. It's Janney with the lead.
I think a look back at what happened here to Onofre and another car involved as well. Several cars, I think, going on a wild ride, but Onofre got the worst of it.
Yeah, he just got a little bit too hot coming up in over 5, it looks like.
Final lap of the race. Janney holds the lead. Menes, though, stalking. It's now a 2-car fight for the win of the event here on the final lap. Janney's led the bulk of the laps. Menes has led 1, but who will lead the most important?
Polasek not able to close on in. Then he's got a better run through turn 5. He's going to keep it in line right now. Coming through turn 7 they go. This is where it's all going to come down to, Ryan. This is that main draft zone into the primary braking zone of turn 10A.
You can make a case that Menes is in the best position that you would ever ask to be here. In second, yes, but in the slipstream, what will Janney do? Will he cover off the inside? Will he take the middle road? Or take the preferred racing line. Looks like it's the ladder that opens the door to the inside. Here comes Maniz with a head of steam built up.
It's the inside now, but it's going to be the outside coming down into 10A. Let's see. Menes has got it as they go. Janney pushed to the outside. Menes, with the strategic weight, has been able to get the lead. He's going to come to the line. Little bit of a side-by-side. Christian trying to hold off Janney right now as they charge down the hill. Janney looking for any advantage that he can get, but Christian Menes will come to the line and take victory.
How about that? It's as close as you like. 71 thousandths of a second. Just over a tenth separating the top three at the stripe.
That's exactly what you want to see, and look at this here coming to the line right now. That's going to be Cummings ahead of Campbell. Looks like Soto's going to be able to hold off Menning. Menning having a really great race here, it has to be said. Farther back in the order, Nicholas Sudik trying to close down on Henry Drury. This is the battle for the top 10. Drury looks like he's going to be able to hold on to that for the moment.
Wow, fantastic. Great run from Drury to get inside the top 10. Again, a real-world driver. Doesn't have the depth of sim racing experience as some of those that he's racing up against, and was able to get the bragging rights over his real-world sparring partner, Will Robusto, who ended up down in 15th and down a lap. So something must have happened late in the going for Will today.
Yeah, not sure. Eli Singh and Martin's come across the line, and that's going to do it for round one of this race. As Ryan said earlier, it's not like yesterday. We don't have the combined points metric, so thank goodness we don't have to do math. That's always a positive thing. But we are going to have podiums here at the PRI SIM Racing Arena very, very shortly, and that's always going to be an experience.
I can't wait for that. So stand by if you're here on site in Indianapolis, and we'll be presenting some pretty nifty trophies, it has to be said, and a great prize package to our top three in just a few moments.
And we'll be back with you this afternoon with a little bit more racing action, this time from Sonoma Raceway.
Passion, be about it, all action. Wholehearted, no fraction. Feet about it like a caption. Last stand. Top of the line, walking around and ain't talking about it. They talking about it, we winning again. Creating the crime, breaking the line, pushing right through. The crown is mine. It's grind time. It's grind time.
certainly BMW versus Corvette. The advantage is with the BMW on a long wall up the front straight here.
Following qualifying, it'll be a long day, but 90 minutes to try and claw back up to the front of the field.
Doesn't force it here a little bit. Did he swing out wide here on his final exit of this corner?
Multiple award winners in the various classes behind Stevens, Philip Ellis, and Oz Story.
Well, it's so cool to be back here at Circuit of the Americas. This has been home to a US Grand Prix since 2012. It's an amazing facility here. You got the enormity of the stadium itself.
There's the green flag. They fan out early. Oh, this is a big move on the inside. Big move around the outside. It's McDonald, TXT Racing. Meanwhile, a spin further back in the pack. Oh, I think that's pretty wide in front of them. Wow, that was second, third, and fourth on the road. Somehow they sort it all out in the order.
Beautiful.
But can Halen keep it within track limits? Yes, he can.
Be impressive to watch and he's got amazing overtaking skills, a great racecraft.
This is where the Mercedes has been so strong. That set him up to put the power down and get alongside the BMW. He's going to take advantage of it. Has to be soon. Those tires are almost up to 10th now.
That was just sensational racecraft there.
Across and snares the win by 1.5 tenths of a second.
Wow, that was awfully tight.
They have announced their presence as championship contenders last year.
Open your eyes, look in the skies. We about to make it divide. I came with a tribe, I'm ready to. They want me dead or alive. Yeah, somebody warn them. This is the future. I pulled up in a DeLorean. I know you know just how the whole story is. Legendary, I need a historian. This how you start up a riot. If you don't believe it, then try us. We throwing shots at Goliath. We never break, we just break up the silence. Yeah, here ain't no way to avoid. We on a mission, go seek and destroy. Suited and booted, I came with the boys. Oh yeah, you know that it's on. Now it's time. It's pandemonium. Tell them that we about to ride. It's pandemonium. We gonna set it on fire. It's pandemonium. We about to make it a riot. It's pandemonium. Is it a bird or a plane? Yeah, that mean we out of range. Painting the stars with our name. Yeah, we gon'
they want to have that factory ride, and he's just one step closer now.
What did you see from him last year in that GT4 car that made it easy for you to make that recommendation for BMW to keep a close eye on him?
I mean, speed helps, right? The kid's super fast, so that always helps out. But even just besides the speed, he's very good with letting you know what the car needs, what the car wants, and just to make the car reliable for Sam as well, right? So that's the trick of having two drivers. And they just had, I mean, you see how much they won, and they were lights out.
Yeah, fantastic partnership there. Great to see that rolls into the new year. We're here, of course, in the PRI SIM Racing Arena. This has been a big part of motorsport in the last 5 years, really. The way that sim racing has been brought in and embraced by real-world motorsport. As a team manager of a real-world GT3 and GT4 team, where do you see the value in sim racing?
Well, I mean, these guys have skill too, right? It's just, unfortunately, they may not have the budget to be in a real race car, but that doesn't go unseen, right? We're always looking for the next talent or who's fast and who's what, and I see it's already raining at Spa, so I mean, luckily I've won that race before and it was raining, so as it is, it should be fun out there for those guys for sure.
What year were you there?
That was 2024. We won with the CrowdStrike by Riley program.
That's right. That's right. And there was a good chunk of rain. I remember I spent a lot of time in the pits overnight, and it was rather wet and cold, if I remember correctly.
We've never done so many tire changes. that I promise you.
Yeah.
So come in wet, no dry, no wet, no dry. So yeah, that was interesting for sure.
For those that don't know, the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is the tentpole event in the SRO Motorsports calendar globally. It is one of the great endurance races in the world. Long history as a touring car race, but the last couple of decades as a GT3 race. For those that haven't experienced it, can you put into words just how special an event like that is at that venue in particular?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, honestly. I mean, as soon as you walk into the gates, you're like, okay, this is Spa. And then the weather always delivers, right? So it's like you get the rain, you get all that. So honestly, it's almost, you kind of like speechless for a little bit. You're like, okay, we're working here. Let's get to work. But it was really cool. And we were fortunate enough to be right in the first pit box that year. So it's like, we had a lot of teams mad at us, but hey, it is a CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, right?
I was going to say, it's not what you know, it's who you know
exactly.
sometimes.
So, I mean, Eau Rouge is right there, and it was awesome. And the concert, a lot of guys don't like it. I really enjoyed it. It was a nice little breakup in the night. So,
yeah, for those that don't know, there's a big EDM kind of rave that's happening directly across from the traditional pit lane where you guys were, and that goes for several hours during the night, rain or shine, as we learned.
Yeah, it was awesome. You see all the lasers, especially with the rain. Like you see, again, a lot of drivers are mad. I'm trying to get sleep, but I mean, I was jamming in the pit lane the whole time. So
got to get there, DJ.
Yeah,
I need to. I desperately need to.
Oh yeah, you do for sure. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm curious. You know, obviously a very, very solidified BMW team with Random Vandals Racing. What's that relationship like for you as a team manager with the factory itself?
It's actually quite amazing. Adam is the head of the program here in America, and you know, whenever we need something or we're struggling, we're having problem with parts supply, or I mean, he's always on board and always willing to help us, which, you know, for manufacturers, that's exactly what you need, right? We don't have a choice. We have to buy from them. So when they're actually helpful and they want to help you and pick up your phone calls, that's always a positive.
Are you able to provide feedback? Obviously, I know we've gone through the Evo, not on the GT4 model, but on the GT3
that
recently. And
well.
that's right, we did the Evo this last year.
Yep.
How much input do you have on that?
Surprisingly, a lot, which is great. So maybe I can't say this, I don't know, but at Road America, we sat down with BMW. There were some of the big heads there, and they asked everyone, right, from me to the engineering to technical director, what can we do to make this car better? And they listened, which is great. So they did some things on the new Evo. I'm hoping for the next round they take some more input and fix just something to make it a little easier to work on for us.
You've worked with a number of the major GT3 brands that we'll see represented on this this virtual grid in just a little while, but just off the top of my head, I know Mercedes, you've had relationships with Lamborghini, with the different teams you've been with in the past, now BMW. Do you find that they all work
in largely the same way, or are there cultural differences between the brands?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a culture difference. Luckily, most of them are German, so they all have the same mentality for the most part. But it's BMW has been great. They do things a little differently than every manufacturer. They actually have dealer connections, so all the parts we order are through a dealership directly. It's not like, let's say, for example, Mercedes, they have their own truck there, and you deal with HWA directly, where this is you contact the dealership, you do all your business through them, even with parts on the truck, and it's different, but it works.
Alberto Pena, who is the team manager for Random Vandals Racing, joining us here as we get ready to go for qualifying in just a little while at the PRI SIM Racing Arena. That maybe goes to show, though, how real that connection is between the race car, whether it's GT3 or GT4, and the road-going car that it's based off of. This is very much showcasing what manufacturers are selling to consumers to drive on the street, just amped up a couple of levels.
Yeah, absolutely, especially the GT4. I mean, besides some of the carbon doors and little carbon bits you see on it, it's very street car related, right? So, and that helps us in certain ways. There's parts that you can buy from the dealership directly. You don't have to buy motorsport parts per se. But on the flip side, it also limits some of the performance too, right? So it's just finding that gray area there. And I think the GT4, to me, I love GT racing just because it's relatable. Mm-hmm. You know, you see the car, you know it's a G82 M4, you see it on the street where, you know, I've worked for prototype teams too, but that's not as relatable to me as the GT racing.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. And the way that manufacturers have bought in, whether it's at the GT3 level, GT4 level, whatever. We were saying this earlier, if you have a brand that you've got an affinity to, you come to an SRO America weekend, chances are that brand is racing in one of the series, if not multiple series, that weekend, which is, I think, what you were talking about earlier. The relatability of GT racing is through the roof.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool, right? You see fans with BMW shirts, you see fans, you know, so, and they're all about it. So, and we love putting kids in cars. If any of you guys are ever at a race, come find us. And you have family especially. I mean, we'll put your kid in the car, we'll get Big G out there, our mascot, and we'll give you some raccoons, you know.
Where
He's
is
a legend.
he? I thought he was going to be here this weekend.
Yeah, no, I wasn't wearing the suit this weekend. Sorry, guys.
No, it's a great crowd-focused, fan-focused initiative that we've seen from the team. And I love the balance that your team strikes because you are business-like. You get the work done. The results speak for themselves, but you could also have fun at the same time.
Right, and that's our motto, right? You know, have a fun time all the time. But we're here to win races, right? So that's why we try to put in all the work at the shop. So when we get to the track, we just have to execute our pit stops. We have to execute whatever we need to do for the car, and hopefully we have a really good time doing it.
Big change coming next year to GT World Challenge America. I know you don't have a program necessarily locked in for that at this point, but I'm sure you're evaluating that with the shift from 2 90-minute races on a weekend to 1 3-hour race, more of an endurance style of racing. Just put your team manager hat on here and think about what goes into that. How do you prepare differently these teams that are putting together programs to compete at that level next year? Yeah,
I'm honestly quite excited. I know there was some debate between teams during the season, but I'm all for it. So, it shortens the weekend for us, which is more time at home is always good.
Sure.
And it's a 3-hour race. So now there's a lot more strategy involved. The prep is the same for us because any car that we put on track is ready to do 24 hours, right? So whether we're doing a half-hour practice session or we're doing a 24-hour race, the prep is all the same for every single car for all of our programs. That's one of the things that we try to instill here, and that's the reason I think why success has come our way.
Any advice you would give to people here at PRI that are trying to break into the industry, especially from a crew perspective? That's your story, that's your experience. What can you tell people about what it takes to get your foot in the door and then grow once your foot's there?
It's tough, right? I mean, I started this in 2012, and I was cleaning bathrooms and washing trailers, right? So, and look where I am now. So honestly,
you're stuck next to us. I'm not sure that's a selling point.
I don't know if that's good or not, but you know, it's definitely, you know, work ethic and attitude, I think, goes way more than people think, right? I like to do interviews at the track. see people working. You can tell me you have this resume and you have this page that tells you that you're amazing and you're smart, but until I see you at the racetrack unloading, are you helping the guys? Are you just standing around? To me, if you're always moving and you have a rag in your hand or you're trying to organize something, keep yourself busy. That's my number one thing, and make sure you're doing quality work and not just busy work. You know?
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you've been incredible, and what are you looking forward to in 2026? Obviously, you can't talk about everything.
Can't talk about much, but I mean, I like winning.
All right.
I work all the hours I work. I go to all the racetracks that I go to, and we all put in the hours that we put in, is because we want to win. I mean, I know people get happy about getting second and third, but I mean, I get kind of mad. I'm not gonna lie. I hate being the first loser. So we show up to win, and that's the attitude.
You didn't do much of that first loser thing or losing
No,
in general this year.
I
It was a fantastic year for the Vandals.
It's funny at Indy. Like, I think Josh and Sam got like a second place, and they're up there. They're just like, okay, I guess this will do for the championship. But we want to win. We're winners, and then that's why we bust our butts.
Well, it's amazing to see what the team has turned into in a short amount of time. I think because of the impact that you've made in that brief amount of time, it's easy to forget just how young the team is, but it's coming into its own. You're a big part of that, and we wish you continued success moving forward.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it, and this has been awesome.
Well,
so thank you for SRO. Luckily, they're nice enough to brought a couple cars here for display, so it's good to show the world what we did this year and what we plan on continuing doing.
Well, it's awesome to have you join us. We'll let you get back to hanging out here, and I think we'll have some virtual cars on track here to talk about in just a little bit, but certainly great to have Alberto joining us, and right on cue, we do have some cars on track. We are starting with our qualifying session here at Spa. It looks to me like the rain has stopped, or maybe it never happened. I know, Alberto's not happy about it.
It certainly does look like it is a clear, beautiful Belgian day out in the Ardennes Forest. And so they're going to be out on track right now. We follow Roman Lee, ST Racing, around this famous circuit. You got to be careful here as well. Not as easy to pick up and off track, but it's certainly you can pick one up if you're not careful.
There are a few trouble spots, definitely. I think of Pouhon or Double Gauche, depending on what you want to call it. One of my favorite things about Spa is all the corners have like 3 different names you can refer to them as, and it seems like it varies a lot depending on the nationality of the person talking about it. So,
I mean, Pouhon is what I've always said.
Yeah, well, I've heard a lot of different things in my time working over there, but Double Gauche double left, another one named for that particular corner, and anyway, it's just such a classic. All the different names really evocative of bygone eras. Just an outstanding layout that has stood the test of time.
Yeah, it certainly has, and dare I say, the most remarkable corner on the circuit is what we just saw Michael Benning heading over right now, and that, of course, being Eau Rouge and Radillon. Just such an incredible, evocative corner. You see it on a circuit, you see it laid out, you feel your heart start to flow more.
And then you see it in person, and you wonder what the sensation would be like to drive a car up through there at speed. It is breathtaking, to say the least. Eau Rouge at the bottom of the hill literally translates, of course, to red water. That's because there's a little creek that runs down there. A lot of mineral deposits in that part of the world, and therefore the water has that reddish tint to it, giving it its name, and then leading, of course, to the top of the hill in Radillon. Famous complex, incredibly complicated. In these cars, in these GT3 cars, it is more or less flat as long as you get everything right, but it's still one of those where even in the virtual world, you kind of have to take a deep breath before you commit yourself to going full tilt up that hill.
I think back to the Halcyon days of yesteryear in other series where drivers would head up that corner with one hand on the wheel, and it still boggles my mind how it is possible. But right now we watch Austin Carpenter, one of those drivers that we said to watch out for, currently in 5th place, about 2.6 seconds behind. Guess who? Benning, who has a 9/10 of a second gap on the rest of the field. Polasek and German in 2nd and 3rd. Very similar to what we saw in qualifying in the first race of the day at Circuit of the Americas, with a Ford train up at the front of the field. Good to see Ackerman in 4th with that Lamborghini, and then Carpenter in 5th with the Aston Martin.
Fitting to see the Lamborghini there after the big breakthrough for the Lamborghini Huracan in this year's real-world CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. That was the one event that Huracan had not yet won, and that was really the event that Lamborghini for years had circled as the race they wanted to win the most. So that was a big deal for them to finally get that breakthrough in what is, if not exactly the last year for the Huracan. We know that Temerario is coming next year. It won't be a full rollout. Only select teams globally will get to run that car, and the Huracan will continue for another year. But certainly don't expect to see the Huracan going for overall honors at Spa next year. So that was a really big deal for Lamborghini and Squadra Corsa to pick up that win. And now we're seeing some of that carry over perhaps here to the virtual world, where the Lamborghini showing very strong, currently P5, just got dropped down a spot.
Yeah, and that's going to be put up there by Youngzi Lin, who was able to put an Aston Martin up into P4. So the British mark looking pretty good here early on. There's Youngzi Lin in the number 30. Nice livery here on this Aston Martin, the white and the sort of, I think that's a blue. It's hard to tell if it's a blue or a purple and the orange, but they all flow together very well. Austin Carpenter, the driver we were saying to really keep an eye on, currently in 7th. Onofri's been able to bump his way up into 6th. Carpenter's going to come across the line, and there's that speed that we were really banking on up into 3rd place for the 883. A great job, but nobody can catch Menning. 1.3 seconds now the gap up at the front of the field.
Yeah, unbelievable. Really good pace out of that car. Again, Ford 1-2, very similar to what we saw at Circuit of the Americas, and absolutely the same as that big gap from Menning to the rest of the field. Really impressive lap time for that young man who's got a hefty advantage coming into this. Remember, this is a two-leg competition because we had the race earlier at COTA, this race here as well. It's 25 points to win, 18 for second, so he comes in with a 7-point advantage. It won't be easy to topple him from his perch, but it doesn't take a whole lot for the race to go sideways, and if that should happen, then next thing you know, the door opens for a few others to take a run.
Well, we said right off the downbeat, going into La Source, always a little bit of a pinch point on the circuit. Matt Brewer putting in a good lap, and another one of the Ford Mustangs, this one for Hyperion Racing. That number 4 is going to jump their way up into 5th place. That's 3 of the top 5 in that Mustang GT3 for the Blue Oval. Good running here again. Little and Cummings a little bit farther down the order, but I think we've still got about 5.5 minutes left on the chart, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more speed from them a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on timing and scoring, see if anybody makes any kind of significant jump toward the top. But while we're talking about Spa, while we have a few moments here still in qualifying, let's talk about the history of this place. First opened its doors in 1921. Of course, this was originally effectively a street circuit, and you can still drive the public roads that formed a good chunk of that original circuit when it was first built and first used in the 1920s. And it's pretty amazing when you do drive those roads, because there's not much to them, and there's ditches on either side, farmhouses and telephone poles, and it's pretty easy to conjure up what it would have looked like back in the 20s into the 50s and 60s before all the changes came in. And boy, what a daunting place this must have been back in that fantastic early era of Spa. What it's turned into, now fully a permanent circuit, it's a fraction of the length that it used to be back in the early days, but it's done a really good job. I think even with added safety elements that have come in recent years, what they've done a good job of is keeping the basic nature of this track still very much intact. You still get the full Spa experience, even if it is truncated somewhat from the early days.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite the runs that we used to see through the woods and next to the ditches. Famously, Jackie Stewart ending up upside down in one of those ditches at one point. And so safety has certainly come into it, but you still think of Spa-Francorchamps as sort of, dare I say, a ferocious beast in the way that you think about this track. It's long, it's flowing, it's high speed, and it's old school in the way that we like to describe it. And you certainly see that borne out in the style of racing. No matter what kind of car you put on this circuit, it always seems to bring out the best in racing.
This circuit you see here effectively with a few minor changes, but was settled on back in 1979. So shortened down from the original 14 kilometers, 8 3/4 miles. That was the original length of the lap. Shortened down to what we have today, 20 turns, 4.3 miles, just over 7 kilometers around this track. And as the name Spa-Francorchamps implies, this is a track that goes around the Belgian countryside, touring the different small towns in the area, towns like Spa, like Francorchamps, some of the others as well that lend their names to the various corners. And yeah, it is, again, just one of the absolute icons of global racing. And if it's not on your bucket list, what are you doing? Why even have a bucket list if you're not going to put Spa on there?
Yeah, exactly. And ask almost anyone in the world, name an iconic track, and you're going to get Spa within the top 5. And if you say Spa to a motorsport fan, they're not thinking of a day of massages and facials. They're thinking of a day out in the Belgian countryside, as you said before. Austin Carpenter off of SimSport coming down through No Name or Speaker's Corner, whatever you want to call it, as he now pilots his way into 6th place. Still trying to get a little bit farther up. Want to give some credit here, though, to Kresge, as that car has been able to move its way up into P3, the first of the non-Ford entries. That's a BMW up into 3rd. Didn't see that strong of a run from the BMWs back at Circuit of the Americas. Maybe that balance of performance coming out to play a little bit here, and maybe we're going to see things a little bit differently.
Yeah, we certainly thought that might be the case, didn't we? We were talking about some of the lap times we saw at that Circuit of the Americas race, and that's maybe playing out a little bit. Some of the same names up at the front, but also some newcomers there as well, where maybe this track suits the driving style or perhaps just suits the car a little bit better than Circuit of the Americas had. Going back to, you mentioned No Name or Speaker's Corner, this is another one that has multiple names, and actually, going back a couple of years, it was given the official appellation of X Corner for Jackie X, the great Belgian racing hero. Proud to say my Twitter profile picture, me and Jackie.
There you go, my friend.
Yeah.
The winningest drivers in pretty much any kind of machine you put him in.
I would put him, I think when people have the debates of best all-rounders, I think he's one that should be considered.
I agree with that.
In a way that he really isn't. I mean, he had success in supercars in Australia or the predecessor, really, his Aussie touring cars at the time. And he even did a little bit, he's driven NASCAR cars at times, driven open-wheel sports cars, you name it. I think he's up there in the top 5 all-time racing, in terms of all-time racing drivers, winning as Le Mans driver for quite a while as well.
Yeah, I mean, only displaced in the past, 10, 15 years by Tom Christensen. Yeah,
exactly.
He is remarkable. Although it does have the infamous, I guess, quality of, he was, speaking of Jackie Stewart, he was the kind of anti-Jackie in the safety protocols back in the 60s and 70s, but nevertheless, an incredible driver and a real standard bearer in the world of motorsports.
Yeah, definitely a legendary name and means so much to Belgian racing fans in particular. I mean, waved that flag for Belgium for many, many years. Down to the final few seconds of qualifying here. 15-minute session, setting the grid for our final 30-minute race of the day. Still, it's Ford 1-2. Then you get to the BMW that you pointed out a moment ago, jumping up into the 3rd spot, and Ferrari and Ford completing the top 5.
Yeah, German up into 4th yet again. Was having a really good run back at Circuit of the Americas as well, but a little bit of an error coming out of turn 11 onto the back straightaway caused him to fall down through the orbit. I'm interested to see if they could maybe dial out some of those mistakes, have a better run here today. And then again, we've also got to go to Austin Carpenter in 6th place, that 883 Aston Martin. That's one I'm really going to be watching. Now, it's 2 seconds. He's 2 seconds off of Menning up at the top of the charts. Let's kind of discount Menning from this. This is an alien here. Oh, big off there for John Ackerman.
Yikes. Lurid slide. 9th place, though, still, but this lap obviously won't be any improvement. Still in the mix, though, compared to where perhaps we saw that car at Circuit of the Americas, but yeah, went for a wild ride and will do no better than 9th, it would appear.
Jake Cummings, that's going to clear the way for him a little bit in 5th. He was right behind Ackerman for a little while, as now he comes down to the chicane area. Now help me on pronunciation of that.
Fanya, yes.
Fanya?
Yeah,
Okay.
the Brits like to call it Piff Paff.
Which sounds strange to me.
But again, this goes into that list of corners that have multiple monikers. Funny, I think I've got a note on that, where the name comes from. I'll see if I can find that at some point. No, I'm wrong. It was Lacombe I've got a note about. Apparently that means a small incised valley or gorge.
I thought it meant a thing with which you call.
Now you know. Oh, there we go. It does. It refers to fens, so a region around the village of Francorchamps. So that's where the name comes from for Fania.
Okay.
But translates to fens in English, talking about that particular geographical descriptor, I guess, of that region.
Cummings across the line, last car to complete a lap, and that will keep him in 6th place. What I was saying earlier, though, if we kind of exclude Menning from this chart, we've got an incredibly close field here. 2nd through 9 only separated by a single second. Pulisic, Krejci, German, Carpenter, Cummings, I think all maybe in with a shot to be able to take podiums here. I think if he doesn't make a mistake, we may have to just go ahead and give the trophy away to Menning. But races are meant to be raced. They are not meant to be given out before they go. Anything can happen.
I'm not handing any trophies out, although I guess that's going to be your job later.
Probably,
when it comes time to do the podium. We should probably talk through the way that the point structure works. I think we mentioned this obliquely earlier, but it's worth reiterating. 25 points to win, 18 for second, then 15, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, and 1. So points paid from first down to 10th place. And so points were already scored earlier today in that first race at Circuit of the Americas, and as a consequence, it's our race 1 leader in Michael Menning, who has the points lead, shall we say, coming into this by 7 points, and that would be very difficult to overcome based on the pace we've seen out of that car.
Yeah, it'll be particularly difficult to be able to overcome that kind of thing, but it's a 30-minute race. I really think this is going to have to be an error by Menning, and we're obviously not hoping that on anybody here on a good, clean race, but I think that's what's going to end up happening for somebody to overtake Menning, not only in the points, but in the race itself. Again, we will be starting on the traditional endurance start line here, so it will be after Le Source. Going to have to kind of bunch up together before they get down into Eau Rouge, which does make things a little interesting.
Oh, it certainly does. You've got maybe the biggest bottleneck corner at the track, or maybe one of the biggest in the world at Le Source, and then you lead down into that run to Eau Rouge and Ravignon, where you really need to be single file, if at all possible. It is super sketchy to try and make that work side by side. So, yeah, the first lap is going to be frantic, I think. Those first few corners, really important to try and get through that without any major issues. And we were pretty lucky, I think, at Circuit of the Americas. It's another turn 1 that's known to be problematic. That said, I wonder if the start here actually might not be...
It's past Le Source.
It is,
They were gridding up, and that's what I was commenting.
Yeah, I apologize.
No,
that is the traditional start line. The new pits went in a little over a decade ago, and so that moved the Grand Prix start line to the other side, and in towards Le Source. But yes, I forgot that this race does traditionally start around Le Source and then making the way down to Eau Rouge and Ravignon.
But I think it still will bottleneck in. I mean, unless you are Mark Webber or Fernando Alonso, you can't go too wide through Eau Rouge and Ravignon. It just doesn't happen. So I think you're still going to see a bottleneck, but perhaps a more fascinating bottleneck, I will argue, because it's a bottleneck at speed rather than into a braking zone.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this works out if we have any fireworks there in the opening sequence, which is not out of the realm of possibility. A look here at the grid. Cars stationary for the moment, but not for much longer. Lamborghini to the left, and another Mustang. Mustang and BMW in the next row. Then back to Mercedes. So much success at this track historically over the years for Mercedes. And then another Mustang, which has been the popular choice, and for good reason, it would seem, if you look at the results that we've had in qualifying, and then certainly in race 1, where it was Mustang 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely what wore out there, and we're going to have to see over the course of this 30-minute race just how these cars are going to perform. At the back of the grid there, of course, our lone Lexus in the field, the oldest GT3 that we do have currently running happy to see them there. We'll get fired off here in about a minute and 35 seconds, let's call it. So this is going to be interesting. We've got, I think, more of the fast drivers up towards the front of the field who I normally expect up there. Like we talked about, German and Carpenter, 4th and 5th. That 2:17s is what about Michael Benny's doing right now. So it is going to be 2 laps to go here for the ST Racing eSports driver.
I think he's just enjoying it right now.
Yeah.
He'll cruise through the Belgian countryside. No traffic to contend with. Same cannot be said for, well, this was a trio a moment ago, and then the car disappeared from the middle. Now it's back. God, that is not ideal. Anyone who's done any sim racing knows that is not a situation that is particularly enjoyable when you just don't know where the car you're racing with is going to be at the next time of asking.
It's not going to stop Krejci, who's going to go to the outside here of Yangshi Lin, pinches him down to the apex, maybe a little bit of banging wheels coming down through the corner, definitely banging wheels as they come through the exit of Lacombe, now down through the right-hander. Here comes Austin Carpenter saying, I'd like a piece of that, please. He's going to try to make a move to the outside of Yangshi Lin, going down into Purcell's. I don't know if it's going to play out, but it's Aston Martin versus Aston Martin as Krejci is starting to prance off into the distance.
Now this again has potential implications for 3rd place now. 2nd place just changed hands in the total event with Krejci making that pass. Now 2nd place belongs to that driver. Lin would drop to 3rd, and the question is, I think there is a tie now between Lin and Cummings. Interesting. Okay, that's what my math says at least. They're both tied at 21. So to even have a chance here, Lin needs to hang on to this spot that he's fighting with Carpenter with. If Carpenter makes that pass, that effectively gives Cummings 3rd place.
Right. So if you're Yangshi Lin, you need to be fighting tooth and nail to hold on to that position. Meanwhile, Michael Benning come across the line here to take the white flag. 1 lap to go for this ST Racing eSports driver. But we've got to keep our eyes focused here as they've got a little bit of lap traffic to contend with as Yangshi Lin and Austin Carpenter. They get out of the way there. I think that was Davis farther back in the field. He does the gentlemanly thing and stays off to the side. It is going to prevent an attack here from Carpenter for the moment. This battle is still going to fire off soon.
Time has expired, so we are on the final lap of this race. Really important battle right here. Lin and Carpenter, the 2 Aston drivers. I wonder if that factors into this at all, that the pass here could potentially take away a top 3 in the standings from an Aston driver if Carpenter were to make it. I suspect he's looking for a podium here. That would be more to him than helping the fellow manufacturer runner trying to secure top 3 in the whole event.
Well, especially considering Yangshi Lin is a privateer here at this point. That's what he's categorized as. I'm going to assume that that's going to be a little bit more of a definite picking the car based on performance rather than necessarily a tie-up. Yeah, that's a lapped car he just got around. I'm not sure if that's Gutierrez or Davis, but Cummings closing in on the back here of Brewer. That gap's down to about 1.9 seconds.
And again, those are 2 Fords. So you wonder maybe is there a chance for any cooperation there? And definitely it seems to me that the purple Ford is closing in on the blue Ford. And a pass here would see 3rd place in the event change hands, as I calculated at least. So we'll have to see how this goes. No such dramas at the front of the field. This one took all the math out of it, which we're very thankful for. Another dominant performance from Benning, who ripped the field in race number 1 and has done something quite similar here, having jumped to a big lead in the early going and never looked back.
Yeah, paced the field and did an absolutely fantastic job of just keeping that pedal to the floor, keeping things together and continuing to push ahead. Michael Benning coming down into bus stop now for the final time. Still a steely look of determination on this young man's face as the number 38 comes through the final left-hander. Little bit of a slide. He's having some fun coming to the line. There's a big smile, and there's 2 victories on the day, and that is going to be top step of the podium for Michael Benning.
Yeah, show it off a little bit with that car control. Outstanding stuff. Now we go back to this battle. Krejci looks like he's got 2nd place on lockdown, cleanly through Blanchimont for the final time. But who will come home 3rd, and who will come home 3rd in the event. That's the other thing that still needs to be determined. Cressy looks like he's got second on lockdown, but what will the two Astons do?
Oh, a little bit of front to rear contact. Carpenter's going to try to make the run on Yanqi Lin. I don't think it's going to play out, and indeed, it will be Yanqi Lin that'll be able to hold on to third.
By 0.2 of a second, but a change indeed on the final lap, it looks like, or was it?
No, Brewer just barely got it ahead of him. I thought for a second that was Jake Cummings able to pull it out, but my goodness.
It still ends in a tie, and actually I think Cummings would have, no, it wouldn't. It still comes down to both have the same best finish of third. So,
we'll have to turn that over to the adjudicators on that one. We'll have to go to the judges.
See what they come up with on that. Boy, oh boy, that was good fun.
That was a great race, as you would expect from Spa-Francorchamps. As we said, one of the great circuits on the racing calendar. You can see there some applause from our sim racing competitors. Always love to see that there from them, that kind of sportsmanship, the fun that you do have here at the end of the day. It really is just a great way to be competitive amongst drivers and have a good time.
That's what you like to see. At the end of the day, it is a competition, but a lot of these folks are good friends. They've raced against and with each other a lot over the years, sometimes sharing cars in endurance races. And we'll celebrate with them here shortly with a recognition of the top three.
Yes, and before we do that, we are going to be able to bring up an interview here with the man, the myth, the legend of the day, Michael Menning. Michael, I have got to start with you, and I have got to ask you, where did you find this speed, my friend?
It's took a minute. A lot of sim racing has gone into this. Started sim racing a long time ago, back in Gran Turismo 4, which is super young for me. So a lot of time on ACC, a lot of time in the Mustang, and it's definitely delivered. I really enjoy being at these events, and I'm really glad to see it paying off.
Why the Mustang?
So it came out over a year ago, and that was the new car. No one else wanted to choose it. The new SRO eSports season, IGTC, was coming up, and our team said, hey, let's try something new, and it was the perfect car. It suited us perfectly, and that has been my decision for basically every race since then. I love messing around, but that's definitely the competitive car for me.
You've been traveling the world a lot lately, I gather, at various events. This one, though, to get to come here to be part of this event at PRI, what is the significance of not just coming here, but winning?
It's really neat. This is a huge event. I don't even know if I'd be coming here if it wasn't for this event. So it's super neat being able to do something through SRO. I absolutely love the environment. Having the crowd watching the race is amazing. I love just everything about this environment. I really enjoy being here.
Can you feel the energy of the crowd even while you're driving?
Usually I like, with the crowds, I usually like having the sound turned a lot way up so I can't really hear anything. I'm just kind of locked in, but you can definitely hear when stuff's going on. I heard the start of the race, I think something happened off the start. I wasn't able to see, but that kind of stuff we're able to hear in the rigs.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I'm curious. I mean, what does the next year have in store for you in terms of the sim racing, maybe even the real racing world? What are we going to see?
Yeah, I'm not sure of any events coming up. I want to get more involved with iRacing. ACC is great and all, but there's definitely more to sim racing than just ACC, and I haven't explored that yet, so I definitely want to get out there trying to explore. There's more games. Probably iRacing, probably a good place to be. I want to definitely try to get involved in the GR Cup eSports next season. I think that would be a really neat competition. Those races have always been entertaining, so really looking forward to trying to qualify for that.
Well, don't tell anybody, but GR Cup racing is the best racing you can find in the SRO Motorsports Group America paddock. I absolutely love it.
Anybody you want to say thank you to?
Thank you to my father for coming along this event. Right there, shout out. Obviously, Smith's Tan, being able to represent the team has been awesome. We've done so many cool events, and they've helped us greatly throughout this event. So, yeah. One more to Jason Allen. He would enjoy that one.
Well, great. It's been fantastic having you here. Congratulations. That was pure domination. I'm sure that was a lot of fun from where you were sitting. It was for us as well, and we'll see you on the podium here shortly.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys.
All right.
Thank you so much. That is Michael Menning, your dominant winner here this day. Well, as you kind of alluded to earlier, Ryan, we are going to do some podiums here in a little bit. I think the stream will stay open for that. I'm not entirely sure, but stay with us. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Make sure to check your timetables. We will be back with a little bit of the preview that you just heard, Toyota GR Cup North America Racing. Going to be coming at you from Sonoma Raceway as well as Road Atlanta. Very, very excited to see that.
Unfortunately for you on the stream, that is the end of our program for the day. But we will be back tomorrow, as DJ just alluded to. But for those of you here on site at PRI at the Sim Racing Arena, stick around because a DJ Clark podium is coming your way next.
It's a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you for being at PRI. On behalf of Ryan and myself, DJ Clark, it's been great to bring you the racing action.
Passion, be about it, all action. Wholehearted, no fraction. Read about it like a caption. Last stand. Top of the line, walking around and ain't talking about it. Ain't talking about it. We winning the game. Creating the crime, breaking the line, pushing right through. The crown is mine. It's grind time. It's grind time. Payday when I cash in. I'm the main attraction. Ain't no questions, no asking. It's all in my blood. Stay ready for it like the front line. I'm on time when it's crunch time. Make the beat sound like the drum line. Whoa! Ready to go, ready to go, ready to go. Top of the game, ahead of the scope. I want it all. Give me some more. On your mark, get ready to roll. Gritting the grind, it's all that I know. Back in the trenches, I'm back in my mode. Moving the dirt, bringing it home. Whoa! Gritting the grind, breaking the line, pushing right through, won't be denied. How will I lose? The crown is mine. It's grind time. I am the truth, won't be denied. How will I lose? It's grind time. It's grind time. It's grind time. Breaking the records and breaking the chains. Defying the odds and bringing no pain. No dust, no worry, no none of the name. Taking and leaving, no pain, no gain. Creating the crime, breaking the line, pushing right through. I won't deny. The crown is mine. It's grind time. How will I lose?
My name is DJ Clark, joined here by Ryan Marine. We've gotten through practice for the morning. Hope you've enjoyed the replay of the action yesterday. And we are about ready to go qualifying for GR Cup North America at Road Atlanta, a new circuit for us this year. Excited to be back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and it's going to be a fun time to see what these GR Cup cars are able to do.
Yeah, really a great track, one of the classics in North America, and has been for many years, and it just keeps getting better with some of the upgrades that they've made to the circuit over the last decade or so. But as far as the action on the track, it's hard to get better than what you get at Road Atlanta. I echo your sentiments. I'm very excited that it's on the real-world SRO America calendar next year for the first time in a very long time, and I think this has been a popular decision from just about everybody I've talked to in the paddock.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic, and we're really, really looking forward to it. And that, of course, is going to be coming in early June, so keep your eye on that. We've been showing the schedule, of course, over the course of the year, and for everything else that we are going to be racing, pretty much status quo. We're going back to Sonoma, Circuit of the Americas, as always, Sebring International Raceway. We do have the change out there going to Road Atlanta, Road America, as always, Barber Motorsports Park, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to end the year, and of course, GR Cup North America is going to make a little trip over to the first annual Grand Prix of Arlington. Very excited to be a part of that multi-bill.
Yeah, that is a really exciting news for the championship to get to be on the IndyCar bill that weekend and get to add a street course to the calendar once again for the first time since Nashville was on the calendar a couple of years ago. So that is big news. And also we'll see the McLaren Trophy Series make a trip down to the Miami International Autodrome on the support bill with Formula One next year. So it's a busy, busy year in 2026 for SRO Motorsports America in the real world. Certainly true in the virtual world as well, where sim racing has been a big part of the ethos of SRO America now for going on a half a decade at this point.
Yeah, it's really been since the pandemic that everything has really kicked off, and we've been able to lock into that. And we are so excited to partner with Toyota once again this year to bring you the Toyota GR Cup North America GR Cup eSports League. That'll be happening over the course of the year, and for the most part, it will be the weekends before the races in person. So keep your eye open for that. Be able to keep that streaming along and coming along. Right now, we've got about 13 minutes up on the clock to be able to see what these drivers are able to do. Some names you may have recognized from yesterday, and some names that are new, including one I want to particularly highlight, that being Henry Drury and Will Robusto, two drivers who are very accustomed to these machines in real life, making their sim debut here today.
And we'll see just how much the real-world experience in these Toyota GR Cup cars carries over to the sim. Looking at timing and scoring from the practice session a little earlier, as you might expect, those that typically ply their trade in the virtual world maybe had a slight edge, but great to welcome a couple of real-world Toyota GR Cup drivers to this event to go head-to-head with some of the best sim racers on the continent as well.
Yeah, as we're waiting for those first times to really cross over the board here, we take a look at that beautiful facility of Road Atlanta that you talked about, coming down through the S's. Right now, taking a look at the braking zone into turn 10, 10A and 10B, we should say. Always a hotbed of activity. This is really where I think, particularly in these cars, we always see a lot of overtaking going down into 10A and 10B, but I think in these cars that are a little bit more drafty, for lack of a better term, you're going to see a lot of action going down into those corners.
I agree. I mean, the field in the practice session was quite condensed in terms of the best lap times. Half a second covered the top 7 or 8 in the field in that practice session, and if you can stay roughly in that half a second delta of the cars you're racing with, that draft can bring you back into the mix. I expect we're going to have some battle packs form and stay pretty close together over the course of the 30-minute race that's upcoming. And to a degree, that could play a factor here in qualifying too. If you get the gap just right, where you're not hindered in the corners by the traffic ahead, but you can get that aerodynamic toe down some of the straightaways at Road Atlanta, that could very much be to the benefit of the driver trying to set a fast lap here in qualifying.
Yeah, and these cars, we should be clear about what they are. These are ostensibly GR86 cars that are quite literally taken off the Toyota production line and then taken over to the facility in Charlotte, North Carolina. They are then, you put in a couple of safety bits, a roll cage, a little bit more racing bits as well, SATF sequential gearbox, as well as some Bosch tuning bits and here and there, and then you send them out on the track, as well as the fixed rear wing that we see as well. But these are pretty much as close to factory room cars as you're going to get. It's a great one-to-one comparison and a great display of Toyota achievement. These cars race incredibly. They look fantastic, and they are always one of the highlights of any weekend.
Exactly. 2.4-liter four-cylinder power plants in these cars, and I think you mentioned that, that they start life on the assembly line in Japan, get shipped to North Carolina,
Charleston, South Carolina, excuse me. Then they're trucked to Joe Gibbs Racing in North Carolina. That's where the safety equipment gets installed into these cars. Then they're returned to Toyota Racing Development to put the final bells and whistles on the car and turn them loose. Back when this series was launched, at least, back in 2023, the car sold for roughly $125,000. Now, things have changed in the subsequent years, but still, that's a relatively cheap price point to go pro racing, and it's proven to be a really good jumping-off point for a lot of young drivers trying to make this a career, because in addition to it being a relatively cheap entry level to the championship, Toyota really supports the GR Cup with major purses. They support drivers that have success and promote them up through the ranks. And for that reason, this has become an increasingly popular starting point for those drivers that are maybe looking to get into 10 tops coming out of open wheel racing or even out of karting.
Well, and if you look at the first two champions we had in this GR Cup North America Series, and that, of course, being the likes of Gresham Wagner and Tyler Gonzalez, we saw that promotion in action this year in Pirelli GT4 as those two drivers were able to come alive and team up for Rafa Racing in a Toyota GR Supra GT4, and they got a couple of race wins, and they took that championship right to the line with CrowdStrike, with Random Vandals Racing CrowdStrike machine. So really good to be able to see them carrying that along, and we can't wait to see what the newest champion of the series, Weston Workman, is able to do, as he has recently been crowned our newest champion with a incredible run this year, really kicking off at Sebring International Raceway. Hadn't won a race up to that point, got the doubleheader that weekend, won both races, and then just went on a tear.
Yeah, we always had the sense he'd been a runner-up many, many times in GR Cup racing over the previous couple of seasons. We always had the sense if he could get a breakthrough, then that would lead to big things to come, and that's exactly what happened. Really promising young talent. Excited to see what's next for him as he continues within the Toyota racing family. Meanwhile, eyes on the virtual racetrack here in a lurid slide for Brewer, who went on quite a wild ride and has to get towed back to the pit lane. That's going to be a bit of a setback there as time is of the essence. This is a short, sharp qualifying session, just 15 minutes to try and set your best lap, and ultimately qualifying super important with a short race to come, just 30 minutes in length.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see kind of what we normally see from a lot of these GR Cup races in real life. That break point, probably about the 7th place position, is where you're going to want to be. You're going to want to make sure that you are ahead of that and make sure you are above that cutoff line to be in contention for the race. If you find yourself below that, it's not out of the realm of possibility. You can kind of leapfrog your way forward, but it's definitely going to be a lot harder to be able to do. Watch right now, drivers work their way down the backstretch, and as Ryan said earlier, this is going to be a pretty heavy drafting area. Coming down here, these cars don't have a lot of aerodynamic fiddly bits on them. They're relatively mechanical grip intensive in the way that they run, so I would not be surprised if we do see a little closer running than we saw in some of the GT3 machines, where you did see that have to back off a little bit, particularly looking at tracks like Spa-Francorchamps coming around Pujol or corners like that where they are having problems. But right now, looking good for these drivers, and I think we're going to be in for a close race.
Well, that was, again, the case in practice, rather. The field was very closely grouped together, and look, the nature of a lower horsepower series like this, with everyone's got the same car, you're going to have a field bunched up nicely, and that's great for us. We'll have plenty of action to chronicle over 30 minutes of racing. That was my first one, and man,
about it, all action. Wholehearted, no fraction. Beat about it like a caption. Last stand. Top of the line, walking around and ain't talking about it. They talking about it, we winning again.
It was on the joystick my dad had for his flight simulator, and then we tried to use it for IndyCar Racing 2 and stuff like that, and eventually he got tired of it and shelled out for the wheel, which I think I used more than he did. But yeah, and it's amazing how it's grown since those early days, and it comes pretty darn close to replicating what you feel in the real car, but you're sitting at home, you could be in your pajamas, not in a fire suit.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot cooler in the sim than it is in the race car. I know our car, there was times this season that it was 130 degrees inside the car, and we're wearing the 4 layers of clothes. So, I mean, it gets hot in there, and I've not had to experience that in the sim yet.
Do you put on all your stuff at home, you know, to try and simulate what it's going to be like?
No.
You've never done that?
I've never considered that at all.
I'm the only one who's done that at this table then, huh? Nope, all right. Yeah, you know, just for the immersion, right?
Exactly.
No.
The real race car driver's looking down on us right now.
Yeah. All right. Maybe it was a sillier notion than we realized. Well, it looks like we are getting close to starting this race, so Kevin, we'll let you go. I know you're a busy guy with a million things to do here at PRI, but congratulations on a fantastic year. Thanks for spending some time with us, and can't wait to see what's next.
Thanks, guys. Really, really a pleasure to be up here. I know we get to spend a lot of time in different locations at the race weekend, so nice to sit here and chat with you guys. Really appreciate it.
Anytime at all. You're
fantastic.
2025 Pirelli GT4 America's Silver Class Champion for Random Vandals Racing. Kevin Boehm, his race car is right down there. You can check it out, and I think he'll be hanging out a little bit. Maybe you could ask him some questions if you're here at PRI and are so inclined to learn a little bit more about his car. So, Kevin, we'll let you get back to what you got to do, because, DJ, we've got a race to call.
That we do. It is Polasek and Chaney up on the pole right now. Menning and Menendez right behind them. Going to try to close on in, and just like that, we're ready to get going. It's on the formation lap. They come around and they get into the acceleration zone. Green flag flies. We are racing at Road Atlanta, and look at that. It's a big jump up front from Onofre. No, excuse me, Drury trying to get it. We're going to have to wait on the timing and scoring. I think it's shuffling around a little bit right now. Polasek is in the lead, then Menning, Chaney, and Menendez trying to be able to hold in as much as possible. They're coming up over the crest of this turn 2 sequence. This is always a brutal one.
Oh, totally blind on turn in, and then great rhythm down through this part. Big plunge down the hill, leading to this next technical complex where it's easy to get out wide and get into some trouble. Single file here, where you really need to be single file. Good job by this field to get a nice clean start to the race, and now off and running down to the first big passing zone.
Yeah, this is down into turn 7. You kind of go down the hill there, a little bit compression in the car, trying to keep it together as much as possible. Polasek still out into the lead. Menning trying to close in behind, but this is the battle right now. Menezes and Campbell, I think, third on back. Keep an eye on this. Don't count out Lynn or Cummings as well as they fly down this back straightaway. Here's where that big draft is going to come into play, Ryan.
A lot of familiar names from our racing yesterday, running up towards the front. Polasek, who had a good run in race 1 yesterday on ACC, didn't have the best race number 2, leads this field. Battle is on, though, down the hill, headed towards the chicane.
Chaney trying to be able to get a move on Menning, but a good block there from Menning. Moving proactively, that is always the rule, not in reaction to another driver, but a proactive defensive move is going to be perfectly allowed, and that's exactly what we saw there from Menning. Polasek will lead lap 1. Chaney trying to close in behind, and don't lose sight there of Campbell in 5th place as well. He could be a little threatening as well.
Certainly so. We saw that car, that driver, really quick through it, coming up through the field yesterday, starting in the mid-pack and is up into the 5th spot right now, giving Menezes a good run. Polasek leads with Menning not too far behind. The winner yesterday in the ACC competition, but everybody all jumbled up here a little bit. Close fight here at the front of this field.
Their way out of the S's right now. Turn 5, this is always such a tricky turn for me. Turn 5 and 6, and you never seem to quite get it right. A couple cars off into the background, and that's what can happen if you get on that loud pedal a little too early. Coming out of the S's, you just drift a little bit wide into 6, and now onto the back straightaway.
Polasek, though, neat and tidy, not making any errors, not making any miscues, trying to pull a bit of a gap out over Menning, which is easier said than done.
Janney there sitting in the slipstream now, pulls out of line. This is a challenge for the second spot. Polasek watches this with glee out of the rearview mirror, watching the two fight for second and third just behind him.
And this is where that draft is actually going to come into play yet again. Menning able to get the draft off of Polasek, and that's going to kind of stop Janney from getting forward. As soon as I say that, Janney tries to fight back around the outside, going through 10B. They'll now be side by side, and welcome to the battle here for the number 95.
Yeah, that's Menezes creeping into the conversation, makes that outside line, taking a peek around the outside, but has to settle back in. Still too wide in front. Campbell coming up into the conversation as well. That's the yellow-nosed machine. This is second, third, fourth, and fifth all together. Polasek pulls away.
Almost 3 wide coming out of turn 1. They totally are going to get this back into line. Shuffle around. Big drop back there for Campbell. He and Lynn are scrapping around for about P5 right now. Menezes is going to hold on to third place after that all settles down. Then Menning is shuffled back down to fourth. Campbell is going to be in fifth. Cummings sixth. Lynn has dropped down to seventh.
Yeah, not something we said at all yesterday. Menning took the pole in both races and pulled away. Won by a massive margin in both events. And at the moment, though, finds himself with some work to do. Down in fourth. Quite frankly, that group from second down to fifth maybe needs to work together a little bit because Polasek was looking to pull away, but now in the slipstream, he's watching that group close in. Janney in particular now has the gap down to 0.6 of a second.
And I thought for a second when that battle was going to fire off with Menezes and Menning, we were going to actually see a little bit of that cooperation in between the two. Some bump drafting that we talked about before the race started down the back straightaway. But unfortunately, it looked like Janney had a different strategy, and it's playing out for him. He's closing in on the back of Polasek, gap down to 0.8 of a second.
That's what it was, actually, I think, at the line. It's come down even more than that when we were looking at the live gaps a second ago. I think it's under a half a second now, and basically it's down to 3 car lengths, first down to second. That's how quickly things can change with the slipstream in these Toyota GR86s.
Yeah, you called it right, down to 3.5 of a second. As now they try to sort themselves out coming through that turn 1 area. We see Polasek just continuing to power on here. Here is that number 3 machine of Campbell, shuffled down in the order. He's still got some speed. He may try to charge forward.
Definitely. That's our hard charger from race 1 yesterday. Had a good qualifying effort, but had a spin on the opening lap at Circuit of the Americas in the Assetto Corsa Competizione. He then charged up through the field to get a decent result, and now with the better track position that he ever had in that race, but still some similar work to do, trying to make a couple of positions up here in the early going.
Trying to make up those positions, and of course he will be able to, as you said. So good yesterday. And this is a 30-minute race. This is a little bit more akin to what we do see in Toyota GR Cup North America. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do maybe see a little bit of tire saving going on, trying to hold onto the Continental rubber a little bit more. As these tires are modeled correctly, they do ebb and flow a little bit more than you would expect in real life.
A couple of battle packs starting to form, distinct of one another. Top 9 running in a pack, and then 10th on back running in a cluster as well. And in that second group, that's where you find our real-world drivers that have found each other on the racetrack. They run nose to tail with Drury giving chase, trying to track down Will Robusto. That group currently 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, all running in a group together. But at the front of the field, this is tightened up more than it has since the very start.
Janney's got that gap to under 1/10 of a second. Call it a couple of hairs in between himself and Michael Polasek. Menezes trying to be able to close in as well. And that's going to be a 3-car battle with Menning right there in behind.
Yeah, really good fight here. This top 4 running nose to tail. Will they stay in line and try and pull a gap and settle this amongst themselves, or will they start to squabble and allow Campbell, Cummings, Lynn, Soto, and others to claw up into the mix? Good look from overhead in the virtual copter cam, looking down on the Serpentine racetrack at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. It's Polasek leading the way.
Polasek, and he's going to try to hold on as much as possible, but I've got to think here Janney and Menezes are going to be on the attack. Ooh, little bit of a poke to the inside there from that 3rd car in line. That's Menezes trying to see if that 95 can get anything to go, but I think that cost him a little bit of momentum, and now coming down the back straightaway, he may be under pressure from Menning.
Now, the advantage is he does have the slipstream to stay in, and that can help that situation, but now pulls out of line, gets to what will become the inside inside down the hill. Battle for the lead. Janney nosing ahead. Menezes and Menning also mixing it up for third and fourth.
Noah's Ark down into turn 10. It's going to be Janney that's able to get ahead there in the number 23, able to pull that out. Polasek, Menezes, and Menning. Menning not able to get that pass. He'll stay back in fourth place as they come to the line.
Awesome stuff from Janney, sizing up that move for a couple of laps, got the run, got to the inside, and positioned that car in a place where the corner was his at apex. Able to pull away. The gap 0.6 of a second. The pole sitter, an early race leader, Polasek, now on the back foot for the first time.
Yeah, let's see how he responds in this situation. Now, this isn't something like we talked about yesterday necessarily, where there's going to be a sort of back and forth with running in dirty air. Not a lot of aerodynamic components on these cars. He's going to be able to run relatively okay in a pack. It's largely mechanical grip coming from these Continental tires. But look who's got a great run. That's Tyler Campbell. He's in fifth, trying to take a look onto the back of Menning, going down into the braking zone.
Pokes his nose to the outside. Menning forced to go on the defensive. Tried to make Campbell go the long way around, crossing him over, looking to the inside. That's great stuff. Campbell gets to the inside, and Menning is out wide and off the track.
Menning out wide. That's going to open up the door here for the likes of Soto and Lynn. I think that was, that's Cummings that was able to get on by him. Now Soto's going to try to eye him up. Here they come down the back straightaway, and this is exactly what I talked about with that kind of run. You lose momentum through one of these corners, you lose momentum through the next couple.
Well, that definitely was costly for Menning, dropping back outside of the top five, having run toward the front in this race since the beginning. Now settles into that train, but look at this. The top three now have separated themselves from the rest of the field, and if they can stay single file, maybe pull a bit of a gap, they can settle those podium positions amongst themselves.
And how many times have we seen this in real life? Toyota GR Cup North America Racing, whether it was Western Workman, Jackson Bell, and Will Robusto, throw Lucas Weisenberg into that mix as well, and any combination there or thereabouts. This is exactly the kind of racing that you see on the circuit, and I think here, if you are Polasek and Menezes, what you've got to do is keep calm and don't be too aggressive. You want to keep this together. You want to keep this a breakaway at the front of the field.
And Menezes is at risk, perhaps, of losing that top two. As I say that, Janney really wide there at the top of the hill. Very nearly dropped his right sides into the grass, but was able to pull it back together. Meantime, this is from fourth on back, fighting side by side here as well. Campbell, who had just muscled his way up to fourth, is now under assault. That looks like, is that Cummings perhaps that's putting the pressure on?
Yes, it is. We ride on board with Campbell right now in the number 3, trying to hold on to anything up in front of him from Menezes. Let's see if he's able to do so, but I think he's got to be looking at the rearview mirror more than he's looking forward right now. That said, he's got a nice little gap here. Cummings and Soto look like they may be in a battle, and I think Cummings may have to look at his rear view. Battles throughout the rest of the field, though, continue to be spicy.
And this is all happening well behind the race leader. Top three have truly separated themselves from the rest of the field at this stage. This is the second group, led by Campbell, with Cummings, Soto, Menning, and Lynn all giving chase.
Everybody holding in right now. We take another look back up at the front of the field as the clock ticks down under 20 minutes to go. Janney now under pressure again from Polasek. So this is an ebb and flow up at the front of the field. It's not like we saw yesterday where Menning is just able to scamper off into the distance. This is really very much like a Toyota GR Cup North America race where you've got to keep it together, because the way these cars are constructed and the way the draft works in these cars, you got to keep it tight.
Yep, we've seen that. It's very difficult to pull the gap. Maybe a little bit of a different story when we get to a track like Sonoma later on this afternoon. But for right now, it is about these different groups working together, working in tandem in the draft. Janney, who qualified up toward the front, but just a few laps ago moved to the lead of this race, is maybe pulling away slightly. Polasek trying to keep touch with him, and Menezes has been able to reel that front two back in after drifting off a few moments ago.
All right, we check back on that battle for fourth place. Campbell, Cummings, Soto, Lynn holding on a little bit farther back in the line, but a 3-car breakaway between Campbell, Cummings, and Soto. Let's see if anybody decides to poke their nose out of line a little bit early. Here comes Cummings looking to the outside, what will become the inside, and that's also going to bring Soto on through. Campbell is sitting duck in the middle, trying to pick a lane and not make it wrong. Big move to the inside there for Cummings. He's going to get a nose ahead. Campbell fights back, and it looks like Campbell's going to have the preferred line for now, but look at this. Here comes Youngsie Lin out of nowhere.
Wow, that first group of three kind of all had to check up there to get through the corner together. That opens the door for Lin, who makes it work on the outside, hangs that wide line around and is able to keep his momentum up. Now still too wide, heading down the hill into turn number 1.
My goodness, it's still the same order at this point. It's Campbell. Now Soto is shown ahead of Cummings, but I don't think that's anywhere near sorted at this moment. Poking ahead there, and they go a little bit off into the grass goes Cummings. Soto trying to be able to fight back. He's going to look down to the inside of the S's, but this is a one-way street and barely behind Menning slotting in the line.
Yeah, that's what you like to see if you're on the interstate, right? And the lanes are merging from 2 to 1. You want to do that zipper to try and not slow up the traffic. They somehow were able to zipper back together, get into the right formation, and they'll need to do so. This is not helping them at all in terms of trying to keep pace with the lead group. This is now happening over 5 seconds behind the overall lead of the race. Campbell has some separation, but we'll see for how long, because that group of cars, if they stop scrapping, they should be quicker together than he is by himself, and I think we'll see that lead dissipate quite quickly.
I would have to imagine so, but I think this is really all going to come down to Soto in that number 7 machine. Let's see what he does. He's going to go to the inside here. He's going to look on Cummings to try to keep this battle going. Lin's going to keep an eye on the outside. Side by side, Cummings and Soto. Cummings has the advantage here. Soto's not going to try to press the issue, but Youngsie Lin is coming up to the inside of Soto, and they'll be side by side coming down the hill.
How about that? 2 laps in a row. Lin super opportunistic when traffic breaks his way, gets a run, and picks up a position or 2. Had a steam built up, but that was covered off. That was hopefully proactive. The stewards will be taking a look at that move. Lin got his nose chomped off slightly down the front straightaway, but was able to gather it back up and still was embroiled in a battle for position.
And to your previous point there, Ryan, look at what this has allowed for Campbell. He is off and into the distance. Youngsie Lin, though, holding on to what is 7th place. Onofre and Menning trying to scrap right now for 8th place. It looks like Menning's going to hold the advantage through the S's, but an absolute just elbows out battle that we have seen. In contrast, we look up at the front of the field. Janny Polasek and Menezes just in single file.
Just got an update. Apologies to, it should be
Menez, excuse me.
No apologies there, mea culpa, but running a strong 3rd at the moment. Janny Polasek still controlling this race. Menez, we really haven't seen challenge the top 2 at this point. I wonder if maybe just keeping the powder dry a little bit, waiting for an opportunity as we get to the final 10 minutes.
Yeah, Menez, I think is maybe doing what we talked about a little earlier, saving the tires, saving the stuff a little bit. We got to check back in on this battle right now because Soto and Lin going side by side down into turn 10A. A little bit of a defensive move there from Lin. Coming around the outside, though, is Menning. Let's see if he's got it. He's going to try to challenge on Soto. Looks like he's going to have to give up the ghost coming over the crest of the hill.
Good job by everyone to give enough room. This has been tight racing, but it's been fair racing up to this point, just past the halfway mark in the first of 2 races today at the PRI SIM Racing Arena, live from just outside of the field of Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. Great to be here. 2nd day of the event. It's Janny leading the way, but the battle is fierce further back.
Very fierce further back. The battle right now between Menning and Onofre. Looks like Onofre's fallen off the pace a little bit. That's going to give an opportunity for Menning to look onto the back of Soto. I actually think the better battle there may be Soto and Lin. Just a spot up the road. That's 7th and 6th. Oh, those cars are so aggressive coming over those curves.
Yeah, big bump there for sure. That's a wild ride even in the virtual world, but everyone able to handle that jump up and over the curb. Keep in mind, the physics of these cars has changed dramatically in the last 7 days.
Yes, it has.
iRacing rolling out a major update, and by all accounts, it's been very, very well received, specific to the Toyota GR86, but these drivers probably have quite a bit of seat time in these cars going back over the last handful of months or years, but all of that kind of goes out the window when a major update gets rolled out like we saw recently.
I mean, it's sort of akin to an Evo kit in the way that it gets rolled out. You've got to readjust the way you think about it. Benning coming down to the inside of Soto there into turn 10A. That's not going to hold itself out. A little bit of a battle farther back in the field. That's Matt Brewer making a move on Henry Drury. Again, the full-time driver 2 years ago and super sub from last year. Very, very close battle there.
Graduate of the PT Autosport program, which has done so much to help accelerate careers of promising young drivers, and Drury, one of the first scholarship recipients there, has a bright future ahead of him. Excited to see what the future holds. But right now, embroiled in a really good battle, just on the fringes of the top 10.
Checking back into the meat of that top 10, Yanji Lin leads Soto, Menning, and Onofre as they come over the crest of the hill. I will say here, got to give some credit to Cummings up in front of them, able to close down on Campbell. We thought that was a foregone conclusion that Campbell was going to hold on to fourth place position. Michael Cummings says, nope, I want to get involved in that fight.
Yeah, he's done well to close that gap in. It's under half a second at last check. Lin and Soto and Menning still super close together, and Onofre there too. But we're almost starting to see three distinct groups starting to form. The top three, then fourth and fifth, and in that battle just behind.
All right, as they power down the back straightaway right now, waiting for that moment. Here comes Soto, going to take a look to what will be the inside of turn 10A. A little bit of a poke in front there from Cummings, but he's not going to do anything with it. Soto holds the inside and takes that position away from Yanji Lin. Good, solid move there, and that's going to move the number 7 up into 6th place.
Yeah, great work on the brakes to get that outbraking maneuver completed, and did it in plenty of time. Lin on the back foot now, having been opportunistic to pick up a couple of spots, about 3 or 4 laps ago. Now looks like he's playing some defense. In the front, though, battle for position heating up.
Oh, that was a big move there from Cummings down to the inside of Campbell, and he's going to try to steal that position away by the time they get into the braking zone for turn 2. It's going to be line preferred there to Cummings. He's got it away with a sneaky maneuver into turn 1. That is not a move you see every day.
Sporting that Tech Sport livery, looks really sharp on the Toyota GR86, and now leads this battle pack. That puts Campbell on the defensive, closing in behind his Soto, tucked up right behind that rear wing. Challenging, looking inside, now to the outside.
Looking this way, Yanji Lin also under pressure a little bit here from Menning. That won't play out. Here they come down into turn 7, onto the back straightaway. Cars running wide. Soto, Menning absolutely drifting it off into the distance and doing their best WRC impression.
Well, it's funny when the first one goes off. They're running so close together. The driver behind is almost following the car ahead and trusting they're going to take the right line through. And when one car goes wide, frequently you do see the second wanted line follow them off the track, and that's exactly what transpired a few moments ago.
Some call it instant fixation, some just call it, well, that's what's going to happen. As there it is, but Campbell right now trying to close back onto the back of Cummings. Again, this gap not really going anywhere, even though the pass has been made. Under 9.5 minutes left to go in the race number 1 from Road Atlanta here for Toyota GR Cup eSports League.
Top 3 have separated themselves, now 9 seconds clear of 4th and 5th. But then you get to this group here, and this is where the fight has been really since the drop of the green flag. We're watching a pack here led by Cummings and Campbell, Soto, Lin, Menning, all in the mix.
Everybody together. Take a look on board. I believe this is on board Menning right now. Behind Yanji Lin. Excuse me, that was on board with Soto. Soto holds in behind Campbell. Not seeing any pokes down to the inside of turn 6. I think that's a good heads up. You don't really use that too often as an overtaking opportunity.
It has the potential then to kill your momentum out of that complex, which leads to the longest full throttle section. So if it goes wrong, that can be really costly, especially if you're in a big pack like this one. So I think you're right, probably prudent given the circumstances. Instead, trying to get the big run here down the long back straightaway, which leads to the biggest braking zone on the track, and it's a side-by-side battle at the front of this pack.
Campbell's got the advantage, but he's going to have to go the long way around 10A at any rate. He's not going to be able to do it. Slots back into line. Yanji Lin thought about making a little something happen. That's not going to happen as well. And they'll just stay relatively orderly here, which is something we haven't been able to say all that often. Menning, though, takes a move to the inside of Lynn.
How about that? Lynn left the door open, and that was a bold move up the inside from Menning, who's been on the back foot here over the last half of this race or so. Now, though, starting to pick up the pace, pick up a couple of positions. It's side-by-side in front throw. This is fantastic stuff. Campbell, Cummings, and Soto all locked together.
Oh, that's going to get a little bit tight coming down into turn 2, and I got to give credit there to Cummings and Campbell. They sorted it out. Menning on a charge, though, making a move on Soto.
Yeah, you saw those guys get in a battle and thought, this is my chance. Able to get to the flank. It picks up a spot around the outside through the S's. That is a bold maneuver. Great job by Menning to pick up yet another spot, and now immediately on the attack once again. Campbell the next in the crosshairs.
Well, we said it's a little hard to pass into turn 6, and Menning agrees. He backs off, but he may try to get it into turn 7, as that was a bad run there for Campbell. My goodness gracious, he is keeping it on. Contact there side to side, and they're going to go down the back straightaway just perfectly in line.
Who is Soto going to follow through? And the answer, no one. Makes it 3 wide down the back straightaway. This could get very interesting heading into the braking zone for the chicane. Just a couple feet more until we approach that brake zone, and it's a 3-wide battle and maybe a 4-wide battle before it's all said and done.
Lynn has his choice of lanes. He's going to start on the outside, move his way to the inside, but right now Campbell's going to hold the inside. Contact between him and Menning. Now Menning and keep leaning on each other. Does that open up the door a little bit for Soto? No, Menning's able to keep it ahead.
But look at Lynn. This is right through the playbook for Lynn to be opportunistic when traffic bunches everybody up, pokes the nose to the inside, and it's a 2-for-1 maneuver. Chef's kiss, says DJ.
Beautiful stuff from Yanji Lin. That is exactly how you do it, and he's not done trying to take a wider line through turn 1. That may come back to bite him a little bit here, as that opens up the door to Soto and Campbell behind him. Here comes Menning, though. Let's see if he can close down on Cummings in front.
What a lap from Menning. I think he started that in 8th or 9th, up to the top 5 now in basically one fell swoop, and now starts to pull away from the pack he was stuck in just a few moments ago, and is drawing a bead on his next target. That's 4th place Cummings.
Seeing if he can get closer. This is going to be a little bit of a tall challenge. It's 5 minutes and 35 seconds left to go on the clock. You will be able to complete the lap you are on, but nevertheless, that may be a little bit hard to ask.
Oh, to get to the top 3, I think, unless they start to battle amongst themselves and maybe make some contact, that's probably out of the question. But still could see a fight for 4th and 5th before it's all said and done. If they can get away from the rest of the train, which suddenly has sorted itself out, it's back to single file, and now let's watch and see if they can hoover up the distance.
All right, they're all in that characteristic draft train. You see them snaking down the back straightaway. There is Menning. Lynn closing in on the back there of Campbell, but he's not going to make any passes. And no free on the back of Soto. Not seeing any passes there. They're keeping it nice and together for the moment.
Smooth running from that group. Back to the battle for the lead, and I think before too much longer, this is going to start to hot up. Janney, who went to the lead about 10 minutes into this race. Polasek, the pole sitter, has run no worse than 2nd all race long, and then it's Meniz there sitting in the 3rd spot, who, as of yet, we've yet to see look particularly aggressive. Is that because the other 2 cars have the measure in this battle, or is it just a matter of waiting for the right time to pounce?
We've got about 4 minutes and 15 seconds to find out. Battle farther back down in the field. This is Henry Drury and Will Robusto, 2 real-life drivers going at it. Up and over turns 1 and 2, trying to sort themselves out. Drury's little bit of an attack maybe turned to defense here as Sudik and Brewer may have something to say about it.
This has been really fun, just off screen, really, the entire race. I've been kind of keeping an eye on this, on timing and scoring, and these positions have changed hands multiple times, seemingly every lap. Really, really good stuff there, albeit for the back half of the field.
Battle for the lead. Here comes Polasek down to the inside of Janney. It's a battle of the late breakers. Janney's going to try to hold it, and here comes maybe a little room from Meniz. Here it is, and there he goes.
That was what he was waiting for. The top 2 came to grief and opened the door up to the inside, and Meniz wasted no time jumping through, taking the lead of the race for the first time with just over 3 minutes to go.
And he's going to scamper off into the distance as Polasek and Janney have yet to sort out their differences into turn 1. Polasek around the outside, Janney on the tighter line to the inside, and it looks like it's going to favor Janney. Polasek has to settle for 3rd.
That has not gone the way that either of those two drivers envisioned it when they came to make contact there at the bottom of the hill in the chicane. Opened the door up for Muniz, who has come through, taken the lead, and now pulled away to the tune of nearly a second. But how long will that lead last with these two now sorted out, at least for the moment, single file and desperately wanting to track down the leader?
Yeah, Polasek gets a nice little run here onto the back of Janney. Let's see if he's able to get a pass into turn 6. Doesn't look that way. Now into turn 7, they continue to go. This is going to be all about the draft. It does look like Janney was able to close up a little bit on the back of Muniz. I don't think this is going to be close enough to really get the run here. The question's going to be is what does Polasek do? Does he play for P1 and give Janney a little bit of a draft, or does he play for keeps and try to take P2 for himself?
These are the tough decisions you have to make in single-make racing like Toyota GR Cup, and man.
Be about it, all action. Wholehearted, no fraction. Read about it like a caption. Last stand. Top of the line. Walking around and ain't talking about it. Ain't talking about it. We winning again. Creating the crime. Breaking the line. Pushing right through. The crown is mine. It's grind time. It's grind time.
Certainly BMW versus Corvette. The advantage is with the BMW on a long wall up the front straight here.
qualifying. It'll be a long day, but 90 minutes to try and claw back up to the front of the field.
Doesn't force it here a little bit. Did he swing out wide here on his final exit of this corner?
All award winners in the various classes behind Stevens, Philip Ellis, and Austin Overy.
Well, it's so cool to be back here at Circuit of the Americas. This has been home to a US Grand Prix since 2012. It's an amazing facility here. You got the enormity of the stadium itself.
There's the green flag. They fan out early. Oh, this is a big move up the inside. Big move around the outside. That's McDonald, TSDT Racing. Meanwhile, a spin further back in the pack. Oh, I think that's it's pretty wide in front of them. Wow, that was second, third, and fourth on the road. Somehow they sort it all out in the order. Beautiful. But can Halen keep it within track limits? Yes, he can.
Be impressive to watch and he's got amazing overtaking skills, a great racecraft.
This is where the Mercedes has been so strong. That set him up to put the power down and get alongside the BMW. He's going to take advantage of it. Has to be soon. Those tires are almost up to temp now.
Just sensational racecraft.
Across and snares the win by 1.5 tenths of a second.
Wow, that was awfully tight.
They have announced their presence as championship contenders last year.
Open your eyes, look in the skies, we bout to make it divide. I came with a tribe, I'm ready to, they want me dead or alive, yeah. Somebody warn them, this is the future. I pulled up in a DeLorean. I know you know just how the whole story is. Legendary, I need a historian. This how you start up a riot. If you don't believe it, then try us. We throwing shots at Goliath. We never break, we just break up the silence. Yeah, here ain't no way to avoid. We on a mission, go seek and destroy. Suited and booted, I came with the boys. Oh yeah, you know that it's on. Now it's time. It's pandemonium. Tell them that we bout to ride. It's pandemonium. We gonna set it on fire. It's pandemonium. We bout to make it a riot. It's pandemonium. Is it a bird or a plane? Yeah, that mean we out of range. They in the stars with our name. Yeah, we gon' take this to the grave. We got the
One of the great tracks in North American road racing, Calvin. This place has so much history, and it's a real challenge for all involved.
It's old school in a truer sense. It's very much on the edge around this racetrack. Big high speeds, lots of elevation changes. Certainly
Lightning strikes over the course of this week so far. Some wild thunderstorms have rolled through here from time to time, but it hasn't dissuaded the fans. They've come out to celebrate. VIR, Virginia International Raceway. It's Philip Ellis. Engines fired up. Battle was on, raging down into turn number one. It looked like it might be 3 wide for a while, but Chauncey had his nose chopped off. Ellis able to hang on.
way through. No, he doesn't. He gives it up. Almost margy-bargy there.
Boy, that was tight in a really treacherous part of this racetrack, but they come through on the other side. Here comes Chauncey again. Porsche forced out wide, now vulnerable to the Mercedes, charging up the inside. That's
looking for a podium run.
One last lap to go here at VIR. Here's the race winner for the first time in 2025. RS1 takes victory in GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Povaledo coming down the pit lane has yet to see the checkered flag. What a place. Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin truly lives up to the moniker America's National Park of Speed. Just north of Milwaukee. Opened its doors in 1955, and this 14-turn, 4-mile track has been challenging the world's best ever since. Qualifying pace is one thing, race pace is another, and again, it's a bit of a trip into the unknown for these teams that don't have extensive experience with this new Pirelli tire. Here's how they'll line up. Jan Halen and Connor DeFilippi, a couple of pro class cars battling for a championship. They'll line up alongside. This is GT World Challenge America, part of a global SRO GT racing ecosystem. Matt Bell, the quickest of all for DXDT Racing. Pro-Am class pole, overall pole, and then on every a chance to enjoy it down there, taking part in the grid walk, getting ready for the start of today's race. Here he goes, gets a great jump at the front of the field. Stevens has to settle in behind. He's on this really top, but it gets really nice there. It's 3 wide, at least for a moment, headed towards turn 1.
Beautifully judged.
Chauncey sweeps around the outside of Cedric, so both Vandals cars moving up quickly here in the early going. 4 minutes still on the clock as we edge closer to that pit stop window. Challenged by Foley, 2 front runners in the Pro-Am class.
Foley making some moves early, really tight there mid-pack. Oh, big one. That kink is commitment through that corner, but big consequences if he did it wrong. Almost argy-bargy down into the brake zone. Line astern through turn 5. Trying to make a run. This is where he got a win here 3 weeks ago. Mackay Stevens.
It's Mackay Stevens and JMF Motorsports that take the win in race 2. The top GT drivers on the planet, along with superstars of global motorsport, have all converged here at the racing capital of the world. For over a century, motorsport's best have come to test themselves in this crucible of speed, and that tradition continues today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hello and welcome to our live coverage of the 6th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour, powered by AWS. History in the making, a chance to win the longest race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a race that will run into the darkness with the threat of rain looming over the final few hours. Mercedes and BMW on the front row. A couple of BMWs waiting to be unfurled to unleash 25 cars to get the 8-hour underway. The clock starts to tick across the yard of bricks. We are racing in Indianapolis. Cook already on the attack in the green BMW, looking to make it 3 wide in a bid for 2nd position.
Just tuck back in, there's your way in.
The grid, Kent Cook up to 2nd, lunge to the inside, yes indeed. Mikhail Grenier looking at Al-Faisal Al-Zubair in the BMW. This is an absolute hornet's nest as the leaders work their way through the mid-pack, putting cars a lap down. Got pole position yesterday. That's up yet another spot. Really good start there by the 51. Way up on the curve, and he was two-wheeling it a la Valentino Rossi just a few moments ago. Wait out the weather, I'm afraid. That lightning hold now lifted. Down the front straightaway. Green flag once again. Team WRT does it for the 3rd straight year, clinching the title season. Turner Motorsport, Robbie Foley, back-to-back Pro-Am championships.
And 6th win on the year.
Be about it, all action. Wholehearted, no fraction. Read about it like a caption. Last stand. Top of the line. Walking around and ain't talking about it. Ain't talking about it. We winning again. Creating the grind. Breaking the line. Pushing right through. The crown is mine. It's grind time. It's grind time.
certainly BMW versus Corvette. The advantage is with the BMW on a long wall up the front straight here.
Following qualifying, it'll be a long day, but 90 minutes to try and claw back up to the front of the field.
Doesn't force it here a little bit, but he's swinging out wide here on his final exit of this corner.
All award winners in the various classes behind Stevens, Philip Ellis, and Austin Embry.
Well, it's so cool to be back here at Circuit of the Americas. This has been home to a US Grand Prix since 2012. It's an amazing facility here. You got the enormity of the stage itself.
There's the green flag. They fan out early. Oh, this is a big move on the inside. Big move around the outside. That's McDonald, DT Racing. Meanwhile, a spin further back in the pack. Oh, I think that's it. There's 3 wide in front of them. Wow, that was second, third, and fourth on the road. Somehow they sort it all out in the order.
Beautiful.
But can Halen keep it within track limits? Yes, he can.
Be impressive to watch.
Welcome back to the PRI SIM Racing Arena. DJ Clark and Ryan Marine along with you for the ride as we shift gears and shift coasts, as it were, in the virtual world, headed from where we were at Road Atlanta across the Continental Divide over to Sonoma Raceway in California. One of my personal favorite tracks that we head to, partially biased because that is California. As a Californian, I do love seeing it, but it is a fantastic circuit and the traditional season opener for SRO Motorsports Group America.
It has slotted into that role nicely, hasn't it, over the last 3 or 4 years, and great way to get the season kicked off when we roll around to 2026, and then a great challenge here on the eSports side of things as well for this competition. Already had race one, like you mentioned, at Road Atlanta earlier today. Really compelling race. Had a top 3 breakaway from the rest of the field. Lead changed hands a couple of times in the final couple of laps, but now a much different prospect coming to Sonoma Raceway. Much more tight and twisty, fewer straightaway sections. This is a track where perhaps we could see a bit of a breakaway that eluded us in that first race earlier this morning.
Yeah, I think we could. I mean, this is one I've often heard described as a driver's track. It really is a circuit that you love to hot lap around, that it's super fun and super rewarding to drive as a solo car around here. A little more difficult when you're running in a group, a little more difficult when you've got a couple of cars around that you're trying to pass necessarily. And so it may be going to present a couple of more challenges to get an overtake done. I will also say, due to the limits of the virtual world, we are not running the traditional layout that we do, that you see in SRO Motorsports Group America, where we have that turn, I believe it's 9 and 9A sequence. We run the chicanes all the way through, and you head down into the hairpin at 10 and 11. So not that traditional overtaking opportunity that we see, but maybe it's going to change things up. Maybe we're going to have some more overtakes going down into the hairpin, and obviously going into turn 7, the hairpin on the far end of the circuit going to be a lot more crucial.
Well, drivers just are going to have to get creative, aren't
Exactly.
they, around this track? That's really the name of the game when it comes to trying to get a pass done at Sonoma Raceway. Opened in 1968, 12 turns, and then it depends, well, depending on the layout, in roughly 2.5 miles, again, depending somewhat on the layout that's selected. But in any configuration, the elevation change is maybe the most noteworthy aspect of this circuit. About 160 feet is the difference between the high point and the low point of the racetrack at Sonoma Raceway. That's roughly 15 stories in elevation change, packed in a pretty tight little punch. So it's a great venue, real challenge, as you say, for the drivers. And I think this session right here, qualifying, as important as any of the qualifying sessions that we have here this weekend.
Yeah, it's really going to be crucial here. You're going to want to be, we had said previously at Road Atlanta, probably top 7 is where you're looking at it wanting to be. I think you got to be top 5 here, maybe even top 4 to be able to get that breakaway up at the front of the field. That's what's going to be crucial to be able to hold on to that top position. You need to be there to be able to challenge. There's just not enough real estate and not enough primary overtaking opportunities to really get that pass done and get it to stick.
And they're short races. Let's not forget, just 30 minutes to get the job done here today. And unlike yesterday, if you were with us on the stream or here in person, where it was a 2-legged event, effectively, with points scored across 2 races. This is not the case here today, so it's just 2 single races taken in isolation. Already had 1 podium today to recognize the top 3, and 3 more prize packages still to be given out here on the floor of the PRI SIM Racing Arena before the day is done, and a little bit more to come still tomorrow, but we'll keep our focus in on the here and now, and that is this qualifying session, down to just 11 minutes on the clock. So time of the essence to try and put a lap in and secure a good starting position.
Yeah, coming down into that turn 11 right now, the hairpin, as it were, at the end of the track, a wider hairpin than you're used to normally seeing. Kind of deceptive. You see it, you expect it to be a little bit tighter, but it is a super heavy braking zone down into that area. So very difficult to get right, to roll the speed through that corner. And it's really pretty crucial because you've got to be able to carry that speed then all the way up into turn 2, which is your first major braking zone on the lap.
Exactly, and a good passing opportunity there, potentially, if you can get a good run through that hairpin and maybe your competition falters
through that section. Then the next bit of the track, you get up to the top of the hill, the high point, and from then, really the next sequence is all coming downhill. Lots of elevation change, sweeping back left and right. The carousel is a particularly challenging corner, blind on entry because you're coming down a hill, and then there's a big, a bunch of dirt, effectively. That's the hillside that's blocking the vision of the corner exit as you turn in, and it requires so much patience, especially on the throttle, trying to get through that part of the track, and then down once again into down the drag strip into another passing zone at the end of that, and then into the sequence we're watching right now, high-speed S's into this chicane.
I stand corrected. When they did the rescan of the circuit,
I was wondering.
We've
It
got
looked familiar.
R9A there. So I stand corrected on that. Good to see that we've got that. Now, that is actually special. That is the only FIA-accredited layout that is on the circuit. The other circuits that you see run were at different configurations and not actually accredited to run. So that's why we run the individual one that we do.
Well, good to see we get to get the full experience here. Just under 10 minutes on the clock. And let's look at some of the early times that have come in. Janney, who was so strong, wasn't he, in race number 1 this morning, 0.7 of a second clear over the next closest driver, still quite early into going, but that's a pretty massive gap there ahead of Lynn. Polasek, who was quick, Moniz as well up in the 4th spot, and Nuffrey, who had a good drive going, but that ended in the wall, didn't it, in race number 1, one of a handful of drivers to see some misfortune earlier today.
Yeah, not entirely sure there what happened to Onofre. Looked like it was just kind of a miscommunication maybe coming out of turn 5. Always a very easy area to do at Road Atlanta. You kind of have a couple of corners, I would say, that are not necessarily similar to that, but that you can have those problems. Looking particularly at the carousel, we watch Jacob Martin right now as he comes down through here. I know I've run into this problem. You get onto the throttle a little bit too early coming out of the carousel. The car just wants to push out. You're getting that compression down into the circuit, and you can find yourself out into the dirt and on the outside.
So easy to do, whether it's in the sim or in real life. We see that happen, it seems like, every year. And at that time of year, remember, we go to Sonoma Raceway in the spring, so it's quite verdant and green, actually.
It is.
Which is jarring if you've really only watched races at Sonoma, say, on the NASCAR schedule, where they typically go in the later part of the year into the summer, later summer, and it's quite dry, as you see represented in iRacing right here. Actually, you go in the spring and it's bright green, and you've got the sheep roaming the landscape, acting as the greenskeepers, effectively looking after the grass, and it's a totally different environment when we turn up.
And with the hills, it's like you've been transported to Ireland almost,
right,
with the sheep wandering around. It's a completely different experience. I know the first time I went, I was really taken aback at how gorgeous it is, and especially from our vantage point where we are normally in the press tower. You see the storm fronts that move on through, especially when we go in at the time of the year in March, that it tends to get a little bit rainy here and there, and it's really a gorgeous vista to be able to experience. If you haven't been able to make your way out to Sonoma, I highly, highly recommend it. Make a little trip out there, spend some time in wine country, and come on over and see the races for SRO Motorsports Group America. I cannot recommend it enough.
Yeah, crowds have really been growing in that event in recent years. It's been awesome to see that groundswell of support for sports car racing in that part of California. This track, as mentioned, opened in 1968. It was built on the land that was previously occupied by the Sears Point Farm, and that name might ring a bell to race fans. For many years, Sonoma Raceway was known as Sears Point Raceway, and that's the reason why. It's on the site of the old Sears Point Farm, and has been the home of West Coast Motorsports for a long time ever since. A lot of race teams as well, based on the grounds of Sonoma Raceway, and we've seen racing schools that have been based there over the years, so it's really a hub on the West Coast of North American road racing.
Yeah, it is, and as we kind of alluded to yesterday, really one of those places that pretty much every major racing series has visited there at some point in time, whether you're talking about single-seaters or tin tops or stock cars or whatever. It has come through here, and it bears that history very proudly. Obviously, the drag strip in effect as well. So NHRA has come out and visited quite a few times. It's a really special place. It's one of those places that you can kind of feel the history that has existed there, and it's really quite spectacular. And I think for me, one of the best spectator facilities because you are able to see so much of the track.
It's a good point. As far as road racing goes, it probably offers some of the best vantage points of any racetrack you'll go to in the States, because there are several places you can get that have some elevation that you can look down and see a good chunk, maybe up to 2/3 of the track from a single vantage point, which is really rare in road racing. As great as of a venue as a place like Road America is, there's not many places there where you're going to see more than just a corner or two, and Sonoma is definitely an exception to that.
Yeah, it is. I know when I've had friends come up from Southern California, they've been really knocked out with how much they can see. But let's get back to the action here that's going on. Janny up at the top by about 0.5 of a second over Maniz, which is really impressive. That's the big gap that we're seeing up at the top. Everybody else a lot closer back. Yonji Lin with a really good time to find himself in third place. Polasek in fourth. Campbell fifth. Onofre, Sudik, Menning, Soto, and Brewer rounding out your top 10.
And when you consider it's basically 0.6 of a second first to second, 0.6 of a second then would cover second all the way down to about 8th or 9th on timing and scoring at the moment. So it's super compressed there behind Janny. That's something of an outlier lap. Really impressive, backing up the pace we saw earlier today at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, a little bit, I think, heartbroken to lose out right at the end there in that final corner. But this, as you said earlier, could be the situation where Janny, if he's got as much speed as he's showing here at this point, may be able to really pull away at the beginning and get a good opportunity to build that gap and kind of hold on to it. Is the draft not necessarily in as much of effect here? You do see a little bit of that compression with the draft coming in, going through the S's down into turn 9. We do tend to see that be that major overtaking opportunity, but for the most part, I think that gap is probably going to be proof in the pudding, and that may be enough to pull away.
Surprise for me is that we don't see Cummings with a lap set yet. That was a name we've been calling a lot over the last day and a half. Down 17th without a lap time. Now, that could be something we talked about earlier today. That could just be the car dropping a wheel, getting one of those 1x1 incident point moments that nullifies a lap. That's certainly a possibility, but it's strange that everyone else has at least been able to put one valid lap on the board, but our 17th competitor has not.
Yeah, not sure about that. We saw him involved in that really tremendous battle for 5th place with about 5 or 6 cars in race 1. Here's Will Robusto, real-life driver, a couple-time race winner here. It looks like Robusto is going to pull off down into pit lane with about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Thankfully, don't have to talk about that pit lane here, as it is only a 30-minute race, and we're not going to be messing with any sort of pit stops or anything like that. But this is a tricky pit entrance to kind of gauge the speed on. It's a very narrow entry to get into, and then it is. I have heard it described as interminably long.
Yeah.
In the way that the pit lane works.
I think that's a perfect description of it, and it shouldn't affect anybody today, but in the event that a drive-through penalty is handed out, and we do have some live stewarding going on at this event, so that is a possibility that something like that could be handed out. That means it's extremely painful to have to take that long drive at 35 miles per hour or thereabouts down that pit lane, and that takes you out of contention pretty quick.
Yeah, it really does. And of course that pit lane sort of double staged, that you have to make the turn and come down it, and always very confusing, I think, a little bit to try to figure everything out. But like we said, 30-minute race, shouldn't have to worry too much about that. Well, with that turn 9, that does open up that overtaking opportunity on the circuit. I would say that traditionally what we've seen then is, surprisingly, with that right-left coming off of the S's, it actually reduces the overtaking opportunity into the hairpin, into turn 11. We don't really see it there as much. And so your real primary overtaking is going to be into 7, into 9, and then, as you said earlier, into 2 if you're brave.
If you're brave, it can be done. Actually, the outside can work there, because then you find yourself on the inside if you can hang that outside line into the next couple
corners that are tight and really difficult to be offline for if you do force the opponent driver to the outside and off the preferred line. So we'll see what these drivers could do. Again, we saw them get kind of clever with some of the passing opportunities yesterday at Circuit of the Americas in Spa when we were racing on ACC, and now this morning on iRacing. Really compelling stuff at Road Atlanta to get the day started.
Yeah, and again, I want to give a huge shout out to everybody at Toyota GR Cup North America for partnering with iRacing to make this happen. Very special. This GR86 Cup car was actually debuted on the iRacing simulator before we were able to bring it out in real life. That was back in 2023, I believe. And yeah, that's right. I had to think about the math in my head there for a second. But very special. It has always been a favorite of drivers and fans to be able to take a piece of and check out. And iRacing has done such a great job bringing this car to life.
Well, and they've had some changes, haven't they?
Yes, it did.
In the last couple of days with the most recent update to iRacing. This car got what has been described as a complete overhaul of the car physics, including things like the center of gravity's been lowered. That was designed to reduce rollover and bicycling in the sim. That might have helped on some of those curves they were using at Road Atlanta earlier today. The anti-roll bar size has been adjusted to match the real-world series specs. There's also been a rear camber adjustment increased by 2.5 degrees to match with the real-world regulations as well. Changes to spring rate, reduced gearbox friction, increased diff friction and drive ratio, slight changes to the power curve to smooth out the power delivery, and a slight change to increase, interestingly, the aero drag on this car as well, which could have contributed to some of that great drafting that we saw in race number 1. A little harder to do here at Sonoma, but nevertheless, that's always going to be a factor in a race that features some relatively low horsepower cars, 2.4 liter engines, 4 cylinders, basically 212 horsepower powering these machines. But that said, it means that the draft is going to have a part to play.
Yeah, and we have seen in the past at Sonoma that draft does come into play on it, that it will pick up, particularly through the S's. A lot of what we've seen is you got to be a little bit patient coming through the first sector and a half of the lap, bringing its way through the climb up the hill and then the fall back down through the carousel as it goes on through. It will be a little bit more interesting to try to get that to go. But once it does get on into the hairpin at the end of the track, that's certainly going to be an overtaking opportunity. As we said, down into turn 7, that'll be an overtaking opportunity. And so we'll have to see just how it plays out. I think the biggest thing, though, is you got to keep it clean through the first couple of laps on this circuit. You've got to play nice with everybody around you and let this race settle in.
Totally agree. I mean, we've been pretty lucky so far outside of a lap 1 incident that took a couple of cars out of contention at Spa yesterday in one of the 2 races that we had. We've had pretty clean opening laps. Now, it's not to say it hasn't been close. There have been plenty of close quarters moments from time to time, but by and large, there's been enough mutual respect amongst the competitors to get through some hairy moments at the start of the races, and hopefully everyone has the head on the swivel there coming up the hill that first time, and we can get into a nice rhythm and get the racing underway.
Well, and especially as you were saying, coming up that hill, the traditional racing line is really widening out turn 2 as much as possible and kind of cutting that over. So you've got to be watching to your inside, really making sure that everything stays together. So you got to be careful about that, and you've got to not be overly aggressive coming up into 3 and 4 in that area. That's not really an overtaking zone. As I said, much more of the rhythm section, the driver's section of the track. I know I've turned quite a few laps here at Sonoma. I really like this place when I am racing by myself, when I'm just hot lapping. I get a little nervous when you put a couple other cars on the track.
It's challenging, no question about it. Tight confines, difficult to overtake, and if something goes wrong in front of you, there's not a whole lot of room to maneuver sometimes as well to try and avoid any potential trouble. So, we'll see what happens here. We're in the final warm-up phase here before the race gets underway. We got a glimpse a few moments ago of what the sim arena looks like here at PRI. It's 20 identical rigs all set up with a great deal of precision to try and equalize the playing field. But as we talked about yesterday, this is gear that these drivers might not use on a regular basis. By now, they should be pretty accustomed to it. Just about everybody in this race today was racing with us yesterday as well. But, you know, as we discussed throughout the course of the week so far, you get used to the creature comforts that you built in your bespoke rig at home. You get used to the button layout on your wheel at home, the specific force feedback of your rig at home. This might be a completely different set of equipment than you're used to, and that's a real challenge for some of these drivers.
Yeah, and, you know, even just the layout of how it's set up in your room. I know quite a few people that may have their rig kind of up against a wall or in that way, so it feels a little bit more constricting, and you're able to sort of not have a distraction coming from one side necessarily. So all of those things that they have to take into consideration, it's a very difficult thing. This is ostensibly the equivalency of jumping into your friend's car and going to compete after an hour and a half of practice, I think, for lack of a better term. Let's say you and your friend have the same car, but it's not your car. You're
Sure.
both driving a GR86, and you jump in his to go have a good time.
Well, the thing you brought up about the distraction, I mean, we've got all these people gathered around. They can hear the broadcast from time to time. They can hear the commotion happening around them. I liked what Michael Menning was telling us yesterday, that he likes to turn the volume up a little bit louder on the headsets when he's racing in person like this to try and drown out some of those distractions that can be, well, distracting.
Well, and to hear tell, we really couldn't hear much of it yesterday because we're sort of removed over from it. You can see us on the camera right now, but you know, there's some cheering, there's some clapping, there's some oohs and ahs as good battles go on, and you know, to a driver that can be very distracting. And you hear drivers talk about, we're in Indianapolis, when the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is full, and you know, they say, yeah, you can kind of hear it, and it throws you out of the moment a little bit with the crowd noise. I've got to imagine it's very similar here.
It's not something that you're used to, right? If you're racing at home most of the time, and you can close the door and keep the cat from coming in and distracting you, things like that, right? There's no closing the door here. You're out in public and very much in front of all the attendees here at PRI. Plus, you know, you've got the global audience watching as well on GT World, whether that's on YouTube or Twitch. So a lot of eyeballs on this event, as you might imagine, and it's a special one to be a part of. Those drivers that qualified to be here, that's an accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah, and to your point, this does represent the cream of the crop. We didn't just let anybody in. You had to qualify for this competition for both days. And be selected as a result of your lap times, as a result of your outright speed. And so this does really represent some of the best and brightest talents in the world of sim racing. And what I think is particularly impressive is you're seeing the drivers here today that were here yesterday. You know, we talked a little bit about, you know, switching from ACC to iRacing and that difference and that back and forth. Well, for these drivers, yes, you're still piloting a virtual car around a circuit, but there's so many little ins and outs of the cars, whether it's where you are seated in the car and what that point of view looks like, to the tire model physics, to the braking physics that exist in each simulator. To be able to jump in between the two and show a lot of speed, looking at Menning, looking at Janney, looking at some of these drivers that have, Polisic, that have really good speed, that is impressive in and of itself.
Well, and again, the fact that there's been that wholesale change to the physics of the GR86. So all that work that was done either to qualify to be here or just in preparation for this event, and you get that fundamental change on the simulator software itself before you even turn up here. I suspect that drivers really hadn't had much of a chance to play around with that and come to grips with that to this stage. So that's just another curveball that's been thrown their way.
Well, and that's kind of the thing that you have to take into consideration when you are racing in iRacing in particular. iRacing is on a 12-week season schedule. You have 12 races over the course of a schedule. They release new content at the end of those 12 weeks. They come out, and then you have week 13, which is, for all intents and purposes, fun time. You have some ridiculous track and you know, combinations. You'll run a dirt sprint car at Lime Rock kind of thing, just ridiculousness. But they'll go out and have a good time, and then it'll reset. And so that is all part of iRacing's commitment to continually be providing the best product available, continue to be not only provide the best product, but the most accurate product available. And they continue to do that time in and time out. As we've said a little previously, very excited for their new spat of stuff coming out. Adelaide just released their street course that you were saying how excited you were, and we're hearing that there is going to be a version of, they just released a version of a track that we will be visiting this year with the McLaren Trophy America and the Miami Autodrome, a track that we've been to in the past in the form of St. Petersburg, going to be on the official release we expect within the next 12 weeks or so. And then I would have to imagine the track that these drivers, the GR Cup drivers, will be headed to, and that's the streets of Arlington. Due to the tie-ups with IndyCar, I have to imagine that's going to be coming to the sim.
Not too distant future. Yeah. I would agree that's a likely addition, knowing that iRacing's hard at work on putting together an IndyCar title to be released later on this year, which is a long time coming, but
yes,
also very much off topic for what we're here to talk about. So we'll reel it back in slightly, and I will say that I love the fact that we get to see the real-life GR86s back on a street course once again. When we've had them at Nashville, for instance, I thought that was a real hit, and it was awesome to see. I remember doing some of those races, and the fans really stuck around. They raced into the night on a couple of occasions, and man, really, really fun event to see how these cars race on some of those street courses. And important as well when you consider this is a training ground for the next crop of Toyota factory drivers, to get them a little experience, some seat time on a street course before they get there for the first time, say in an IMSA event or an SRO event or something like that down the road. Really important for them to get that experience.
Yeah, it is very crucial, and as we're seeing more and more street races popping up in no matter what series it is, so it is crucial to be able to get that kind of event. Looks like we are going to have some changes to our official starting order due to some track limits coming through. About 4 minutes away from the green flag is what we're hearing.
That's good news, but yeah, definitely expecting to see maybe a few changes to the starting grid compared to what we saw while we were watching the timing and scoring for qualifying just a few moments ago. Our live stewards are going through all the data to make sure no one took advantage of track limits or anything like that to set their time, and the grid will be adjusted accordingly.
Exactly, and that's one of the things that is really fantastic of the setup that we've got here today. I want to give a massive shout out to Cameron Martineau, who is serving as our live steward, keeping an eye on all of those track limits, any incidents and accidents that may be taking place over the course of the race. As we've said, it's been relatively clean, so we haven't had too much to do in that regard, but really good about keeping things together, keeping it locked in, keeping everything nice and clean.
Now, what we'd like to see, it's great to have that level of dedication in terms of the stewardship to make sure that all the rules are being followed and also that they're being enforced in a common sense manner. Sometimes when you're stuck just using the native software to try and police things, some strange things can happen, and the human element is important, right, to have a little bit of oversight and make sure things are being applied correctly. And it just shows that, again, how seriously SRO takes esports as a fundamental component of its greater motorsports platform.
Well, as we said yesterday, I mean, we saw the success, then the propagation that esports had over in Europe with it actually being a part of the SRO Motorsports Group Europe Championship and the GT World Challenge Europe Championship. That was a huge, huge component that was very important to be a part of, and then they were able to get everything together. We are on a little bit of a delay here. Looks like about maybe 5 to 7 minutes as we get everything set. Just having to repopulate the grid a little bit. No worries, nothing that is debilitating. Just making sure that everybody is in the correct order and all of those things. So we're going to hold on with you here for just a little bit. But yeah, back to that point, SRO really and truly always has been kind of leaning harder and harder into esports than I think some other series, and it's really going to show, and that dates all the way back to GT Rivals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they were early adopters of what esports could be as additive to the physical world of motorsports that we're accustomed to, that most of this show here at PRI is dedicated to. But you can see just in the growth of this particular part of the expo, the esports side of the expo. I remember coming here, it would have been 2011, I think, was my first PRI, and you would see small setups talking about sim racing, but they were sprinkled here and there amidst everything else. But to have the full esports setup, the whole wing of the show effectively that we have here just outside of Lucas Oil Stadium, I think that in and of itself, that's a story that speaks to the growth of esports globally. And SRO, again, has been a big proponent of it for a long time. You make reference to the fact that for a number of years in GT World Challenge Europe, their Pro Class Teams Championship had an esports component where the real-world drivers had to compete on a race weekend in their mobile esports arena that they took to all of the Endurance Cup races over the course of the season. And points scored in those esports races were counted towards the season-long Teams Championship, which I thought was a great way to incorporate esports into the more traditional motorsport world.
Well, and you continue to see today, I mean, many of the teams that we are used to seeing on the grid having their own, fielding their own esports teams, it still continues to be a constant amongst things. I mean, here today, we've got Tech Sport Racing, a couple of drivers that are carrying that load, as well as RVA Graphics Motorsport.
ST Racing as well, with Michael Menning, who was so successful yesterday, was carrying ST livery and was quick to thank ST Racing when we had the interview with him at the end of the day. So, yeah, and Turner's another great example of a team within the SRO paddock that has really leaned into the esports side of the sport as well. And I only can imagine seeing that grow more and more in the years to come.
Yeah, I think as we continue to see it. And back to your point, the other thing that I always notice on the talking about the growth of esports, it's not just down here in the sim racing area that we see it. As you walk through, almost every booth has got some kind of sim racing rig. Everybody wants to show off and say, hey, come on in here, try out the rig, and we'll talk to you for a little bit. It's becoming an additive. It's becoming an additional part of racing in that kind of way.
It's been awesome to see how it can be a starting point for careers in motorsports now. People think first and foremost of drivers getting into the race car coming out of sim racing competitions, and at this point that's tried and true. It's not even questioned anymore that you could take an excellent esports driver, put them in a real car, give them a little bit of time in testing, but they can be on the pace pretty much straight away. But there are other people who get involved from the content creation side, from the broadcasting side. Esports is a great avenue to get into racing, which is notoriously difficult to break into. I think anybody in this building can attest to that. It's not easy to get the foot in the door, but this is one way where the sport has been democratized.
It has, and it's still not cheap, I would say. I mean, the world of esports, it is not inexpensive, but comparatively to driving and building your own car, it is cheap. And so it is a far easier way to get into the field and really to be able to do that. And so it has democratized.
One other thing I remember talking to James Clay, actually, about who owns Bimmer World Racing. We were here last year, and I had a conversation with him about how esports has changed the game in terms of the drivers he puts into his real-world cars. He's less concerned, he said, about putting young drivers in big-time race seats because he knows that chances are they're going to have been doing some form of esports, some form of sim racing since they were little kids. And the racecraft that you can learn as a racing driver on the virtual world translates almost directly into the real world. And the fact that they've been through wheel-to-wheel battles before, they're not going to be surprised by that. They're not going to react in a surprising manner in the heat of the moment because they've been there, albeit with much lower consequences in the virtual car. but he said the racecraft of young drivers today is leaps and bounds beyond what it used to be before. It was a case where most young drivers had almost a decade of experience driving on a computer or on a video game console ever before they get into a real-world race car.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I think, we talked yesterday and today with Kevin Boehm about what it's like and what you can take from that. And I think that racecraft is another element. Staying cool under pressure is really something that you cannot teach, that has to be learned by experience. And that's something that these drivers are able to get in spades by spending time in these environments. I mean, I think to certain series that iRacing puts on, and you're talking about pretty big cash prizes, you're talking about a bunch of eyeballs that come in. That's a lot of pressure to be able to build on in. As we're ready to go to the grid here, it is going to be Michael Janney and Christian Menes up in that top 2 positions. A little bit of a battle of what we saw yesterday. Youngji Lin and Michael Polasek in the second row. Keep an eye on Lin. That car's had some good speed over the course of the day. Michael Menning will be P5, followed by Tyler Campbell in the purple machine. That'll be fun in the number 3. It'll be easy to keep an eye on Campbell. We move back in the order. Edwin Onofre, again, had that issue earlier at Road Atlanta. We'll see if he's able to fight forward here. And the Nicholas Sudik will be in P8 alongside him. Joshua Soto will be in 9th, and then Matt Brewer will be in P10. As we move back through the order, it is going to be Michael Hickman and Will Robusto behind them. Robusto carrying that familiar number 2. Eli Singh will be in P13, matching his car number, and then Jacob Martin will be in P14. As we move back into the next row, it's Jacob Little and Daniel Rodriguez there, getting ready to roll off. And then Jake Cummings will be the last driver on the field. I would watch for Cummings to move his way forward. That's a fast race car driver, and I think he could have some moves forward.
Yeah, that's a car that didn't set a time, if I remember correctly, in that qualifying session, which we commented on, I think, at the time. And I agree completely. That's one to keep an eye on. We'll see just how difficult it is to pass around this place, or if perhaps Cummings makes us look a little silly by making some moves early and often to make his way up through the field.
Well, we will have to see. One of the advantages, by the way, of being on the simulator, very short pace laps. It's kind of fantastic in that regard. So there we go, lining up on the field, coming down through the S's. They're going to get their way on through and get ready to be going down into that turn 9 complex, which we anticipate being a heavy braking zone and one of the primary areas of overtaking. Down now through turn 10. Leading the field around into this final hairpin. The pace car will scamper off. 2 drivers left there. It'll head off here. There it goes. As we get ready to go racing once more. Toyota GR Cup North America eSports League lining up onto the pole, or the front row. We see Janney and Menes getting ready to take the green flag, put 30 minutes up on the clock, into the acceleration zone. Green is in the air. We are racing at Sonoma. It's a brilliant getaway there for Janney. Menes is going to be able to hold on to P2, it looks like, but maybe a little bit of pressure here. Polasek pulling ahead. Eli Singh losing, Youngji Lin losing a bunch of positions.
Oh, and a little hip check there. 2 cars sideways. Both cars able to continue on. Nice save there at the top of the hill on cold tires as well. Clean start to this race, but not done yet here with the side-by-side battling in the first half of the first lap.
And then he's already trying to look ahead there as big move down to the inside, trying to be able to hold that out. I believe that is Cummings making the move on Campbell right now. Cummings in that red and black machine. Campbell trying to hold out. Campbell to the inside. That should favor him, but you can maybe roll a little bit speed if you are the 97 of Cummings. No, he's going to lose out to Campbell, and Campbell's going to hold on to P6.
And Cummings really wanted to try and stay to the flank there, stay alongside, because the next corner, heavy braking zone, and it comes back to the right where it would have been to the inside effectively if he had been able to make the outside through the carousel stick. It did not, so he settles back in line. Good battle here just outside of the top 5.
Good battle indeed up the front of the field. It is pretty close between Janney and Menes, but Campbell and Cummings is the battle that we keep our eye on. Checking now back up into P3, or P2 rather, Menes and Janney. pulling a little bit of a gap over Polasek, but not enough that I would call it a true breakaway. This is still pretty compressed field.
Oh, we might have had a issue here further back. Looked like a couple of cars were slowed slightly, maybe now getting back up to speed once again. Everyone seems to be able to continue on. A couple of cars flickering in and out of vision. That can't be easy either for the rest of the cars to try and manage. That said, here come the cars around to complete lap number 1. First lap in the books with just under 2 minutes gone by.
Yeah, 2 minutes down, 28 still left on the clock. It does look like Campbell's losing a little bit of ground to the cars in front of him, calling a 5-car breakaway up the front of the field. That's going to be from Janney all the way back to Yongji Lin. So here they go, climbing up the hill right now, over the crest. Big hop, skip, and a jump on the curves there, and that's exactly what you see in real life out of the GR86 Cup cars.
Remember, one of the changes to the car in iRacing was made to try and prevent the cars from hopping up on 2 wheels, and it looks like, at least in this case, it's helped them keep all 4 wheels down on the ground. That's a good thing. We continue on as Onofre trying to bounce back from a disappointing race 1 that ended in the wall at Road Atlanta earlier today. Coming back to the West Coast here in Sonoma Raceway, looking pretty strong and trying to keep that car's nose clean here in race number 2.
May find himself under a little bit of pressure here from Soto from behind. Soto's going to take a little bit of a peek to the outside, but nothing really doing, and Onofre's going to be able to hold on to 9th position. Closing in on Cummings up ahead of him. We jump back in the field. This is Michael Manning here, holding on to P4. That is Polasek right ahead of him. He's starting to close in a little bit as they get into that braking zone for turn 9. That quick right-left sequence that sometimes can fly off and become a little bit of an overtaking opportunity. We got to focus here on Polasek because he's getting some good speeds, and I think there may be a little bit of a pass here on Mendes.
Closing in, that's for sure, and if those two start to scrap, Janney, who is leaps and bounds the quickest in the qualifying session, might just be able to start a breakaway here. He's starting to inch away as it stands. Just under half a second at last check was the gap between first and second, and if second and third start to battle, that would be manna from heaven for Janney.
Yeah, that's really what he wants to see, just that ability to be able to stretch his legs up at the front of the field. Now riding on board, I believe this is Soto, unless I'm greatly mistaken. Trying to hold on here a little bit. Yeah, that is Soto. Cummings right, 2 cars in front. In the middle there is that 96 machine. Excuse me, the 99 machine of Onofre. Opens the door a little bit, does Edwin Onofre, trying to see if he can hold it in. They're going to be side by side coming down the hill, and that's going to be positioned Soto over Onofre for the moment, for permanent.
Called it perfectly, didn't you? That Onofre just slipped a little bit wide. That opened the door for that 7 car to come through, and Soto there to pick up the pieces. Up another spot. That's a change in position. 9th and 10th changing hands right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, 9th and 10th changing, and let's see now if Soto is able to get up the way, as it kind of seemed a little bit earlier on like Onofre just wasn't able to get past Sudik, and now it may be a position where Soto's got a little bit more momentum, a little bit more grunt underneath the car. 5 minutes down, 25 left to go in the race, so still plenty of times for these drivers to try to get their moves on.
Now they'll need to get a move on if they're going to keep up with Janney, who's starting to inch away a little bit. Polasek sitting in the 3rd spot, keeping an eye on this battle, 2nd and 3rd. He can also throw in Menning in the 4th position. That's a car that ran toward the front at Road Atlanta for a good chunk of that race, but had an issue late in the going that dropped him outside of the top 5. Looking to rebound, at least trying to get back on the podium after sweeping the 2 races yesterday.
Yeah, but it looks like it's going to be advantage Polasek here as he's putting pressure to the back of Mendes, trying to see if there is anything to be able to play into turn 2. Turn 1 is a flat-out left-hander that climbs up the hill into 2 right now. No pokes to the inside. I like what Polasek is doing, not trying to go too aggressive too early, just waiting for that opportune moment.
Can't wait too much longer, though, because Janney is inching away. It's now 3/4 of a second, which may not sound like much, but I promise you, in GR Cup racing, it is very uncommon to see a breakaway of multiple seconds at any point in one of these races. However, as we discussed, this is a track where you might be able to pull a bit of a gap. Janney seems to know this and is trying to make good his escape at the front of the field.
And he's trying to. Here's Christian Mendes right now in P2. And there is that menacing view from behind. Polasek starting to come and look this way and that way. That Toyota badge glinting in the sunlight. The green and blue looking to the inside of turn 7. Are we going to see an overtake? No. Polasek still just waiting in line, but that may offer an opportunity here to Menning, as Menning looks like he's starting to close in a little bit more now onto the back of Polasek.
I agree. He got through that hairpin sequence really well, and now is in the slipstream through the high-speed S's. Will we think about poking out a line? He does look to the inside, but darts back into line once again, maybe just filling the mirrors of Polasek slightly, trying to take hold of the 3rd position here. Final step of the podium up for grabs.
Final step of the podium up for grabs. Menning, I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to be able to get a pass done here into turn 10. Excuse me, turn 11, that's the hairpin. And indeed, they're going to all stay in line. Youngji Lin also holding on to the back of this train. But that's really the 5-car breakaway. Campbell a little bit farther back, not able to close it in. We ride on board once again with Edwin Onofre. He's in 7th, or he's in 10th right now, started 7th, so he's looking the wrong way, but it's a battle up in front of him that we're watching between Sudik and Soto.
Perfect view of that fight from on board with Onofre heading up the hill there. Not able to make a move, but the door does start to open up. They slip wide. He pokes the nose to the inside. He grabs at least one spot, tries to make it a twofer, and I think he will. How about that?
Oh, that was a pretty move by Edwin Onofre, and now look here. Sudik may be under more trouble as Soto's able to get to the inside of the yellow and black machine, and welcome to the party now, Will Robusto.
How about it? 4th place in points this year in the Real World Toyota GR Cup North America. Won race 2 of the weekend here at Sonoma. And how about that late lunge to the inside? That's how you get a win in the real world, and it's certainly paying off here in the virtual one as well. Robusto very opportunistic, able to take the spot. However, it's not done yet as the fight is still on, headed down to the hairpin.
Credit where credit is due to Will Robusto. I did not think that move was going to work out, but it did. And he is now firmly in hold of that 10th place position. He's got his eyes up ahead of him on Onofre and Soto to try to see if he can get that move. And what a great move there from Soto to be able to pull that off. I mean, that was nothing short of remarkable the way that it went through. It is really, really well done.
2 race wins on the season for Will Robusto. As mentioned, race number 1 of a doubleheader weekend at Sonoma as he drops the right wheels off into the dirt. So too, it appears, did Sudik there, and both were able to continue on. Robusto also won race 2 of a doubleheader weekend at Road America in Toyota GR Cup North America competition, en route to 4th in points in what was a very successful season.
Yeah, it was a very good season for Will, and especially in that race 2 at Sonoma, kind of took us all by surprise. It was a sort of the tradition that we wanted to go into the weekend with, that those early weekend winners sort of set the precedent for who was going to be dominant over the course of the year. And what we saw was true yet again. It was Lucas Weisenberg and Will Robusto able to take those first 2 victories, and it set the course for what was a very volatile, unpredictable top of that championship order, really until about 3/4 of the way through when Weston Workman just started to dominate.
And he did, pulled away, clinched the championship with a few races to spare, but behind him we were furiously tabulating points, weren't we? The final race of the weekend, trying to figure out who was going to be second, who was going to be third. Race control ruling for the first time. There is a track limits penalty that's been handed down. That is to Will Robusto, unfortunately. So a 5-second post-race time penalty coming that car's way, having exceeded track limits and gained an advantage a few too many times.
Yeah, so that's going to hurt Will a little bit more, and unfortunately he is still just eking by that battle with Sudik, so that's still going to be a little bit of a problem that he is going to have to deal with. Meanwhile, we check back in on the front of the field. Menning, Polasek, and Menny's trying to be able to see if there is anything to play for. Look at Polasek here. He's got a pretty good run coming down into the hairpin. He's going to poke his nose to the inside. Menny's thinks about a little bit of a defense, but it's not going to play out. Polasek down to the inside. He's got the preferred line. It's not going to play for anybody but Polasek. That's him up into P2. Meanwhile, Menning's got a little bit of company in the form of Youngji Lin, but up in front, it now looks like Menny's is going to try to fight back as well.
Well, Menning was balked going down into the hairpin, had to check up, maybe made a little bit of contact front to rear and lost a bunch of momentum. And Lin, it looked like, was going to be able to capitalize, but ultimately Menning was able to fend off that challenge. They still stayed in positions 4 and 5. Polasek, though, up into the second spot. Minis now to third. We'll see what Polasek can do. 1.5 seconds now adrift of race leader Janney.
Yeah, and that's really what that fighting allowed Janney to do, is just kind of sneak off into the distance there and start to grow that advantage. We check back on Will Robusto. This is that semi-battle between Soto and Sudik, and the battle up ahead of him really incredible. Onofre and Soto still going at it hammer and tongs, as we've seen them do for the majority of this race. There it is, Soto with the advantage. Onofre having to hold back just a little bit. But now look at the crossover here for Onofre.
He's trying to get the run out of the carousel and is able to pull alongside. However, Soto will guard that inside line jealously into this big break zone here at the end of the drag strip. It's enough for him to hang on to that position. Neat and tidy. Doesn't open the door back up. So for now, Soto with the edge in this duel.
And there's one of those track limits that we've seen for Will Robusto, just kind of taking off and taking that. So I'm sure Race Control will not look lightly upon that, considering they've already given him a 5-second time penalty. But we keep our eyes on this battle. Onofre not making a move down into turn 9 on Soto. Meanwhile, closing in behind is Brewer on the back. That's going to be for 11th place Sudik. That's starting to be a little bit of a battle as well. So everything's starting to pop off here with about halfway down in this race.
At this point, they've been able to feel out their cars, feel out the competition a little bit, and know the relative strengths and weaknesses. Ooh, Robusto really slowed up there out of the hairpin, and that has opened the door for potentially a move around the outside as Sudik looks to plot a course back by and back inside of the top 10. Meanwhile, Janney's lead has come down. It was close to 1.5 seconds. It's now just 1.1 seconds back to Polasek, who is towing Meniz along, and Menning is also there, waiting quietly, waiting patiently perhaps for his chance to try and jump up into podium contention.
Yeah, and I wonder here, if you are Meniz, what the sort of strategy is. I mean, do you try to maybe say, I've got more speed, I'm going to try to power on by, or do you do a little bit of that cooperation, maybe give a little bit of a shot to the rear bumper, try to push Polasek up the road and see if you can maybe try to catch Janney that way?
It seemed to me that they were losing ground to Janney with Polasek and Meniz switching positions. So I think in the current configuration they're in, their best bet is probably to try and stay single file, hope that Menning is willing to cooperate as well, and then maybe this trio, if not the four of them together, because also Lynn is there hanging about as well. Perhaps the four of them can run down Janney and make this a 5-way fight for the checkered flag.
Yeah, that would kind of be my hope just from a spectator's perspective. Oh, Sudik there with a big hop, skip, and a jump, and Brewer having to go around the outside. That's coming down into turn 9. That was all kinds of confusing there.
Might have been a little hip and shoulder as well. Hard to tell from that onboard shot we were looking at, but Brewer might have received a little bit of that and been forced out wide as well. Everyone able to continue on, however, seemingly at least no worse for the wear as we approach the halfway point in this 30-minute contest.
Yeah, just about there. And this again, the battle for P10, for P9. Robusto, Brewer, Sudik, everybody trying to sort themselves out and figure out exactly where they're going to be come the end of these 15 minutes. They pretty much hit halfway as they crossed over the stripe, so good run there for them. The battle, by the way, up ahead of them was Soto and Onofre. That continues to go on.
Interesting to note that Janney has been able to stabilize that gap, and it's now about 1.2 seconds, so that's marginally better than it was on the previous lap. Even with second, third, and fourth more or less cooperating, Janney was able to pull away at least a little bit there to pad that advantage with 14.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I wonder if that's a little bit of responsive driving from Janney. Of course, when you are in a simulator such as this, you do have the distinct advantage of having what we call black boxes in the car, which means you can see lap times, you can see kind of any sort of information that you want, but the one that is normally most effective is what's called the relative box that shows you the relative time behind and ahead of you to the other cars. So you're going to have that data immediately available to you, and it allows you to sort of reactive drive and say, oh, he's catching up, I got to speed up a little bit more.
And Onofre and Soto here probably keeping a close eye on that relative box as well. neither can seemingly separate from the other. We've seen them swap this position back and forth a couple of times, and it seems like the two of them have found each other more often than not over the course of the last day and a half.
Yeah, they just kind of are like magnets. And how many times have we seen that over the course of a SRO Motorsports Group America weekend when you've got a pair of competitors that either whether through great racing or maybe a little bit of aggression find each other over the course of the weekend, time in and time out.
It's not unheard of, that's for sure, and they seem to be pretty evenly matched here across multiple tracks and multiple platforms here this weekend. Fight is on here. This is for the third spot. Polasek might be pulling away a little bit now from Manise, and that has brought Menning into this conflict. He might be thinking about making a move. Lynn right there as well in the Gulf colors sitting at the back of this train. This is really going to be interesting here as they scrap over the final step of the podium.
Yeah, they're going to try to see what they can do. Menning just kind of looking, love seeing what we see there out of the carousel. Multiple lines, varying wide lines coming down through the corner. Really just kind of shows what I love about Sonoma, that there are some lines on this track that you've got to take it. It's got to be one way. There's no way about it. And then there's other ones when you can take about 18 different lines through the corner.
Yeah, the carousel's one where you can experiment a little bit, and there are multiple ways of getting through there with good speed, and sometimes that's what's required, especially if you're running in a big pack like this. So we've seen some creativity on display. Back to the battle, at least momentarily there, with Onofre and Soto on board with Soto here, and you can see that tech sport car with the shark mouth grille looming large in the background, at least taking a peek to the inside into the braking zone for the chicane, but ultimately I don't think close enough to make a full-throated attempt.
Menning, though, with a big defense there on Youngji Lin, just trying to hold off the attack of that Gulf-colored machine, trying to make sure that nothing was going to go through. Again, that is perfectly allowed here in racing competition. You are allowed to make that defensive line just so long as it is not in reaction to another driver.
Tough news there on the screen to the driver of car 2. That is Will Robusto, who has been given a second track limits penalty. So 2 5-second penalties will be applied at the end of the race, and that would, as they run, drop him well down the order, certainly outside of the top 10, which is a shame, but he's still very much in the fight right now and having fun getting those elbows out, sitting in between two fellow competitors. That's Cummings in front, Brewer in the back, and I suspect that those two will know that there's a penalty coming to Will, but they still going to have to deal with him here before the end of this race.
They actually might not, Ryan. If we don't have a live spotter coming through, if they don't have a crew chief on the wall, big look to the inside there for Brewer. I don't think that's going to work out. But if they don't have somebody, no, it is going to work out. He's going to be able to pull side by side with Will Robusto, try to carry speed down the back straightaway, up the drag strip. Here they go. It's going to be a battle of braking. It would favor Robusto into the braking zone. He's going to hold that inside line. Where does Brewer end up on the circuit? I don't think he's got it. Looks like Robusto is going to be able to hold on to that position. But as I was saying, it is a situation where if you don't have a live crew chief or mechanic popping in your ear, they're not going to know.
Yeah, it's my fault because we used a different system yesterday, didn't we, that does show that on the timing and scoring pylon,
yes,
which looks awfully similar to the graphic package that we're using here for this event. So, yeah, good point. So that might be a mystery to them, and maybe it's better that way because I can imagine there'd be some frustration if you knew you were in a fight with someone who was going to be serving 10 seconds worth of penalties when the race was over anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And what we should give credit here to that beautiful graphics package. Kyle Heyer was the one that designed and did all that. That was very much his passion project to make this look exactly like the graphic package that you see in Real Toyota GR Cup North America. I can't tell you the number of times of texts and calls and excitement that I got from him when he's like, I found the font.
Yeah, that's our Kyle for you. I bumped into him earlier today. He's here at PRI and doing really well. Hopefully we can have him at a few SRO America events down the line. But yeah, definitely hard at work to put together this graphics package, and it's the real deal. And actually, I found out when we were having some issues with it yesterday, he was hanging around the area. He popped backstage and actually made the fix, so that we were able to continue on.
Because of course he did, because that's just Kyle.
Yep.
Oh, that's contact there with Menning. I couldn't tell if he got into the back of Meniz or if Lynn maybe got into the back of him one way or the other. It's going to come out the same way that it went in, but not without a little bit of contact in between.
I wonder if any of the cars picked up significant damage from that contact or not. For the moment, they're able to continue on. What this has done is allowed second-place Polasek to break away. That is no longer in jeopardy. Polasek has firm control of the runner-up spot, and Janney as well, relatively untroubled, 1.7 seconds clear of the rest of the field, something that would have been unthinkable at a track like Road Atlanta, where we were racing earlier today. But as we've talked about, Sonoma, a different proposition where it is possible to pull away even in a tight field like this.
Yeah, it really is. And we look at those gaps. I mean, 1.7 up the front of the field for Gianni Polasek does have about, let's call it 0.7 of a second, which is pretty sizable here when you're talking about GR Cup competition. So a good run there for him. We watch right now Youngji Lin trying to close in on the back of Menning. 7.5 minutes left to go in this race. This has kind of proved exactly what we thought it might be here, Ryan. A little bit tighter confines, a little bit more strategic of battling.
Exactly. It wasn't the four wide at times that we saw at Road Atlanta, but still plenty for us to chew on as Menning looking very aggressive here. Took a look to the inside, a peek if you will, but Meniz said, nope, not this time, and closed the door. Meantime, let's take a look and see if we can figure out what happened between the top three, and there was some contact, certainly nose to tail there, and I suspect that Lynn got the worst of that, going headlong into the back of Menning.
Yeah, it looked like there that I think Meniz maybe just got that corner wrong a little bit. Menning saw the door open, had to kind of slam on the binders, and then Youngji Lin really had nowhere to go. I wouldn't really call that anybody's fault.
No.
That's a racing incident to me.
Agreed completely, and unfortunately, like I said, I think Lynn might have picked up a bit more damage than some of the others. Let's see what we have here. This is, once again, the battle here between Soto and Onofre. Right now, it is Soto holding on to that position, P7, but Onofre's giving chase into the chicane. Back to this fight, third, fourth, and fifth. Nose to tail once again. Right now, edge to Meniz, but for how much longer? Time starting to run out, and Menning looking to ramp up that aggression.
Yeah, 6 minutes left to go in this race. Menning doing a good job. Remember, he started fifth, and now he is looking at a potential podium position, so kind of coming true on the promise that we maybe gave a little bit to him in the beginning of the race. Not able to get that move done into turn one, but he's going to continue to push here. Looking up the hill they go. This is into 3 and 3A. Down the hill, plunging once more. I have seen a couple of sneak attacks into this right-hander over the course of the year. Really in GT4, I believe, is where we saw a lot of it this year, and it really surprised me.
It can be done, but it takes some bravery, it takes some cooperation. Meanwhile, race control, this is interesting. A warning issued to 2 cars for track limits. No penalty yet, but one of the cars involved is second-place Polasek, who needs to be really careful here for the final 5 minutes and change, not to pick up a penalty for any additional track limits violations, because that could cost not just second place, but potentially a step on the podium.
And that's the last thing he wants to have happen. Here's the one driver who's really run afoul of track limits, and unfortunately runs afoul of track limits once again as he comes out of turn 6 and picks up a little bit of dirt on the outside tires as Will Robusto tries to close down on Brewer ahead of him. We check back in on the lead right now. Meniz trying to see if he can close in. Great camera angle there. You can really see that suspension travel in that machine of that is Menning behind him. He's closer than he has been. Takes a peek to the inside, doesn't get it to play.
Another warning's been given. That's to the 5th car overall, the 3rd car in this shot. That's Lynn, just warned for track limits violations as well. So they're starting to add up in a pretty quick way here at Sonoma Raceway. 4 minutes, 10 seconds to go. A look at the eSports Arena here at PRI. All these competitors racing here in person, on site, gathered together with bragging rights and a pretty cool prize package from
Toyota Gazoo Racing on the line.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. We again want to thank Toyota GR Cup and everybody at Toyota North America for coming on board, not only with us this season, but sponsoring us here to put on the GR Cup eSports League. It has been a real privilege to be able to carry the Toyota brand forward and, well, frankly, have the Toyota brand in my garage.
Yeah, you practice what you preach, don't you? Which is certainly understandable when you're talking about a brand like Toyota, and certainly with their commitment to motorsports, whether it's road racing or circle track racing. In any event, battle on, third place here, up for grabs. It's Meniz to the inside, Menning to the outside, with Lynn looking to pick up the pieces if it should come to grief between the two that he's fighting with. Still, oh, little twitch there. Now, Lynn looking to the inside, but quickly the real estate evaporates. There's just not enough room here to go side by side.
No, there really isn't, and I worried there for a second that Yongji Lin was going to have to back out of it. That's exactly what I think he had to do. Menning now is able to look to the inside of Meniz, and it's not able to play, and that allows again for Yongji Lin to be able to close back in. Closing down on time here. We've only got about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the race, so it's certainly go time here for all three of these drivers. They are out of the clutches of Polasek up in front of them, and there you can see a little bit of the damage on the back of Menny's car, and you can tell that he has had that contact with Yongji Lin.
And if that's what the back of Menning's car looks like, you can see the front disfigured on the front of Lin's car, and that's not going to help the performance of that vehicle. Now, that said, this is a track that's not super dependent on aerodynamics, right? So you can get away with that a little bit more here than maybe a place like Road Atlanta, Road America, something like that. But even still, you have to hope the steering is still straight. That's something that you have to be concerned about when you have some major contact like that. At the moment, it seems like the pace is still relatively good at all three of these cars, and not much to separate them with, I suspect, just under 2 laps to go.
No, Meniz is definitely keeping ahead here, but Menning is trying to be able to put the pressure on. Thought about taking a look to the inside there of the carousel, but that, of course, won't play out. So he'll stay in line here for the moment. He's going to stick right up to the bumper, not losing any time whatsoever. We could see a little bit of a move here down into turn 7. Certainly, Meniz thinks so. He goes to the inside, goes defensive. Could we see a little bit of a crossover move? Stewards may want to have a look at that. That could have gotten close on track limits, but it's side by side on the exit of 7. And here comes Menning trying to put the pressure to Meniz. I'm not sure if it's going to play or not. Meniz still has the advantage.
Sweeps across the bow with a red, white, and blue color GR86. But that said, this is about as close as Menning has looked. He's looking as threatening as he has at any point in this race. Now trying to go the long way around. Lin more than happy to try and fill that gap. Gets to the outside, and those two might have come to blows as they exit the corner. Suddenly, a little bit of breathing room for Meniz.
Yeah, and we take a look at the split screen here on your left is your leader, Michael Janney. Let's see, I think he's going to be coming to the white flag here. 1 lap to go for the number 23, and indeed, Barney the flag man has that piece of cloth in his hand. 1 lap to go from Sonoma.
The lead is 2 seconds over Polasek, who's running by his lonesome. Then it's Meniz, who suddenly has some breathing room. The fight is now for 4th and 5th. Menning, a winner 2 times over yesterday. Lin, who's been in the conversation each of these races up to this point. They're forced to scrap for the table scraps here late in the going, with any hopes of a podium starting to pull away from just out in front of them.
Yeah, and that's just a good response from Meniz, just to be able to hold on to that position and withstand the pressure that you were seeing here from Menning. Menning now under pressure here from Yongji Lin to try to see if there's going to be anything to play there. Not seeing an advantage play down into the carousel, but this battle will certainly continue on as they plunge down the hill.
Yeah, not done yet, nor is this scrap. What a great battle here where we've had all race long between Onofre and Soto. Cummings also in this conversation now, it looks like, as well. This is just inside the top 10, but a lot of eyes fixated on this battle for the final step of the podium.
4th and 5th have caught 3rd place once again, so this is not done, with a couple more passing opportunities still to come on this final lap.
Here comes Menning, looking menacing on the back of Maniz to try to see if there's anything to play. Yongji Lin wants to pick up the pieces down into turn 9. Nothing to play for. Running out of opportunities to make that pass is Menning right now, but he's still got one of the best ones, and that is going down into the hairpin. Defending to the inside is Maniz. Maniz trying to be able to see, but that is going to be of no concern here to Michael Janney, who will come across the line to take victory. Big fist pump there from the driver at the number 23. Olesic will cross over the line to take P2. And rounding out your podium, it looks like it is going to be Maniz, but it's going to be a closely fought battle that Menning will just win over Yongji Lin.
Boy, that was really close. 62 thousandths of a second separating them in the battle for 4th and 5th.
My goodness gracious. Still battles continuing on through the field. This is Eli Singh trying to hold off a battle from, I believe, Jacob Little. Little's going to go for the dive bomb. No, he backs out of it. He's going to stay in line. Singh overruns the corner ever so slightly, though. Tries to be able to keep the power down. Let's see if they are able to keep themselves nice and orderly as they come to the line. Singh is going to hold on for 13th place.
Well, all the way down the order, whether it was fighting for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, or for 13th, right? Really good fights. All happening, though, behind Michael Janney, who was excellent. What a great performance. Really dominated the race from pole position, had the edge in qualifying, and we thought if they would get to fighting behind him, that might open up the chance for him to pull away, and that's exactly what happened.
It's exactly what happened, and we've got to, definitely give credit there to Michael Janney. Calm, cool, and collected that entire time, kept everything together, didn't really have any major moments over the course of the race, and it goes to show that these drivers on the simulation, absolute professionals and so good at their craft.
Wow, they put so much effort into it, don't they? There's a huge amount of practice that goes in behind the scenes to be prepared for moments like this, and Janney certainly had the field covered today. That effort that went in on the front end paid off in a big way.
Yeah. Really and truly did. Well, folks, we want to thank you for joining us here on GT World and on Twitch. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you the racing action today. Come back with us tomorrow morning. We'll be back again for a couple of races before everything starts to wind down here at PRI. If you are here at PRI, make sure to stick around because the most excitement of the day is about to come your way in the form of Podium celebrations. But on behalf of myself, DJ Clark, and Ryan Marine, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you tomorrow.
Certainly BMW versus Corvette. The advantage is with the BMW on a long wall up the front straight here.
Following qualifying, it'll be a long day, but 90 minutes to try and claw back up to the front of the field.
Doesn't force it here a little bit. Did he swing out wide here on his final exit of this corner?
Multiple award winners in the various classes behind Stevens, Philip Ellis, and Oz Nobry.
Well, it's so cool to be back here at Circuit of the Americas. This has been home to a US Grand Prix since 2012. It's an amazing facility here. You've got the enormity of the stage itself.
There's the green flag. They fan out early. Oh, this is a big move on the inside. Big move around the outside. That's McDonald, DT Racing. Meanwhile, a spin further back in the pack. Oh, I think that's it. It's pretty wide in front of them. Wow, that was second, third, and fourth on the road. Somehow they sort it all out in the order.
Beautiful.
But can Halen keep it within track limits? Yes, he can.
Be impressive to watch and really good. He's got amazing overtaking skills, a great racecraft.
This is where the Mercedes has been so strong. That set him up to put the power down and get alongside the BMW. He's going to take advantage of it. Has to be soon. Those tires are almost up to temp now.
sensational race round there.
He comes across and snares the win by 1.5 tenths of a second.
Wow, that was awfully tight.
They have announced their presence as championship contenders. Last year's